heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give
the bones of my trepidation. We survive. Oh, alive. I'll take you out for
to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me, 'cause nothing can hold us down.
이는 지금 우리를 향해 다가오고 있음을 확신합니다, 여러분.
저는 제 실력에 대한 믿음이 있거든요.
새로운 팀원들과 새로운 마음으로 제대로 보여드리겠습니다. T1의 주축인 만큼 팀원들을 잘 이끌어서
LCK의 새 시대를 만들어 가겠습니다. 제가 갖고 있는 모든 것들을 쏟아서 증명할 겁니다.
올해는 꼭 이뤄내겠습니다.
이번 농심 누가 봐도 강팀인데 이젠 제가 없잖아요.
제가 LCK 최고의 서포시라 생각해요. 이번 시즌 정말 미친 듯이 쏟아붓겠습니다.
달라진 DRX 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
작년 결과는 아쉬웠는데
어느 때보다도 자신 있습니다.
LCK로 다시 돌아온 만큼
기억에 남는 미드라이너가 되겠습니다. 탑으로 포지션 변경을 하게 됐는데
최고라는 타이틀 제가 가져오겠습니다.
올해도 새로운 동료들과 함께 찢어버리겠습니다.
저희는 여기서 안주하지 않을 거고요. 이번 우승도 저희가 꼭 가져가도록 하겠습니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. LCK Summer 2022. We're here for day number 2. It's Wolf and I back again. I'm, of course, Atlas. Don't know why I didn't decide to actually introduce myself there, Wolf. Thankfully, I've also managed to fix my hair, so no parroting for today, unless I repeat something that Wolf says, in which case I will be parroting. However, it will be a different style of parroting. We've got 4 new teams to debut for this year. And I say new because we've got so many different rosters. The Stove League, as we like to call it here in Korea, has been absolutely absurd.
Yeah, it really has. And we're going to see some rebuilt, throw my papers around, we're going to see some rebuilt rosters tonight. I think most notably, Nongshim is the one that everyone is looking forward to because they have built a super team. I know most people are looking at Gen.G's super team, but their team is, I think, the one that's kind of going a little bit untalked about right now. But they have essentially built an insane roster of top-tier talent, all the missing pieces coming together for the Nongshim squad.
Yeah, and I absolutely love that you have had this bias towards Nongshim for so long, and you're known here in Korea as the guy that eats noodles on YouTube. So it's actually just beautiful. I agree with you, though. I think that, like, all jokes aside, this team has so many synergies that we are yet to uncover based on the playstyles of the players that they've got. And everyone's come from all sorts of places for Nongshim as well, so it's going to be really exciting. Now up against Life Esports, which is a different story. Let's check out some of the rosters, though, as we get into it. These are the changes that you can see in Nongshim. There's a lot of news. There are players coming from all over the place, of course. Canna from T1. You guys remember a lot of T1 fans were like, oh no, what are we going to do without Canna? This is going to be really sad. Dread coming over from Afrika, he was fantastic. BDD, of course, needs no introduction. Had probably one of his best international performances ever when he made it to the semifinals of Worlds last year on Gen.G. And Ghost and Effort, I think, is going to be a match made in heaven.
And of course, on the other side for Life Esports, you've got On Fleek coming back to this roster. You've got Karis, who's coming from actually Gen.G's academy side of things. He went up and down for both. And of course, Samdi, the new bottom laner, who we'll talk a little bit more about later on, but not a ton of really top-tier experience for this guy. First official match after an interesting offseason, On Fleek and the rookies, and the completely rebuilt Nongshim. I mean, as you mentioned, not one single player is the same here for Nongshim Red Force. It's a completely different team. Very rare to see, especially with a team like Nongshim that had so much success later on in summer, to completely break it up and rebuild, but that's what we're seeing here.
Yep, Rising Star Karis versus Ace BDD. Of course, both of these players were on Gen.G last year. Karis was fantastic in Challenger, not necessarily so much when he did play like 1 or 2 games for Gen.G instead of BDD. So looking forward to seeing what he can actually do now that he's back in the main league. But against BDD, that is certainly going to be a tall order for this guy. And Samdi, like you were talking about, back from the LPL, was never really on top-tier teams.
No.
Was playing for Suning's academy team, I think, before coming back to Korea.
And he played on TT, which is the second to last team for the LPL at the end. So he was on the 16th best team, you could say, out of 17 in the LPL. So definitely a buy here from Life Esports, so they're trying to really build into the future. They're trusting in where he will end up rather than believing in where he came from, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think now we can actually hear what these teams feel about each other as well. Let's get into it.
안녕하세요. 이번에 농심 레드포스에 합류하게 된 칸나 김창동입니다.
일단 가장 큰 이유는 BDD 선수가 가장 컸고요. 같이 잘할 수 있겠다는 생각이 많이 들었어요.
그렇게 봐주고 와가지고 정말 고맙게 생각하고 있습니다.
적응하는 것도 좀 걱정이 있었는데 다 만나고 보니까 이제 프로 선수들이 다 똑같이 노는 것 같더라고요. 그래서 이제 친해지는 데는 문제는 없었고
이제 확실히 육성이라는 목적으로 보면은 시간이 걸리는 건 맞겠지만 솔직히 저희는 시간이 그렇게 오래 필요하다고까지는 생각 안 하기 때문에
사실 지금 LCK에 약팀이 없다고 생각을 하거든요. 그래도 하나가 상대적으로는 약하다고 생각해가지고 첫 전력을 확인하는 시간이기 때문에 좋은 상대라고 생각합니다. 장겸이 형 이렇게 또 적으로 만나게 됐는데 미안해, 이길게 내가.
성호가 그런 말을 한다는 게 되게 놀라운데 실제로 그렇게 말을 했나요?
미드에서 BDD가 혼내줄 것 같은데요.
원래 같은 팀이었는데 맞상대를 해볼 기회는 없었는데 이번에 하게 돼서 되게 재밌을 것 같고
보성이 형이 정말 잘하는 미드라이너라고 생각은 하는데 저는 충분히 제가 할 만하다고 생각하고 있습니다.
네 선수가 압도하지 않을까.
우리 미드도 카리스인데 말할 게 있나? 뭐 솔랭에서 만나봤으면 알 텐데.
홍조한테 LCK의 쓴맛을 보여주겠습니다. 농심 레드포스 선수들이 모이고 첫 공식전인데
2대 0으로 이기고 싶어. 그 어느 팀이라도 이길 수 있다고 생각해서 지켜봐 줬으면 좋겠습니다.
하나생명 e스포츠 화이팅!
이번 첫 경기 사나이 울리는 매운맛으로 하나생명 한번 울리겠습니다.
농심 화이팅!
And now we welcome Harmolife Esports out onto the stage. It is a very difficult task in their first match. I think most matches are going to be difficult tasks, to be perfectly honest, for Harmolife Esports. We haven't seen them yet. We haven't seen how well they've managed to mesh together during the off-season. But on paper, this is looking very, very one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to sugarcoat this. We didn't when we talked about Sandbox yesterday. We were surprised with the result. But even to compare Sandbox versus DRX is not even fair to look at this matchup. We are looking at a David versus Goliath story here. And
already, before they've even played.
Yeah, I mean, we really are, because this is a team that has... They lost the Stove League. There was no bigger loser in the offseason than Hanwha Esports. They were a team that had Chovy. They were a team that surprised everyone, went to Worlds, made it deeper than everybody thought. And this is the roster they came up with at the end. You're looking at players like Dudu, On Fleek, Samdi, who most of you guys have probably never heard of, and they keep Vista. Karis, biggest shining light on this team, but even he struggled, as you mentioned, when he was playing in the main league for the LCK. Everyone thought this team, with the money they have, with the backing they have, they're going to have a super team. They're going to have a team just like Gen G has, just like Nongshim has built, and yet this is what we ended up with. And for Hanwha Esports fans, it's going to be a long year, I think, if they can't get it together soon. It's going to, it's going to take time, but the faster the better.
Yeah, it's exactly right. On the other side, though, Nongshim Red Force, the power of Noodles came together and created an amazing team. On this side, these players in their own right have been great. I think Canna is arguably one of the weaker players on this team, which is so weird to say, right? Because he was so good, just a little bit one-dimensional on T1 in a lot of those instances. However, still a great player. Dread has been great for Afrika. BDD needs absolutely no introduction. And Ghost and Effort, I think, fit each other perfectly. Ghost, known for sitting in lane and not being able to do anything because Barrel's running around the map, and Effort, known for never being in lane ever.
It's a match made in heaven, it really is. I mean, the more you think about how these two players' styles work together, it's so perfect. Also, in terms of the champions that Effort is really good at, they kind of line up with what you've already experienced as your Ghost with Barrel, right?
Yeah,
you have
absolutely.
a similar champion pool in terms of what they excel at. So, burst it, right? I mean, it's broken, it's busted. Look at the experience here. It's not a lot of games here across the board. I mean, some of these are higher than you'd expect. You know, On Fleek, 170 games of his career here. However, you know, those were not the highest of profiles. He was not a player that people looked back on fondly and said, wow, he was one of the top 3 jungles in the LCK, right? Against this roster of players.
Yeah, it's not really very fair to compare them together. As Canna, of course, in the semifinals for Worlds, BDD joining him there as well, but has so many more accolades. Dread, I know not necessarily with the results to back it up, but we've seen what he's capable of and understand how well he's going to be able to do with these players around him. Ghost is a world champion, and Effort was also on a pretty good T1 team back in the day.
I mean, also Dread and Effort were 2 standout players on teams that had poor results. Like, these are 2 players that everyone respects. Everybody knows that they were oftentimes, in fact, held back by their team's shortcomings oftentimes, and in their specific roles really shown through certain metas, especially Dread in spring of last year.
I think Effort as well. I know Effort, because of what happened while he was on T1 or SKT back then, people were like, oh no, this effort guy's not so good. But I rated him extremely highly at the end of 2021. I thought he played some fantastic League of Legends, roaming around the map and really making stuff happen.
It's a team full of somewhat controversial players, right? I mean, you're looking at players like Kana and Dread, who you have really mixed opinions of if you're a fan of T1 and Afrika Freaks in the past. BDD, again, he was one of the most clutch players, but he also choked away that semifinals at the World Championship. He's choked away many incredible finals and semifinals across his career, across multiple teams, right? You already mentioned effort. We talked about Ghost slumping there. Damwon Kia even replaced him for a while. So this team is really filled with players who didn't realize their maximum potential, but we know that individually they're all incredible enough. They can build synergy. This could be a top 3 team here in the LCK. Most people are putting them at number 4, but they might crack through to that top 3 if they can find that synergy.
Yeah, I think that like 4 is probably the safe place to put them, but I think their ceiling is potentially higher. That being said, they could also just crash and burn because so many of these players have come from all over the place. Everyone's new. That synergy really does need to be built from the ground up. However, if they have got off on the right foot, then things could definitely be good. However, you look on the side of Humble Life Esports, you got Dudu up there who was subbed out for Morgan. I don't think we need to say too much more there. On Fleek as well, hasn't played in a very long time. Samdi was playing on weaker teams. He's now very confident moving back into the LCK and back to Korea now that he can, communicate more effectively with his teammates. Things like this, stuff that we spoke about yesterday with Zeka making his debut here in the LCK. But I don't know, man. This is going to be a very uphill battle for Humble Life Esports. However, when you've got nothing to lose, it does take some of that pressure off.
And we did see some surprises yesterday and some failures to respond as we jump into this first game here. We saw, DRX have a huge lead and lose it with small mistakes and then fail to respond to a very similar draft in that second game. If Humble Life Esports come in here with a really nice draft, I think that's their best bet. You go head-to-head on mechanics, and even with both these teams with somewhat low synergy right now, everyone's voting for Nongshim right now. It's going to have to take some creative bandits and picks here, I think, to figure this one out.
Yeah, we'll see what Humble Life Esports have in store for us. They will have counterpick available, so that could definitely help for making at least one of these matchups a little bit more bearable. Yuumi and TF going to be taken away. Pretty standard stuff so far. Looking towards that bottom side to see what is going to be focused on, and it looks like the Karma taken away. Something that Carrier certainly made look incredibly busted. Renekton going to be permabanned, as per usual.
So we've had a lot of discussions about the AD carry priority. Jinx hasn't been as high as we thought. There's the Caitlyn ban. A champion that Samdi has played, I don't want to say exclusively, but it is by far and above his most played champion in recent history, is that Aphelios pick. So if you don't want Nongshim to take that away from you here as Humble Life Esports, you might want to ban it, but maybe you're just hoping you're going to be able to pick that one up. Already the Karma's gone, the Yumi's gone here, so a lot of that scaling power with the potential Ezreal that we know both these AD carry players are phenomenal on is something that could come through. But there's the Aphelios ban, and it's brave.
First pick? What do you reckon?
It's brave to ban that champion away here, but as Humble Life Esports, I think Nongshim take it away from you no matter what.
Oh, interesting. Lucian being considered. I don't know whether that is necessarily first pick worthy at the moment, but may have maybe a plan that Nongshim have. It's interesting because it's Nongshim, right? And a first pick Lucian would make a lot of sense if this was last year.
Yes.
Because they had
but I think it was
at
probably
least
just the L
available, so you may as well pick that up.
I think it might have just been he clicked on the Lear button, and they start with the same Korean letter, so
there you go.
He was hovering the wrong champion there maybe, but the Lee Sin does get locked in here, and you have a lot of options now as Humble Life Esports. I don't think the Lulu is something that I'm really thinking is a great choice this high up in the draft because you don't have a champion that pairs extremely well with it.
I think Xin Lulu, though, kind of does start off your draft on a, synergistic foot.
Sure.
Lulu as well has been relatively high priority, but I think Xin needs to be locked away.
Xin you have to get here. The only other option really right now being the Jarvan pick in terms of top-tier junglers in Korea. The Lulu works well with the Jin Zhao, but you don't have an amazing AD carry partner. You can make the Jin work, later on. You could make the Jinx work. It's still available, but they'll take the Jin now instead and forego the Lulu. I think the Lulu is just a bridge too far at this moment in time. And now we're going to find out what Nongshim's response is going to be in terms of that AD carry.
Yeah, see where Ghost is going to go. Of course, would have liked to default to that Jin. I feel like it's more of a pick away than anything else for Samdi. And there's the Jinx that we were asking for. I'm really hoping that this is actually locked in. Ghost isn't necessarily known as a hyper carry player. However, Jinx is much higher, I think, as far as the tier list is concerned, than what we saw yesterday. So there it is, locked away for Ghost. And let's see, give me that Leona. Come on, Effort.
That's what I want. The Leona is the strongest pick here, I think, considering what we've seen already. Can help.
I mean, it's Effort. He had a champion pool of Leona
and
for like 80%, and then like other stuff down here.
I mean, he played a ton of Nautilus this past year. Looks like they're gonna wait on that actually to try to prioritize this solo lane in the Graves.
Oh man, that is going to be some pretty standard Canna stuff here. Of course, Dread also very used to playing around top lane, so expect this to be a little bit more focused around top for Nongshim. And something I just
well, I hope
the
so.
synergies are just coming out. The synergies are just coming out, right?
Well, I mean, I hope it's gonna be top focus if you're locking in the Graves this early with the Lee Sin. I mean, you're really trying to make that strategy work. The problem is we saw this yesterday, and this immediately comes out. It's a champion that Dudu really has liked playing on in the past and has been playing a ton in solo queue. I looked up his profile, seeing he's been playing a ton of it. They'll ban the Lulu away now from the Jinx. We'll probably see a Thresh and or Leona. Well, you can only tap one of those two, but I think they would like to have 3 if they could. But one of those.
I think ban the Thresh, pick the Leona, right?
Yeah.
And then you're pretty happy.
Then you're happy with it. But this is a really interesting early Graves because you're going to have so many problems dealing with side laning later on. And yes, your Jinx will give you a lot of power in objective fights, but we saw just yesterday how empowering it can feel to have a Tryndamere just push a Graves off the map repeatedly, get better vision control.
Yeah, and he's just, I don't know. From what we saw out of Dove yesterday, certainly feels like Tryndamere just does real well in the Graves matchup. Of course, you outscale. You're going to take a fair bit of damage. You're going to fall behind by a little bit of CS in the early stages. However, you're so safe when it comes to getting Dove after you hit level 6. It becomes less of an issue.
I wonder what Effort's going to end up playing here because right now,
I mean Thresh makes the
I guess he will now that it's a Syndra lock-in here. I thought we might see a pick away, considering that there's a lot of synergy that you could be built up with this extremely heavy engaged comp that has the Jhin behind it. But they'll take the Syndra here, and now it's got to be a Thresh. The only question remains, what's going to be
Thresh Victor.
Victor is the common pick here for BDD. Would not be shocked to see an Azir pick here either. Not as meta nowadays. The Nolans, I mentioned it earlier, he's bringing it back.
He's back to the old favorite. He's got the better hook.
I
know. Of course, if you guys watched that video from Jat like 2-3 years ago where he explained that Nautilus's hook is better than Thresh.
Now, the reason why I mentioned the Azir is not just because it's BDD here, but because, as Effort always does that, the Azir is super strong with Lee Sin. You have a lot of kill potential against the Syndra. You have a lot of kill pressure around those mid-game.
Heal for your Jinx.
Yeah, and a lot of pressure around those mid-game objectives, right? The Rift Herald is going to be a great fight you could take if you do have the Azir. It looks like we might have a bug here. But yeah, you have a lot of power there around that first Herald, around those first 2 Drakes, and then your scaling works well with the Jinx you've already built, the Graves you've already built, and there it goes through.
Yep, finally. This is, of course, a bit of harkening back to good old Genji back in the day with their early game comp of Jinx Azir that they just crushed people on. This is a very different roster, something that BDD's very used to, not something that we're used to seeing someone other than Ruler pull off, right?
Yeah.
And Ghost is a very different player. That is the Rakan locked away, though, so a lot of mid-game power from Hammerleif Esports. Lots of team fight potential and a lot of pick as well. I actually really like what Hamwar have put together compositionally. It's just whether or not the nameplates are going to play a big enough part.
This really feels very similar to what we watched in that first series yesterday in terms of how the composition is set up. You've got the Tryndamere Xin Zhao, you have a Syndra to help get those kills, and then you have a Jhin to back it all up from range. Like we saw almost this exact same composition yesterday from Live Sandbox. So
yeah,
it's that versus hyper scaling on the side of Nongshim here, and it will be it appears to be Graves jungle Lee Sin top, which has been coming back. It's been coming back actually a lot in Korea right now, this Lee Sin top pick. My concern is that it weakens the Azir pick quite a bit because Lee Sin and Azir, in terms of the Lee Sin jungle, means you have so much kill pressure post 6. Graves you still do, but it's not as strong.
Yeah, however, Lee Sin does have a slightly better matchup into the Tryndamere, so you may as well just avoid it by chucking the Graves in the jungle, and I kind of like that. That sort of option going to be working out. The disengage potential, getting rid of that Tryndamere if you want to. That Undying Rage value is going to be a little bit less if he doesn't have a Dishy Dash in order to get on over there. So ㅣ going back to one of his old favorites from last year in that Lee Sin top lane, and Dread, one of his big favorites as well in the Graves jungle. Not necessarily as powerful as we've seen it in a solo lane, but still does work out.
Yeah, this is a really, really genuinely fantastic set of champions to actually match up against each other. I think we're going to continue to learn how this Tryndamere, Jhin, Xin Zhao composition functions with the Syndra. These four champions working together extremely well yesterday, but the execution was so good from Dove on those flanks.
Oh, yeah.
Another one of these players we don't have a lot of faith in right now in this underdog matchup. Can he prove us wrong as Dove did yesterday? I'm very excited to find out.
Yep, we've got a bit of a swap bug. So actually, I think that... okay, so the same picks are going to happen, but maybe the Graves is going top lane.
It could be. I mean, there's a huge resurgence in top tier solo queue of Lee Sin top again. So I'm not shocked by this, but
it would have been
also
cool. But we are going to redo it, and we'll have to see whether or not. I'm kind of sad that if it is going to just be Graves top as per usual, and then we've had this big spiel about how it's really fun, and then all of a sudden it's just a bug.
Well, you and I are just pulling all the pauses, all the plugs, all the resets out.
Yeah, you got to get them out of the way in the first couple of days.
Yeah.
Day one, we had a Chrono break, so that's definitely a different story.
First 8 minutes of the game.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think both are definitely good. I'm definitely leaning towards Graves top. Like if I were the one choosing, that would be my choice, but I could see why. We saw, obviously, the Graves really struggle into the Tryndamere, but Lee Sin is not going to be too different in terms of late game, how it's going to function. So,
yeah, we also saw Kingen struggle into Dove as well. So is this matchup going to change a lot based on who's going to be piloting these champions as well? Because ㅣ has been known to play a lot more aggressive in the early game. That was why T1 needed to put so much pressure on the top side of the map, because otherwise ㅣ could sort of overextend and then fall into some issues there. When they played around it, looked fantastic, otherwise didn't necessarily. But with the Lee Sin here, you can focus around that top side of the map, and of course with Jinx able to sit back and farm relatively safely, as well as Azir being able to do the same thing, you should probably be okay with being able to get that sort of more top-focused style under your belt.
Sure. I mean, you remove the nameplates, and I think anything could happen here, but I really do trust that Nongshim are going to pull this off with the players we have piloting these champions, the experience they have on them.
Oh, yeah.
And BDD is here. I mean, I called it out because you get Lee Sin, and that's why we haven't seen so much of Azir, to be honest, I think, is because Lee Sin has been gone the entire time, because Azir also benefits from these new item changes in this new patch, and like, he might build Crown as well, and I think in a lot of cases he will. And he's very similar to Victor in terms of his scaling, but when you have a Lee Sin, you have so much power early on with the Azir and the later on power that just screams like BDD, of course he plays this, right? But they let the lead go through, and that's what leads to all of this at the end of the day.
Looking forward to seeing what he's going to take as far as the Keystone as well, because it's Azir. And so you can take like one of 11 different Keystones on this champion. BDD, I haven't been able to find his solo queue account, unfortunately.
Yeah, I actually was trying to locate that earlier.
Yeah, he's often a bit secretive.
Yeah.
So, didn't used to be, because he used to just be rank 1 all the time. So it was very easy to find him. This time around, though, a little bit more difficult. And yeah, we do have the Graves top lane. So,
okay.
Oh, man. A little bit frustrated, but let's get into it. Game 1 of Day 2, LCK Spring 2022. Nongshim Red Force taking on Humble Life Esports. Humble Life with their rebuild roster. Nongshim Red Force with their new and improved.
As far as I know, too, when you talk about the BDD thing with his solo queue, it seems to be that, just historically speaking, Genji, as well as an org, has kind of used their in-house academy teams extremely well for scrims. I think they do it more than anybody else, which is part of why BDD has been kind of under the radar. And obviously, he joined Nongshim fairly late, so it hasn't been as easy for people to locate him recently, but
yeah.
I'm just excited to see this matchup, between Karis, right, and BDD, because they are kind of former teammates in a way, right? Like, in terms of Karis being BDD's sub.
Yeah, no, they definitely are. Definitely are former teammates.
And obviously Karis was on the bench a lot, but then also on the academy team a lot, or the challengers team rather. So,
and we need to talk a little bit about how he did in Challenger as well. Actually, over his career, he had over a 66% win rate. Like, the Gen.G Challenger team was brilliant last year. So Carrot's definitely a big part of that. A lot of his play very similar to that of VOD as well. So will be interesting to see how this one's going to go. But when Karras did play in the LCK, did not go quite as well as how things were going in Challenger.
Sure.
Definitely a different story.
It's kind of crazy, too, how like all of this is related, because you have VDD, the ex-Gen.G player, and then Hano Life's old mid laner, Chovy, has gone to Gen.G. But that wasn't the trade, right? It was the Peanut trade.
Yep.
And then you have Karras, the ex-Gen.G player, taking Chovy's place. So this is all just connected here. And it's really interesting to see, because we have had a crazy offseason in terms of all the player changes and super teams that were built.
Yeah, it was nuts.
There's only a room for so many, though. Hano Life Esports definitely didn't get one, but maybe we'll be wrong about how quickly they progress here in this spring season.
Yeah, you never know. Never know what's going to happen. Of course, Dudu was known when he first debuted as more of the aggressive style top laner, but we didn't really see any of that during last year. It was, in fact, a pretty sad year for the top side of the map for Hano Life Esports. I don't think we need to necessarily reiterate that. So seeing whether, Dudu has actually found his mojo once again is going to be important.
Yeah, I mean, the owners of Hano Life Esports have done some interviews, and the coaching staff were talking about how they think Dudu has really had a big resurgence in his performance in-house. So it's part of why they decided they were going to stick with him and use him as their top laner.
Yep.
So hopefully he can live up to that. And so far, it's a pretty slow, timid early game here. Things are really going to heat up once 6 is hit for the Azir and the Lee Sin. So VDD and Dread will definitely be looking to make a play around the mid lane at that time. Already Karras teleporting back to lane.
As well, you could see that Dread is so far ahead. He's actually a camp up now that he's taken the enemy Krugs. OnFleek was in the area but didn't feel safe enough to actually go for the camp, just got some vision down. And so it is a bit of an advantage here for Dread as far as jungle tempo, and we saw that be so incredibly important in yesterday's game. So Lee Sin, of course, just going to be farming a little bit faster in the earlier stages.
It's also an incredible timing to go over there. As you see, BDD's win rate on this champion, one of his favorites. It's an incredible timing. He goes over there, steals the Krugs, while Kana at this early stage is going to have the wave pushed, so that he can also ward next to the Krugs to know that OnFleek won't be there, or if he is coming, to be able to give Kana that heads up so that he can continue to push aggressively as he is now. So that way, he can actually push freely. That ward is so valuable, and he's able to see OnFleek waste time, goes there, and then walks away. King goes down as well. Okay, he's not there, he's left. Beautiful stuff, great timing there from Dread. Understanding how this top matchup can be so easily impacted by a single ward in that early pathing top.
It's really nicely done. Karras here as well. I mean, BDD's footwork so far in this lane, every time we've been there, it's BDD avoiding everything. It's been actually really impressive. Of course, the way that he navigates his pigeon mid laner is always a joy to watch. However, good to know that he's still the Azir main and Azir god that we know him as.
Well, the other champion that he plays a ton is the Syndra that he's playing against.
Yeah,
so
right.
He's got a very good understanding of both. Also, I want to point out, yesterday we had that very matchup-specific exhaust taken by Kingen on the Graves, but Kana is actually going to take just the Ghost and Flash. Duda will be matching him in that regard, so big difference here. I think the lack of a Flash definitely hurt Kingen in a lot of those situations where he was overextended as well.
Here's 6. BDD's going to get the Flash. That is going to be the scat of the week, but BDD not in turret range anymore, so he's able to get himself out of the way. So Flash for ult, you'll take that any day of the week, and OnFleek was indeed stopped from taking this dragon. The tempo disadvantages for Hano Life Esports are really coming in droves. And effort, man, he's known for one thing, and that is not being in lane, and that is continuing here as he does pay a visit to that mid lane, not actually able to find too much.
And Ghost is so fantastic at playing on his own, as you were pointing out earlier on. I mean, this is just a match made in heaven in terms of how this duo operates. And now that there's a flashless Syndra in the mid lane, she has to sit super far back behind turret, which means there's so much power for Nongshim on first Herald. They denied the early Drake take, as you mentioned. And so the tempo just kind of builds upon itself here very freely for Nongshim Red Forest.
Yeah. And also look at all of their control on the top side of the map. This Rift Herald's going to be coming up in a minute and a half.
Yeah.
And it is going to be very comfortable for Nongshim to move over there with impunity if they would like to. But it looks like they'll also be able to take this Dragon because OnFleek was stopped. And we haven't really seen the have your cake and eat it too. It's been either you focus topside, grab yourself a Herald, or you grab those Dragons, and looks like Nongshim might be able to do both here.
Now, I think the one choice you can make here is HLE Esports, if you want to make a play and just don't lose control of a Herald for free, is to try to collapse top, and it'll be OnFleek's choice to do so after Red here as he hits 6 if he wants to, because now Dudu has his ultimate, and he can put the real pressure on Hana if anyone else is there, right? Namely, of course, the Xin Zhao can look for some kill pressure, then collapse to the Herald that's up in 40 seconds. So when that Red gets taken here for Fleek, I think that's where we'll probably see him go. Because unfortunately, Karas has no agency in this game right now. He's shoved under turret, he's flashless.
Yeah.
And with double scuttle vision control, the only play you can realistically make here is on Fleek is try to hit 6 and try to go top right before the Herald. And the timing of this is just so razor thin.
I mean, Karas is just dead, right? Like, if he enters, this is exactly what happens. VDD just looks for the ult, and he'll find it. Dread now just going to flash on in, finds himself the Q, and finishes off the kill. That is first blood going over to Dread, and we saw it coming a mile away.
Super easy. This is why Azir Lee Sin is such a common combination, and why he picked it over the Victor in this case, even though Victor in isolation is a much more popular scaling mid lane champion, and why I was shocked to see the Lee Sin top, right? Because this is the power you get post 6, and that's going to be a free Herald. OnFleek not able to hit 6 and rotate up top, and now, I mean, because of the numbers advantage here, Dudu can't even look for a trade or anything. They're losing on every piece of this map. A slow rotation over here now.
Yep. OnFleek gonna look to try and get in there, but you can see Karas still rotating over. Inside track there for Canna as well, who's on full health. Still OnFleek looking to try and get in there. Flashes forward, looks for BDD, gets the flash out, and the dredge line is there to save the mid laner. Effort now trying to do what he can, but the rest of HLE have moved on over. Ghost tries to get the AoE, but now it's Dudu that's trying to get in there. Ghost with the zap. Can he actually make something happen? And the snipe from Samdi! Right out of left field, and HLE Esports find themselves the team fight.
Yeah, they win the team fight. It was very, very clutch there. Last minute rotation over, forcing that flash out of BDD early. Samdi at the right place at the right time. Ghost not able to block that final shot. They do secure the Rift Herald, so that is the most important part of this, but at least HLE Esports can get a crucial amount of gold back.
Yeah, OnFleek as well may have overstayed his welcome, and by may, I mean has overstayed his welcome. Blast Cone not actually there. Quick draw going to come through. Wind doesn't really become lightning here, unfortunately, as Canna's going to flash. Don't know whether he necessarily needed to do that, but you want to make sure that he's not going to be able to get away. Let's check this one out.
Now look at this.
Yeah.
The ultimate here just barely clips. Like, the animation doesn't show it connecting, but the edge of it actually will catch him there, and it's an amazing follow-through. Watch BDD force out his fight early. He tanked a lot of that early damage from the Rift Herald, so even though he's got plenty of mana here, he's ultless, and he does no ability to control this choke point. He's too low on health, so grabbing him early was massive, and then Ghost just not able to block the shot there. Still, HLE Esports giving up on Fleek here at the end of the day, on top of losing that Herald, means they're still extremely behind at this stage, but you'll take what you can get.
Yeah, we'll see whether they can actually grab themselves the Dragon. Might be a way to get themselves at least some sort of insurance for the later stage of the game. As Canna does pick up that kill on Fleek at the end. Just a bit of greed there from the HLE jungler.
They were able to grab the Scuttle, but not the Drake itself, so that will at least deter Nongshim for the time being. But it's even gold for a brief moment here. But that's not a goal.
If it's going to face check, okay, does get his sweeper out, so spots the fact the bottom lane was lying in wait.
Definitely not a fight I think you want to take without knowing where Dread is exactly as a Jhin in this case.
Yep.
Speaking of not knowing where he is exactly, I still don't think they quite saw him there. Control wards this.
Yeah, you can see OnFleek's going to move on down.
No, they don't know, I don't think. That's very scary, Vista.
Now they do.
they know now.
And it's going to be the transfer of the blue buff as well, so with Karas towards the bottom side of the map, not exactly a time for Nongshim to start too much up. And it looked like Dread was maybe thinking about throwing Shelly here towards the bottom side, as Karas going to take a bit of damage on his way back. BDD still just having a great time despite falling over in the earlier stages. His Azir is just going to keep scaling though. Does have his Merc Treads now. And the Rift Herald actually going to go down in that mid lane as Effort I don't think knows that On Fleek is here. Audacious Charge does get on through as there's the dredge line. That is going to get effort out of there. Pretty nicely done. And Shelly is actually not going to give BDD any gold. That all goes over to Dread. So a bit unfortunate here for the Azir.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate because that's part of where you really want that gold to be going. But even still, the money going over to Lee Sin and the plates destroyed, meaning that turret is going to be up for grabs soon. It's still great, but yeah, it's a slight misstep there that is pretty significant. But at this game state we're in, right, where Nongshim are ahead, 300 gold, from that Rift Herald, it was dead even before, is a terrible place to be in for the composition of Hanwha Life Esports. Because remember, when we saw that Tryndamere composition find success, it was a Tryndamere that was massively ahead against the Graves, and in this particular case, they're fairly even, right? I mean, Graves has his Mythic online first, the Immortal Shield Bow, which is a pretty big spike for him. But this is not due to running away with the lane and controlling some side pressure.
I mean, he did manage to get that team fight around the Rift Herald, so it is kind of similar to how Dove found advantages, especially Game 2 yesterday. But it's how Nongshim's composition is going to work later on in the game, and the fact that alongside of it, they were augmenting with taking every single one of these Drakes so often. And by the looks of things, Nongshim should be able to grab themselves the first Dragon of the game after also collecting the Herald. So it doesn't really have that extra oomph that we saw the Tryndamere comp have last time, which was being able to also have that later game insurance policy.
Yeah, the team fighting part of the last, engage that Dudu won out on was great for him, but he's still, on the back foot in lane this entire time, which means that Nongshim can actually get these Drakes connected. Because in yesterday's case, the Graves Kingen in that case was pushed in so hard by Dove that it allowed Hanwha, or rather Sandbox yesterday, the red team, to actually grab those Drakes. It's not the case in this particular game, just simply because the lane is controlled by Kana so hard at the moment.
Yeah, Ghost as well, here down towards the bottom side, grabs himself a plate, doesn't find the zap there onto Samdi, who's had a bit of a quiet game so far, but has put himself together a 17 CS advantage on the Jhin. Effort, of course, leaving lane a little bit more than Vista has. Still, Samdi having a good time, especially with that extra kill under his belt as well. This Jhin should be in a pretty good standing. Get himself some more moving further into this game. Dread now looking for some options around this map. As Kana and Dudu still just doing battle, but the vision pretty good for Hanwha Life. Topside, that is going to deter Dread. Now Effort in a bit of trouble here. Vista taking a lot of damage as On Fleek tries to get on down. They get the flash out, as now Flash comes forward, and you were underneath your turret a second ago, Karis, and now you're on the other side of the map. It's just real difficult being a Syndra.
There's no wards here whatsoever on the top side of the map for Hanwha Life Esports, and the second that On Fleek shows, he goes in. Red was waiting for this opportunity. He was looking for On Fleek. He was trying to get any vision, any idea where the Xin Zhao is whatsoever, because he knows, okay, we have our ults up, and so we can kill a Syndra, that's for sure. Get a flash, worst case scenario. And as soon as Xin Zhao shows bottom, they're like, cool, it's freebie.
Yep,
that's why this duo is so strong.
Yeah, and it's once again, Karis falls down, and then it's another neutral objective that Nongshim are able to convert it into. This time around, I don't think we're going to see Hanwha Life get that rotation over, although they are doing their very best to get over here, and you can see Karis actually changes his mind, decides instead to move towards that river. It's not going to be done in time as the Q is going to connect onto On Fleek. He's actually flashing forward, looking for a little bit more as Kana might be in trouble here. Collateral damage comes down, doesn't get over the wall though. Does still have his flash, and actually with that grid, he's pretty tanky. Dread dives back in once again, and they take down the Xin Zhao. That's the second kill, and this is the Nongshim team fighting that we were looking forward to seeing finally on display.
And this is so bad for Hanwha. Dudu's caught. He still has ult. He'll be all right.
Yeah, spins over the wall as well. It's a Tryndamere, so we got a little bit baited. It's one of those things. He's going to be able to take himself some drugs, but he's going to have to wave goodbye to his tower.
Yeah, he's going to have to wave goodbye to his tower and any ability to back here. So he's like just taking the Constellation Krugs there. Bottom lane, of course.
Constellation Krugs feels the worst.
Yeah. I mean, he may actually be forced to ult here if they commit. At least Samdi is here now, so it's not the end of the world. But a lot of power for Nongshim now opened up on the map with 2 outer turrets gone, and Azir is farming the last one on the bottom side. Karis is still not feeling happy about his scenario down there on the bottom side of the map. Nope. As Dread has his ult up, and as soon as he wants to come down there and make a play, he can. Look at the control wards on the bottom side of the river, too. Like, he has no idea where Dread is going to go. And this is Dread over the wall. He verifies Xin Zhao is on the bottom side of the map, just calls it, goes in right away, blows him up. Easy peasy over the wall flash kick play there.
Yeah, Dread's just like, oh man, isn't it fun to be able to make plays with my mid laner? He just hadn't been able to do that for quite some time. He's kind of holding his flash here and knowing that he wasn't going to fall down. Actually really nicely done, and Dread hits the Q. Goodbye on fleet.
The chomper placement there too from Ghost is fantastic because it just prevents anybody from getting out there. So you end up getting more than you even bargained for on that turn because the chomper placement is so perfect. I mean, it's easy to do in a choke point like that, but pulls it off. And because of the game state here, the Ludens is picked up for BDD first. He doesn't need any more survivability. He just wants the damage. And he's already going into Oblivion Orb second here, so we're going to be looking for a lot of reduced healing.
Yeah, Dudu going to flash off to Kana. Kana flashes away, does his best. There's the shield bow, and Dudu not going to be able to get there. Quick Draw comes back up in time, and he's not able to spin to win this time around. So does manage to get the flash out of the Graves, but has to expend his own as well. Still creating a bit of pressure there on the other side of the map. Tryndamere still going to have a decent time. It's not really working here for Harmor Life, unfortunately, as Dread gets in, gets out.
Yeah, it was definitely a terrifying moment there for Vista, but he does escape with his life, as Dread still does, of course, have his kick available. And we are seeing the first signs of Dudu really making some side lane pressure happen here in this game. He's obviously, he did have to flash and ult, but he's continuing to push. He's got on fleek with him, so they're going to trade a turret for a turret here.
Yep.
But the problem is that's not a good trade for Hanwha Life Esports comp.
No, unless they were far enough behind to be able to get themselves some of these comeback benefits, but they're not far enough behind for that.
And also,
trading not really working out.
They were very narrowly able to escape with their lives here, but not with the turret.
Yeah, that turret is, yeah, it's just a bit of a whisper away.
So, I mean, it's more important to survive, and they knew there was a rotation happening, so they had to get out of there, but that feels real bad. Nothing is going right for Hanwha Life Esports in this game, and Nongshim are going to grab their second break. See what soul we get.
Imagine if it was Hextech Soul this game. It would be so good for Nongshim as another Ocean Soul.
Ocean is the new cloud.
It is so rainy here in the LCK.
Ocean is the new cloud. I mean, it's crazy because the stats of repeatedly getting a Drake like this with 2 additional Drakes are even more astronomical than they were before.
Yeah, right?
Actually quite crazy.
I like it, though. As mentioned before, I like the amount of extra flowers we have around the Rift. I think that it's very pretty.
Yeah, especially during, you know, this winter time where we don't get to see a lot of that outside.
Yeah, it's perfect. Really, really like it.
The observer showing us too, you know, like,
yeah, it's like, ooh, let's have a bit of a tour over this gorgeous Rift.
But what they were really showing us was that Nongshim has ultimate ward control on both sides of the river. Like 7 control wards on the
No, they were showing the flowers. Well, what are you talking about?
Oh.
Yes, as well, Nongshim doing pretty well when it comes to vision control. Effort, once again, demonstrating that he's pretty good when it comes to taking control if he's given that avenue.
I mean, if this actually was a Kim Tech Soul, like for Hanwha Life Esports with all the vision they don't have on top of the, you know, Fog of War rift that comes with that, it's like,
yeah,
that would have been the nail in the coffin. They're the final one for Hanwha Life Esports, but they're lucky it's at least not that.
Dread and Effort. A bit of a Bash Bros situation, moving around towards this top side of the map. Not exactly the healthiest inner turret. Is Q once again going to get more knowledge for Dread? They just throw down more and more vision. And this Lee Sin has been very, very powerful this game. 3-1-1.
Dudu is matching the rotation up here for Kana instead of actually split pushing bottom. And I don't know if that's going to end up being the right choice here, because what's he going to accomplish? He just ends up crashing into Kana in the mid lane and not actually getting...
Yeah, Dredge line comes down. That is going to be the ult out from OnFleek, and Effort with a fantastic stopwatch. OnFleek's ult now is down, but Effort also not going to get punished for that one. Control of this area now given over to Nongshim as Dread has found Dudu. And going to get himself back. They just wanted to get the ult out of Dudu, and they did that successfully.
That's all Dudu gets, instead of getting potentially that bottom turret, as well as a little bit of pressure on the inner turret there bottom. Matching the rotation up off of Graves, who's so late there, doesn't have teleport, and isn't going to be able to lead to a team fight win. I think was not the correct macro play from Dudu. He's not getting any extra value out of this Tryndamere that's very happy to let a Graves walk away slowly in this particular case. I mean, he had all the ability to push that there, and decided not to, and then just popped ult, and now he's back in space. So
yeah,
I think that was definitely a misplay there. Nongshim are so ahead that maybe you're just scared they're going to win a 5v4 fight and then push and win the game, but we're still 20 minutes in.
Yeah, and it's not exactly like it's ballooned completely out of control, but you have to look at it in the context of what the champions are capable of as this game goes on, right? And you've got BDD's Azir, and you've got Ghost on Jinx, who can just sit back and pretty comfortably take these team fights, especially with BDD being so good at peeling on this Azir. He's been doing it for many, many years for players like Rulo, who is just also one of these hyper carry players, likes to hop on the Jinx. And Ghost now going to be doing his best effort.
And once that Bloodthirster is done for Kana, like, he actually has a better, like, they have a better front line than HLE Esports does. Because, like,
oh no, talking about Graves, he can do literally anything.
Yeah. And with the Morellonomicon here for BDD early on, because he had such a nice lead of gold, he's able to help out so significantly in terms of shutting down that front line. The Xin Zhao in particular isn't going to be able to heal through as much. And
yeah, Tryndamere as well. Yeah, we got the quick blades this time around. Dove didn't like it, went Mortal Reminder into Infinity Edge last time, but quick blades does synergize so well with Tryndamere. And I'm glad we get to see it, because we just don't see this item built on any other champion ever. So, kind of cool.
Yeah, it's certainly true. I was a little bit surprised yesterday when we didn't see it as well, but yeah, I think considering the situation, you kind of have to hope and pray for this to somehow work out. OnFleek is going to be very happy to just eat that Q and walk forward, but this is a huge Drake fight, you know, for HLE Esports. They do not want to give up this soul point, you know, which obviously is one way they could come back, because if they slowly stack up all these Ocean Drakes on a Xin Zhao and a Tryndamere. I'm very cup is half full right now on this.
Yeah, you're trying to search for the other avenues in, and I do respect that, as it feels like Nongshim are just getting more and more powerful as this game goes on. It's not necessarily represented in the gold just yet, as OnFleek thinks he's found Canna, but I don't know whether that's exactly the case. Decent stun there onto Effort to stop any sort of re-engage, as the zap is pretty painful. Canna still playing as far forward as he likes. Audacious Charge comes through. Canna still has the ultimate, uses it there, and OnFleek going to be very difficult for him to find another engage route.
Well, that was a really scary moment there for Karis as well. If Dread actually hits that and then goes for the flash kick, like, that's a dead Syndra. He does avoid it narrowly, though, and this is kind of a disaster here for HLE Esports. You're trapped between a rock and a hard place. You have to take this fight.
Yeah, posturing does come in. Ghost going to get stunned up there as a flash on forward. Dudu thinks that he might have found it as Ghost tries to get out, but he's not going to be able to do so. Still, it's 2 kills going over to Nongshim here, as Dudu doesn't have that Undying Rage anymore. BDD gets over the wall. I don't even think he wanted to there, but he's like, oh, well, I guess I'll just take the long way around. Dread, though, he's going to be all right. Has to flash out of the way, though, as it's a good stopwatch still. Canna is a one-man wrecking crew, destroying everyone on HLE Esports, and as soon as that ult wears off, the Tryndamere not quite as valuable. He just turned tail and fled.
The front line, once it cracks, you just don't really have, as the Jhin there, many options. And the beginning of the fight started off with Karis. He was like, I learned from the best. I learned from you, Hyung. Like, you on the other side of the rift. Like, Scatter the Weak comes through, but it's just not enough, even with a really nice follow-through from Dudu there. And the difference in this particular case, again, to what we saw yesterday, was it was kind of straightforward, because they were trapped, like I said, between a rock and a hard place. So they kind of just had to walk forward. Like, watch this again. There is no flanking Tryndamere in this particular case, right? And Karis is going to hit a nice scatter, and you're going to see Dudu just run in, but it makes it so easy for Nongshim to wait it out. They have the better long throughput damage here. And Vista is also playing the long con game, isn't here for this, because if he's able to come in there earlier with the Scatter of the Week, I think this works out a lot better. But he was actually trying to flank, and it just was a little bit disjointed here.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out. BDD getting over the wall there was a little bit unfortunate. But it's all right. Dread playing some pretty fantastic Lee Sin. We know that his Lee Sin's good, but it's continuing to be brilliant. And Canna is a brick wall on this this Mafia Graves. He's really putting in the work.
He certainly is. I mean, Graves is like the DPS tank, split pusher.
Yeah, it's like Ornn used to be.
Yeah.
How many archetypes can we fit into one champion? I guess all of them. I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how Graves just became a solo laner again, and we were like, oh, maybe that's cool, that's interesting, and then it's like, okay, I've seen enough of that.
Yeah, and then it also just continued to be throughout, like, what, 4 or 5 patches? Doesn't matter, he's still just really, really strong. Dread looking for a little bit of a battle here. The Sonic Wave not going to be followed up on, and Nongshim just trying to bully HLE Esports away from this Baron Pit, which is where I believe the next scuffle is going to take place. But it's been a lot of one fights for Nongshim, one after the other. And they now have Soul Point, as well as picking up both of the Rift Heralds. Their control of the map has been exceptional. It just feels like there's no way to break back in
Yeah, I mean,
Alive.
there really are very limited options. I mean, you're losing on all fronts here. The Azir turret helps you clear up these minions. Kana is up at the top side. No one can deal with him. And anyone who tries is going to be spotted by several control wards on their way over, so he's easily able to back out. Now they have control ward vision around the entire Baron pit. They have an insane clear time on this too. By the time HLE Esports get close enough, it's going to be too late.
Yeah, and BDD can just get rid of OnFleek if he wants to as well, as he's trying to get over the wall. There's no flash available, no blast cone. Still, teleport going to come in, and Nongshim are going to respect it.
It's an easy turn here as soon as you see that the teleport's coming through from the Syndra.
All right. Oh, that's a great stun. Studu tries to get over the wall. Not quite there. Max range on the dredge line, though, and goodbye, Rakan. Ghost now free hitting onto Dudu, who understands that 4 versus 5, they're not going to be able to make it work, and off that pick, it could just mean Baron.
Yeah, it certainly will. They were so close to getting it in the first place, but they see the Syndra teleport in, they turn on it. Even though the stun is good, the follow-up isn't. And every single fight that goes longer than about, 5 or 6 seconds is a winning one for Nongshim. They have better throughput.
Well, Curtain Call going to come in. This could be the last bastion of hope for stopping this Baron, but Sam D not going to be able to find enough damage there. Dredge line's good. Dudu will have to ult, and there's the ultimate from BDD. The Emperor's Divide really splitting up Harmor Life. He takes the Jhin out of the fight. Dread also able to clean up the Syndra, and BDD just swag walks his way out. They'll take a Baron now as well to augment this, and Nongshim, yeah, I think they're going to win this game.
Oh, definitely so. This Baron leads to a free push. You should be able to get at least one inhibitor from this. Then you have, at the perfect timing, the ability to control that Ocean Soul, and maybe the Nexus doesn't fall right now with this push, but you know what? I mean, the game is all locked up.
There's definitely a bead of sweat running down the Nexus face right now. You know, he's like, oh, they're coming for me. And I just want to go back, Wolf. Sometimes it just feels good when you big up a player that hasn't necessarily found the accolades necessary. Dread is playing an unbelievable game Elite Sin right now.
Oh, he really is. I mean, Dread has always been so fantastic on champions like the Lee Sin, like the Xin Zhao. It's a meta that's great for him. Even his Pantheon jungle in the past was so incredible. And look at how this fight goes. Once the front line is kind of dealt with here and Azir can just go in, it's over. Like, a Syndra doesn't have the same sort of damage output as an Azir does over a longer fight like that. And even with Tryndamere being like, I'm ulting, I'm helping, it's like, no, we're just going to walk through you at this point because there's nothing you can do. The rest of your team is all split up. Your Jhin doesn't have a front line once OnFleek is pushed out. And you kind of have to just kite back and lose. That's how it goes.
Yeah. It's a really good game from BDD. Dread as well. I mean, in that last replay, maybe I didn't necessarily need to go as ham because he did just wander around, got stunned by Syndra, and then helped tidy up at the end after BDD really did play a fantastic game. OnFleek now deciding that it's his time to try and go back in. It's a 2-man ult again from BDD, though, as he goes golden. I think he's not going to survive this one, though, as Super Mega Death Rocket does a fair bit of work. It is a 1-for-0 in favor of Hanwha here, as BDD, unfortunately, kind of throwing his life away there as Kana dives on in, grand exit from Vista, and now Kana might be in trouble. I hope this is Graves' throw. We've seen something like this last time around as Graves. Yeah, okay, yeah, he's the tank, mage, melee, assassin, monster.
Look at him go!
And also able to get himself out as soon as he wants to. The Jinx is going to fall down though as Vista. Yeah, you're just dead. That's just 2 auto attacks. It's now the flash on forward. Kana wants to find even more as Dread says, yeah, we don't need an AD carry. We don't need a mid laner. All we need is this Mafia Graves.
606 on the Graves, and he just does not care. He's got a Randuin's. He's like, look, I'm just gonna shield through everything. I'm just gonna keep auto attacking people as long as I have ammo. I don't die. I mean, that was actually absurd. 1v4 there, and it buys enough time for his teammates.
Yeah, just wandering around. He's going to pick up the Ocean Soul as well as we check out this replay. And honestly, this was not clean by Nongshim.
Oh, no, it was definitely overzealous. You know, Ghost is doing a billion damage from behind as well. But Kana's like, no, where are you guys going? He's like, I'm going in. He's like, I've got this choke point controlled. 1v5. One-man stands against
wandering around.
And Dudu's like, well, I'll do the same thing over here. With my ult, I'm invincible. Are you more invincible than that Graves? I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Oh, boy.
And then just wanders. He's like, hi, Vista, how you doing, man? And it just doesn't really work out. There is a bit of wallet smacking going on here as well, though, we do have to say.
The pendulum has swung from, like, this game is a tragedy to this game is a comedy.
Yeah.
Real quick. There's the Ocean Soul.
A lot of how comedy works, though, is via tragedy. That is just kind of how it goes.
It's a dark comedy in this game. It certainly is.
The Divine Comedy is not necessarily that funny.
No.
You guys do know about that. Okay, so Nongshim now just going to try and get the last bit of work done. Harm Alive, though, thinks that they might have found Dread. I don't know whether that's exactly the case. Wind becomes lightning, doesn't actually find anything. And Dread just, yeah, he's just wandering around. He realizes that he can do basically anything. He's got a stopwatch, 3 items, all of the healing, all of the shielding in the universe.
I mean, there's a stopwatch on Dread. There's a stopwatch on Ghost. Like, how do you ever pick these guys? They can outlast.
3 items on this Jinx as well. Oh my god. Okay, Canna. 3 members of Harm Alive Esports. Can they actually kill him? As the ult has been used. Okay, can Dudu actually make this one work? He's like, nope, nope, my Undying Rage, it's worn off, get me out of here. And he instantly bails. In the meantime, Dread and BDD are destroying the base. And this is the Graves that we wanted to see yesterday and really didn't have an opportunity for. Canna, welcome to Nongshim. You definitely are fitting in well, as this inhibitor turret should be going down also. Oh, just you guys.
We figured
a
out
little bit more help.
We figured out the Graves Tryndamere just get so ahead that your
Yeah.
existence
or
is,
have BDD's Azir, and you should be all right as well.
Your existence as the Graves is a Tryndamere ult the entire time. so that's how you trump him.
Yep. Yeah.
It just says Undying Rage. You guys just can't see it. Just look
It's
a little
a passive.
bit closer.
It's a passive. These new champions, man, they're just making them better and better. It's not fair. As Harm Alive, yeah, they got to put out fires all over the place. Dread going to get knocked up, and I don't think he's going to die this time around. Either is On Fleek now looking for that last-ditch effort. Effort going to block all of these bullets. And On Fleek, yes, he might have a Crescent Guard, but he won't have it for long. As the okay, Super Death Rocket not quite timed correctly, but still the inhibitor's going to go down. That is 2 of them, and this Nexus is all but exposed.
Yep. You don't want to push too far here, or the fun would end. So you got to back up.
It's like, don't end. I've got so much gold. Come on, I want to have more fun.
As we watch Kana actually 1v4 while his team opens the base.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm good.
The Undying Rage quickness. There's the grand entrance.
He's like checking his items. He's like, yes, I do still have all these items. Yes.
It's like he was getting knocked up and he was checking his watch. He's like, what time is it? Like, are my friends killing inhibitors? Oh yeah, they are. Okay, I'll just get out of here real quick.
Oh boy. Well, that was pretty gnarly. There's not much to say.
Yeah,
about
no, this. You know how we talk about the fat lady warming up her voice and stuff like that? Like, she's already singing, and this game is somehow still going on. We've got 2 minutes until the Elder Drake. We do have another Baron that is left available. If it's stolen, it's a bunch of extra money for Harm Alive Esports, eh?
The bottom turret that has the bounty border around it is just like the saddest symbol of this game. It's like, you'll never get me, but aren't I so tempting?
Yeah, exactly. Oh no.
Oh.
Meanwhile, Canna's like, you guys cool if I take this? Like, oh man, he is so strong.
Karis, I don't know about this. You're 3 levels down.
Yeah, it's
you don't have any friends either.
Yeah, Canna just walks on over. He's got the Randuin's Omen as well as a rapid fire cannon to, just add insult.
Graves with a rapid fire.
Wandering over.
If he had flash there, I think he just kills him. Actually, it's just now coming up.
Yep.
Oh boy. I mean, I'm actually genuinely enjoying this.
So, although it is playing with their food just a little bit, Vista might be able to come on over, and it looks like the man advantage is true for Harm Alive Esports. Good CC as BDD just says goodbye to them and then exits the fight completely. Dudu now with the Undying Rage won't have it available for the next fight as in goes Drake, gets knocked up beautifully by Vista. That was a great play to try and save his top laner as Dread. Yeah, I don't know. That was, just a little bit too much.
He's just letting Kana win the game.
In the meantime, Tanner is taking the Nexus turrets. He's done with this one. He's like, what are we doing still playing this game? We've got game 2 to win as well. As Karis now going to have to go back to his fountain. The Nexus turret number 1 does go down. BDD had teleported back into this one, and now the Nexus is exposed. Ghost going golden because he had a stopwatch, and he may as well use it. Karis uses his as well, but it's not going to be quite as successful as Ghost. And Nongshim will finally put game 1 to bed and debut with a win.
Fantastic plays all around. I mean, this composition gets... It's the early game Azir that gets you every time.
Yeah, it's the early game Jinx Azir that BDD was so used.
Well,
it shouldn't have worked quite as well though, because of course he did have Rule as Jinx last time around, and Ghost is a very different player. But still,
I think this draft really goes back. If we rewind all the way back I think this draft was really decided by the first pick Lee Sin, and you end up getting that control of the mid lane with the Azir pick that comes through and follows, and that amount of control just gave the top side of the map to a Graves player for free. He ended up getting so many kills in those ensuing team fights that the follow-up was just insane for this team. You had so much damage, and we hit a point around 15 to 18 minutes where the scaling was online. They already hit what they were hoping to hit at 25, you know, in a normal paced game. And then from then on, it was just, we were watching the fireworks. Like, I don't want to see a team shot of the Hanwha Life Esports players after that one. I hope nobody's in tears, man, because that's not how you want to start your Samdi. Yo, what's up? I'm back in the LCK. Oh, no.
Yeah, it's not really what you want. I mean, that felt like we were watching a rom-com, but like the romance like concludes halfway through the movie, and then it's just watching them play house for the rest of the movie.
Well, it was like a rom-com, except like, you know, the antagonist, the guy who like is more handsome and has more gold and has a 606 Graves, like actually gets the girl in the end.
Oh,
like,
no!
Oh, there is no happy ending for Hanwha here.
Oh, I didn't watch that version of Titanic, I'll tell you that much. Let's check out some of these stats. Yeah, Kana did a whole bunch of work that game. I think I know where my POG vote would go.
I put it on Dread, man.
Oh, well, I mean, I think Kana played a good game, but I think you could definitely argue for Dread.
I think Dread set up
very, very well.
Dread set up a free mid game for BD and Kana, and they
the two kills under Karis were what actually allowed Nongshim to get ahead. So I agree. That being said, I mean, if you voted for Kana, you can't really fault you because the amount of swagger on that.
I know where the Chinese vote is going. Let's just say that.
Samdi, because he's an LPL player. That's how it should go, right? Speaking of which, he's right there. He actually played a decent game in his debut here for Hanwha Life. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, game number 2.
나 살았어? 빼면서 해.
용기장 물리 나 괜찮아? 설계만 해볼래? 설마 게임 끝낼 수 있어?
트린 잡을게. 이거 집 끊자. 집 끊으면 끝날 수 있어.
집 갔다 텔 탈게.
써볼게.
집 탈 생각도 해. 집 갔다 텔 탈게.
내가 집 끊을게.
집 끊어. 야, 앞으로 쪼여줘.
앞으로 갈게.
나 미드 웨이브에 텔 탈게.
죽었다. 그다음에
나 텔 탈게.
끝났어? 얘네 가고 있거든.
도밍 해줄래? 경판 보자.
얘네 볼래 그냥? 트린 노공이야. 라칸 노공. 트린 노공.
경판 받았어.
싸워줄게.
라칸 노공. 라칸 노플.
트린 내가 막 해줄게. 봐줄래? 힘들어. 왜 또 나야? 그래 1초. 나 죽이면 안 되냐? 네.
그래서 제가 뭐 해야 된다고요?
LCK 최초 숙박 버라이어티 핵가족
1월 15일 토요일 첫 방송 뉴클리어 집으로 가자.
sky fall and the sun turn black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing.
Welcome, one and all, to the analyst chairs with me, Valdez, and Chronicler. We are going to be breaking down the first game once again from this series of Nongshim up against Hanwha Life Esports. Chronicler, how are you feeling after that wild, wonderful, and wacky game?
It was definitely a game. Well, at least one of the teams played a lot of video gaming. I think for the first 10 minutes it was relatively even. Looking at the drafts here, I was personally surprised that we didn't see a little bit more priority on maybe securing something like that. Lulu was then in the second rotation. But as Nongshim, they went for scaling and then they won. You know, it's the old Genji game plan, and that makes sense considering you got BDD and the Azir. How much pressure he has is just insane.
It's interesting how the team looks entirely like Genji because of one player. But it was with a little bit more of that wacky Nongshim style, which I did enjoy as well. We do have actually 3 replays this time around, so perhaps we should swing into that pretty quickly so we don't run out of time here on our Analyst Chairs segment. So this is the first one where they were fighting after the Rift Arrow.
And at this point, the game is still somewhat salvageable for Hanwha Life, right? Yes, they are behind, but they have a composition that spikes quite strongly around this time, even with the Drake already being gone. But the problem is, and this happened a lot, is that they just find themselves in these situations without having anything to really do, right? Like that starts off as okay, they're going into the jungle, trying to secure something, but then 3 of the members get stuck, and I feel like a lot of the game felt like Hanwha Life kind of have the right idea, but then they get stuck and then they all die.
Yeah, it did kind of feel like Hanwha Life were just trying to figure out, you know, how to play as a team, not really understanding what to do up against some of those veteran players on the other side. So we do have a second replay that we are going to go into. I believe this one was about the dragon fight that we did have towards the latter half of this game.
And at this point, the game is already a lot harder to actually pull off. I like, again, the attempt, the idea here I think is fine. With Vista going for a flank, but the timing just doesn't work out. And at this point, they're already so far behind that you need an absolutely crisp fight. And we've seen this happen yesterday from Live Sandbox. However, Hanwha Live not quite able to get everyone in the right place at the right time. And I think that's the main thing that I take away from their performance tonight. It looks a little bit disjointed, and in addition to that, not as coordinated and decisive as it needs to be.
Yeah, I think, you know, disorganized, disoriented was a little bit of what you could say of both teams, but I think that Nongshim just had it a little bit together better as a team. A little bit. So that offered them the play. Also a lot of plays around the mid lane early on. So we're going to take a look at our third and final replay. Just jump into one of the game-ending fights that we did have in this one, amongst the many, many fights that we had.
And at this point, you're just desperately trying to hang on, right? But this is why we've seen BDD pick up this champion repeatedly. Not only does he shuffle 2 members into his team, but the way that this team fight is split up also prevents the team of Hanwha Live to still make use of their champions. Yes, they're really far behind, but with champions like Syndra and Xin, they are honestly able to still put out a lot of pressure as you misstep. And as you pointed out, I think that as far as their map movement went, Nongshim was like, oh, we'll just sit back. You know, we'll take our time. Yeah, we're not going anywhere. We're really far ahead. But when it came to the individual play, I think that they still looked as good as should be expected of this team.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of big names on their team that I think even Wolf was kind of highlighting as well, where it was like, a lot of these guys are very strong players, but they haven't really fully reached their potential in a lot of different ways, but more towards the upper half, the upper echelon of the LCK. So definitely looking forward to seeing what this team can do. It definitely felt like they were having a lot of fun in this game, you can say. Are they underestimating Hanwha Life a little bit here, potentially? Maybe it's just their style, right? I was looking over some of the sheets earlier, and they were talking about how they're just a crazy team. Everybody's crazy except Ghost, who keeps everybody together.
I can just see like Dread's like, I want to go in. And then you have like Connor's like, yeah, I'm Fed, I'm Graves, let's do this. And then you have Ghost like, guys, this is not a good note.
Yeah,
like,
he's just alone in the bot lane.
It's like, guys, we should not do this. They're like, no, let's go. Yeah. And honestly, I think that especially from someone like BDD, who wasn't a team where we really gave a lot of attention last year to their passivity, is really nice to see a team that they just go. Is it as clean as it could be? No, but it's very entertaining.
Yeah, for sure. So I like more of that. Maybe more games like that would be nice, although I think it will be a 2-0. Guys, we do have the player of the game ready. Let's take a look at who does pick it up for game number 1. It will be Kana on the Graves, unkillable. Not quite a Demon King just yet, but he was unkillable on this Graves.
And you basically had 2 options for POG vote here. It was either Kana or it was Dread, right? And it's the philosophy, I think Wolf mentioned voting for Dread. Completely understandable, because Dread was a large reason why the game was as good as it was. But individually, Kana, reason I went for him as well is because he was just exerting so much pressure throughout the entirety of this game. Later on, tanking multiple people, like the amount of damage he soaks here, especially considering the fact that he had, well, I think 2 or 3 crit items plus a render wins.
Yeah.
Just simply unkillable by the enemy team. Especially considering, like, with True Grit, Graves gets so much armor in addition to the survivability that he already has. So as long as Karis can't kill him, which it's Syndra, and Syndra, that's when in the game, as far behind as she was, not that good. Just can't really do anything, and here you see like this, it doesn't even matter anymore, but the way that he buys this space and this time for his team, really impressive performance.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like the guy who makes everything happen versus the guy who does everything with what the guy provided him, right? The first guy. So yeah, 9 and 4 is basically the way it goes there. But that's going to do it for this section of the analyst chairs. We'll see you guys after the break for more of the chairs.
Thank you very much, Valdez and Chronicler, on the analyst chairs. Very much appreciate it. Yeah, we're not a break, though. This is game 2. So, yeah, we'll see them after game 2 instead of after the break. Unless you think of this as the break and all you want is more chairs. Which I guess is, it's somewhat fair enough. I don't know.
The cool thing is, like, at the LCK, we got folding chairs on the analyst desk. It's been a big topic of recent times. But also, you've got 10 chairs in the center of the room. You and I sit on chairs. We've got 3 chairs over there on the Korean desk. And then this whole studio is filled with chairs.
So maybe this is actually League of Legends Chairs Korea.
Yes.
Maybe that's actually what LCK stands for and has stood for this entire time. is then also, by the way, not folding chairs. I'll have you guys know they are actually very sturdy.
It's true, they're not folding chairs.
Yeah,
they look like it. But
I found when I was sitting on those chairs during rehearsal that I was very, very comfortable and felt like that was some high quality chair going on. So don't
you cherished your
please,
time with them.
yeah, please don't BM the chairs because they're trying their best. All right. Speaking of trying their best, Humble Life Esports are certainly in that boat as well, as they have chosen blue side here for game number 2. Just waiting to get into Champion Select for that one. And I think that this is going to be a massively uphill battle. I think already Nongshim have demonstrated that they are the better team today. But I think that draft will be different, especially considering the side change. So no more Lee Sins to sneak through, I don't think.
Sincere congratulations there on the 10 years on that sign. And the guy who's waving there. And 10 years of League of Legends here in Korea. It is a long, long history. Some of these players on Nongshim here on the latter part of it, they are on the winning side of that history. They are by far the favorites tonight. That first game was extremely dominant. And now going into the second game here, Humble Life Esports, as you mentioned, they picked blue side. They are not going to give Dread the opportunity to play the Lee Sin again. I guarantee it.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that also Nongshim are likely just to ban that one away. But we'll see exactly how it is going to go as we are into pick and ban here for game number 2. Nongshim certainly feeling like the team to beat right here. Is Diana actually going to hit the ban list? And last time around, she didn't.
Yeah.
But was foregone. Given the fact that there was both Lee Sin and Xin Zhao available, you can understand why Diana wasn't necessarily the first choice.
Okay, they are really screaming, I will pick first, Lee Sin first if you let me, with this. Like, I'm taking the
Xin Zhao ban?
Yeah, I'm like,
yeah.
It's like, you better do it. They will. I think Nongshim will definitely ban Lee Sin here.
This actually feels really interesting that Jarvan and Diana both banned. I imagine Nongshim, like, so they banned the Aurelia so that Nongshim bans Lee Sin, Humble Life Esports get Xin Zhao,
yes.
And Dread doesn't exactly have a fallback to go with. But Nongshim could just not ban Lee Sin, and then Humble Life Esports pick it.
That's what they're going to do. I think that's what's going to happen.
So that means that the first 2 bans from Humble Life Esports are kind of useless.
Well,
it's
take
Karma pick anyway.
Instead. Okay, so this is going to be a completely different path that we're walking here, and we're going to see where Nongshim goes in terms of that Lee Sin pick that's available. On red side here, I think it's very strong, but we don't know what the mid lane is going to be just yet. The pairing that we talked about with the Azir ended up being incredibly strong for them in the previous game. But you also have Caitlyn available, right? You have Caitlyn Lux you could pick up. You have Aphelios you can grab here. So they have a lot of options. They might grab the Lee Sin and the Aphelios, for example. So much opportunity here. The Nautilus, I certainly did not expect to see that this prioritized.
Not necessarily
Not even
a
with
great
effort.
matchup into Karma, not going to lie, but
Yeah.
that's fine. Let's see where Humble Life Esports are going to go. I think jungle AD carry makes the most sense here.
It's going to be the Ezreal with the Karma. This is just a stock standard terrorizing bottom lane. You have also the Karma with the Xin Zhao.
Caitlyn's available, but it's Aphelios instead for Ghost. Certainly a lot more comfort for Ghost just in general. Did very much like his Aphelios just in general. So he is going to lock that one away.
Yeah. Surprising to see, given Samdi's history, that the priority wasn't higher for Aphelios on their side if they wanted to take this sort of route into the game, but they have the Xin Zhao with the Karma. It's a very, very strong engage path into champions like the Aphelios. Not a safe game here for Ghost. We'll definitely have to take the cleanse. LeBlanc removed once again. This is a very common thing to do in second banning phase because we always save our solos for last.
Okay, so I guess Dudu's thinking about going for a Graves.
Seems likely.
I also feel like Graves just being picked for Nongshim makes a bit of sense too, but we'll see. I think Kana just going for it once again.
Well,
sounds like a good path to 200 POG points.
I think also Kana is in a position with these drafts so far where he wouldn't hate to go Jace either. It's one of his favorites to play. They ban the Graves. And even a blind Jace giving BDD the opportunity to flex here and maybe even just go back once again to the Azir with this Lee Sin pick would be great for them. In fact, I'd almost want to see the Azir banned here. I think it's the most dangerous champion you could come up against right now.
I think that the difficulty is that Syndra, Azir, and Victor are all available, and I think Azir would be third fiddle to those other two, right, that have seen so much more play.
They banned the Akshan instead, which is in a similar vein in terms of lane control here, but we don't know what the matchup's going to be just yet. And it's still too early to tell what that was really kind of teaching us about where Karis is heading. There's the blind Jace I was talking about, safe into almost every matchup. It's also Kana's historically most played champion, especially in recent times.
I'd prefer not to see it just because I feel like Malphite is just so easy just to lock away for Hanwha, but they do decide to go for it anyway. We'll see whether Dudu does have the Malphite tech. Although I say Malphite tech, it's not like he's the most difficult. But Gragas is going to be their choice anyway, just another burly boy for that top lane.
I think this means with the Victor locked in here that we are definitely going to see the Azir again because you have kill pressure. It's a no-brainer here. Syndra is another option for BDD as well, and one of his favorites, and it is going to be quite helpful against the engage power. Like, what the Syndra gives you is a little bit more consistent disengage against the Gragas, the Xin Zhao. Remember, we saw a very similar draft to this yesterday as well with the Gragas Karma speed-ups there and the Chemtech.
This is a lot of poke.
Corki not very popular in our region, but he will get locked in here.
See what kind of build it's going to be as well, whether it's going to be the extra fun build or the not as extra fun build. We've seen both work. Fun build, of course, being the Luden's variety, which is a whole lot of poke. And the other one just being regular crit, as per usual on the Corki. I'm looking forward to all the power spikes.
Yeah, I am too looking forward to seeing how this kind of collides with Hanwha Life Esports' draft, because they themselves have pretty consistent poke damage with the Ezreal at the back. And he's in this particular version of this draft, he's almost playing a similar role to the Jhin and slow, sustained damage from a distance, because he's got long range with his Q, but he's a lot more mobile. He is going to be able to help clear waves and control the wave state through the mid game, which we saw a lot yesterday. It's a huge part of Ezreal's kit right now.
Yep.
So I'm curious to see how this draft will stack up, because I think if played correctly, we've already proven, yesterday it was proven, that this draft does do very well into what Nongshim Red Force are playing here, but it's going to be about the execution, and that's where I have to raise my eyebrows a little bit, because the execution of this draft that Hanwha Life Esports are trying to run into the comfort pick Jace, for example, for Kana, just feels like the nameplates are glaring at you.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? I think that there's, like you said, absolutely nothing wrong with this draft. I think the bottom lane is where Hanwha Life Esports can leverage something, given the fact that Aphelios does prefer to scale a little bit more, depending on guns, of course. But Ezreal Karma is just so good at putting on so much pressure early, and we'll see whether OnFleet can actually leverage that to try and get advantages around the map and put himself in good stead. But I'm looking at this Lee Sin. I'm looking at the fact that BDD is on his Corki, the comfort of the Jace, right? There's so much about Nongshim, not necessarily purely based on composition, that is so good for them because of all the comfort picks.
So for those who don't know, don't watch other regions, Corki is very strong right now. People found, a new old build of his where you can go for a lot of poke with magic damage. He's obviously still great in terms of building shield bow and playing AD, but considering this is an all AD damage draft and he went for the first strike build here, I'm leaning towards this is probably going to be him going down that Muramana and Luden's route. Third item, obviously you can pick whatever you want based on the situation. It might end up being a Banshee's Veil in this particular case. But I think that considering they're kind of a poke-based comp with this Jace already, as you were alluding to, it's a pretty easy sell to go for the AP build this time around. We've seen it in the LPL, and this is part of why Corki is banned in so many regions. We're probably going to see the X days since Corki was played and BDD's Corki win rate because he's played in Corki metas in the past. But this is right now extremely common. This is not really a niche pick. It is for the LCK, but not outside of here.
Yeah, and of course, Corki just does magic damage anyway, no matter what he builds. It's just sort of like his thing. However, I think going for the more poke burst damage-based build makes some sense here. Is right now, Karis having a pretty good time up against the Corki. Always the only skin you're allowed to go. I know old Chaos fans out there are like Red Baron Corki is cool, but I don't think it's exactly the case. Is BDD going to lose out on that trade just a little bit? As both of these mid laners now just going through these corrupting charges as much as possible.
Yeah. It's very annoying to play this one out as Corki early on.
Let's hit that level 2 now. Gatling gun first is interesting, but Karis gets there very quickly as well.
Yeah.
Getting a little bit dangerous here for BDD by the looks.
Because, when you don't have 3, you have no escape. So trading like this, every time you back off against the sustained damage of a Victor at this stage, who also went for the Aerie to harass you, means that you're basically, every time you trade and you have your Gatling gun out, you're losing DPS in that. So this is Actually, I think small misplays here in the trades for BDD that'll actually force him to back early.
That was almost like flash Q auto death ray dead.
Yeah.
But Karis not wanting to go for it, not wanting to get baited into anything. As here on the bottom side, SamD taking a little bit of damage here, and as we expected, the Karma Ezreal should be pushing this wave. Never know. Certainly Aphelios can turn some things around. And BDD using his teleport very, very early. Got himself a control ward, just refilled his corrupting stacks, and not exactly having as good a time as he was in the last game. Maybe his Corki's just a little bit rusty.
Yeah, and it's, you know, very different nowadays. This is Kana on the Jace. We definitely have to talk about this. I mean, love him or hate him. I know Kana is one of the most polarizing players we have in the LCK, depending on what team you're a fan of.
Yep.
But his Jace, I personally thought was incredible. His win rate speaks to that as well.
Oh yeah,
72% across so many games, and so early on in this player's career too.
Well, BDD getting some extra money back from that first strike there. Not exactly winning trades, but you are winning trades, right? Because of the first strike. But once again, he's down to like 200 health.
Yeah,
it's getting a little bit dangerous.
You don't have a teleport this time, and you're not getting that much first strike gold, so...
Yeah, Karis's back is going to be a little bit more valuable here than BDD's. Is on fleek in the area, but you can see BDD playing towards the correct side of the map, as you would expect.
Yeah, he also knows he's got Dread here to back him up, so just wants to force the early teleport back, and he'll be totally fine. Yep, he's got his biscuits and another corrupting pot, so... That looked really scary, maybe to the layman, but he's actually totally fine.
Yeah. Some shoes as well as a ring. Karis in a pretty good spot here on the Victor. As we know, Victor very strong at the moment. Let's see whether this Corki is going to be enough to get over the line. Right now, you've got a slight advantage for Humble Life Esports. A lot of it to do with this bottom side of the map. Still yet to clear out these minions under the turret, so not really anything to write home about, as you would expect. And Karis just holding this wave here and should be very, very happy. Of course, Karis having a rough time in game number 1, being the Syndra against the Azir Lee Sin. This time around should be feeling a little bit better, especially with the fact that that crown build is so much more prevalent on the Victor.
When you're forced out a lane like this, one of the things you can do, I've been playing a lot of quirky games recently, is this is a really nice poke Kana here.
Yep.
Well, one of the things you can do in desperate situations like this, and often in bad matchups too for the Corki, or if you die early, is to buy the cull and just kind of sit on it, grab a tier, because this is really gold efficient early on, and it's going to help you CS as well. And you're going to get a lot of extra gold from this slowly over time. You're not trying to rush this matchup. You're kind of playing it back. You're playing it safe. So I do appreciate the approach here we're seeing from BDD, given the matchup, given the scenario. This is a good opportunity for Dread if he can hit that Q.
Oh, Boss Bump does a fair bit of work there. Is Q going to be blocked by that minion? Minion MVP right now for Humble Life Esports. Level 5 going to get collected here by Dread on his way through. A little bit of tax. I like it. Respect it. As Effort begins to just exit the lane. As per usual, Gravity Field going to get a nice little stun there onto BDD.
That was a really nice placement of that Gravity Field. Non-Fleek is nearby.
Yeah. BDD able to grab the cannon and understands that he can't really push any further forward. So much deep vision here going towards that blue buff. I know exactly when BDD is making his way around.
Cool thing too is you can threaten BDD here, you can push him in like this, and he's going to go ahead and grab the Raptor camp, but they might actually be able to look for a Drake play here too with all the pressure that's on the bottom side of the map. Look at the collapse in right now. And this is where you clear that ward and something gets a little bit scarier here. Like he's going to be able to take this Scuttle as, yeah, you can't miss it.
Well, Karis is going to take a little bit of burst damage here from BDD, who has managed to hit level 6, so he'll have those rockets.
So finally, BDD can actually fight back, which is this is the big moment where things can turn around very quickly. And Scuttle taken. They still haven't seen that control ward, sadly. There, haven't decided to clear it out. They don't need it spotted.
Pretty high value for Nongshim as well, being able to keep tabs on when on fleek will be starting this one up. Of course, stopped him from doing it in game number 1, which is why they were able to get such a big tempo lead during that game. I respect it a lot. Voodoo, though, is actually keeping up quite nicely against this Jace, showing that the Gragas doesn't fare too badly in this situation.
Yeah, Dread also is Clearing off some wards was spotted here, so it gave a nice opportunity for OnFleek to back. He was in a safe spot to do so. Wasn't going to be any of his camps being taken away. It's very aggressive trade.
That's the flash forward, but Effort, oh no, the auto was still on cooldown, so wasn't able to get the stun before the arcane shift. That was a bit of a misplay as now flash on cooldown for Effort.
Yeah, that's really rough. Both summoners burned here, namely the flash, as you mentioned, being the more important of those two. And that was a huge opportunity, kind of whiffed away there, sadly. And yeah, you know, you mentioned this matchup going pretty well for Dudu, all things considered. It really is. And he's also not building tanky, it doesn't look like here, because he's got his last chapter here. Yeah. And so this is going to be a completely different style of Karma and Gragas. He's going to be looking for burst instead of kind of being engage only. And that's the assumption. We'll see how the build progresses.
Yes.
Yep, I feel like should be fine. I do like tank Gragas just a little bit more, especially right now. And especially into a Jace. But now Nongshim trying to position around this Rift Herald. Some tussling as Shelly has been here for about a few seconds. OnFleek now in trouble. Crescent Guards heads over towards Shelly. Asks for a help. True Shot Barrage is going to fly away. And Dudu is, of course, on his team. Is now Dudu looking for the solo kill. In goes Canna. Tries to flash around, but it doesn't quite work. The solo kill is there. As now BDD down very, very low. Gets himself over the wall. OnFleek at about 100. But there is a man advantage here for Harmalife Esports. Big misplay on the top side. Really giving Harmalife Esports all of the avenues in. Now Vista trying to fight against Dread, who wants to get himself out, but he's not going to be able to. It's in fact the Karma that locks down the kill. This is an absolute disaster for Nongshim. Effort tries to save it. The flash from BDD is completely wasted, and this could be a delayed ace for Harmalife Esports.
It is a very, very large amount of gold going over the side of Harmalife Esports here. They will be able to pick up the Eye of the Herald as well, and this fight was so desperately forced around that 8-minute timing. As we're going to watch this, I guess, from this angle first here, as this is where things like Kana actually gets a nice trade up here, and I think that's kind of one of the go buttons here for Nongshim to actually engage. But I want to actually see the Corki more than anything else. Okay, we're watching this. Dudu didn't know how close to death he was, but does end up getting the kill there, and that's part of why they end up winning this war of attrition. But
Flash was so sad.
You have that 8-minute mark timing you're hitting here as the Corki, where you have your package available. You want to look for this Rift Herald fight, but you lose your top laner at the beginning of this, and in an extended fight, once again, there's way more damage with a Karma helping to sustain through and a Victor on the other side. Like, you don't win this extended fight, but you've got to try because you're locked in now. And as the Rift Herald isn't taken and it resets, it's just like, they got their cake and they ate it too.
It was just the most huge disaster for Nongshim ever. As Vista's pretty happy with how that one went.
It was kind of a disaster across the board for Nongshim, and I hate to say it, but this is where things can get really difficult to recover from with this composition too, because you have now Gragas who's feeling a lot better about where he is at in the lane with that extra gold that he was able to pick up. And you have a Victor who's starting to really come online faster than this Corki.
Well, Canna's still doing okay as far as these trades are concerned, but you can see 500 gold in the lead. The only advantage for Nongshim is in that jungle role. OnFleek now should just be comfortably able to take this Mountain Drake. And that means that they're going to have advantages absolutely everywhere. Still sitting on Shelly as well, available to be put down to grab that extra gold. So despite the fact that they already have a 2,000 gold lead, that is only going to extend as those two guaranteed plates are still sitting there.
Yeah, and Victor, in this particular case, and we often do see the crown taken, you know, in this meta because it makes him basically immortal. But he actually has a lot of opportunities now because he's been able to get this pretty stable mid-game. They got that extra Rift Herald power. That's going to give them control over this second break very likely if timed correctly. And gonna stop the back there, but he doesn't necessarily have to build it is what I'm getting at here. He does lock it in just as I say it, so he's gonna have a lot of safety. That's the build he chooses. But look at Corki right now. He still hasn't finished his Cull just yet. His tier isn't stacked. He's got a Caulfield's Warhammer. Like, he's so piecemeal right now that he, at this moment in time, with no package either, is so low impact on this game.
Yeah,
It's going to take a long time.
It is definitely going to take a while for BDD to get up there. That being said, when the Mirror Mana is completed, and he does have the Mana Mune now at least, he's going to be building towards his Mythic. We'll see exactly what option he is going to take there, as Kana going to get boomed back towards the turret, tries to the skies to get out, and is going to be able to do so. Kana now looking for his opportunity, but remember what happened last time. I got very nervous, not going to lie, but Dread was at least there to try and help out.
Dudu also had Flash, or I guess it's just now coming up, so take it back. But that's a really scary position to be in as Kana.
Shelly?
Yeah.
He's going to go for the back door. I like it.
Yeah, I mean,
just efficient path.
It doesn't matter which way you hit a turret, you know?
No, exactly. Exactly. Going to get all of that money over to SamD and to On Fleek. And well, now Harmer Life just continuing to surge ahead. 3,000 gold now. As Nongshim, yes, they do have once again a decent amount of scaling, and of course, you know, their poke composition in the later stages is going to be formidable. But poke from behind is not exactly the greatest, as Effort once again struggling with these auto attacks, unable to poke Shelly in the eye, so she'll get her second charge. Kana though now with another, you know, few seconds in order to get this this plate gold, and should be able to do so. Still is going to be a force to be reckoned with. Given the fact that all of that extra plate gold will be going straight over to the Jace.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. He picks that up there. The timing of Dudu's ultimate is just barely off and is able to grab it right before those minions are cleared. BDD, you know, in 9 CS worth of minions is going to hit a little bit of extra gold, but it's not going to be enough to even build half of his next item that he wants so desperately to go down that AP.
Hey, he's 9 minions away from the cull, though, so there's that cash.
That's what I'm saying. He's going to get the cash in, but it's still not going to be like, it's not going to be the moment where he suddenly gets a second item here, whereas the Victor is getting closer and closer, is stacked up to quite a bit of gold, already has his upgraded boots here.
Yep.
Now this would be a really nice catch. Dread is able to identify there's no vision here.
Ooh, Dudu might try and go for this, decides not to.
They are really trying to sell this idea. BDD coming up as well. This is quite an odd macro decision here from Nongshim, because it's not like there's a Rift Herald up right now. They're 44 seconds away from that. They're losing control of the bottom lane. Like, look at how much money Karis is going to obtain for free from this failed rotation here. And also, Jace is AFK over here. Like, Gragas is pushing into the turret.
Yeah,
On Fleek's positioning so great. It's a nice control ward, and this was a big botched rotation from Nongshim for sure.
But I mean, they can't go down to the bottom side, right? They haven't actually got enough vision. There's so much control from Harmer Life Esports that's an overextension without that that outer turret there. So they had to wait for that minion wave to come to them. BDD is going to catch that one. It just shows that, you know, the tempo is now being thrown back in the face of Nongshim, purely based on that first botched fight that Harmer are doing very, very well capitalizing on.
It's very LCK to see a very poorly, you know, a Rift Herald fight that goes very badly decide a game.
Yeah.
I don't want to say this one is over. There's still, I mean, we're still on the edge of opportunity here for Nongshim, but it is going to be a very uphill battle. They are grouped now as the Rift Herald spawns, and they do have a little bit of control over the vision around these brushes, but I mean, they don't have the ability to actually engage. They kind of just have to sit here and wait, and they're trapped between a rock and a hard place because Dudu's here. He's got his Everfrost ready.
There's still going to be a lot of opportunities in situations like this when Hanwha are grouped up. But the vision control is going to be a huge part of this. And right now, Nongshim kind of sharing it, working out quite nicely. That Shock Blast not going to quite find the mark, and these rockets also getting avoided nicely from Hanwha.
I mean, yeah, you have to hit the rockets, you know, for them to do anything. But even when they do hit at this stage, they're still not hitting that hard yet. But that's my biggest concern here for Nongshim's game plan, is they don't have hard poke right now, and the clock is working against them. This is a sneaky move. And he does have teleport available, and it's unleashed now.
Indeed, but does now not have the package for a potential fight. As Baron's going to be up in 3.5 minutes. We'll see whether Shirley gets some attention before that, but right now it's just mid-control. And that wave is sort of dying against the turret.
I mean, he's like hiding over here, but there's nothing he can do. He's not a flanking Corki.
Whoa.
Crouching Tiger, Hidden Corki was definitely not the title of that.
True Shot Barrage going to do a lot of work onto Effort there. Oh no, Party Cask from Dudu. And now Kana looking to try and capitalize, but still Dudu's quite strong. Oh my goodness, Ghost. That's danger. Hextech Drake is going to fall down in the meantime, and we've got a Chemtech Soul. Oh no.
First time.
Yep. there it is. So now we've got a lot of camouflage action happening, and on fleek gonna flash forward. Goodbye, BDD.
Yeah, I mean, BDD is so desperate for gold right now. Like, he has to try to use his ultimate to CS, and he puts himself in harm's way. He's in flash range there on fleek going in. Doesn't even have to ult. Now, the opportunity cost, of course, is that this turret falls on the top side of the map. But if I'm HLE Esports, I'm very happy with this because now I've got a nice setup for this, Baron Pit controlling the vision here. They're going to try to grab this Herald, it looks like. But also, you've removed Corki from the map. He can't get money.
Also, Judo. Oh, that was an outplay.
Sleek.
Yeah, really like it. Karras now looking to try and capitalize even further as Dread's making his way out. Teleport's coming in. Effort going to be augmented by BDD as On Fleek comes on through. Oh, the True Shot Barrage! Hits under 3 and takes down Dread on its way through. Beautifully done from Samdi, and that's going to make it 7-1 in favor of HLE, and they'll take the second Rift Herald as well.
Yeah, I mean, when BDD is off the map like this, you can play aggressively. You can punish that rotation from Dread. Dread is so desperately trying to grab a Dudu there without the turret. The flash is perfect from the Gragas. Dudu gets out scot-free, and then you're stuck. You don't have any options. I mean, BDD is trying to get any piece of gold he can on the map. He's trying to stack those last few stacks of his Muramana completed. He's got half of the Ludens now. Like, we're slowly almost there, but the problem is all the map is going away before you're hitting your spikes. So the spikes are coming online for Dudu, for Karras, and Samdi is starting to explode here.
Yeah.
So the tempo is just going to be too fast, and there's no space for this slow poking Corki and this Kana Jace to really help you get back into the game.
And Samdi is going to be very, very close to putting his crown together as well, meaning that the burst damage is not going to affect him as much as we check out On Fleek, locking down this Corki. All too easy.
Yep. Easy call, easy flash there. Dudu with the huge outplay here, and now the teleport comes through. You got the Everfrost, forces a counter flash. Look at the Drake pit, or rather the Baron pit here. No one on the side of Nongshim is in position to actually cut anybody off or contest. They should be getting out of here. They end up getting the True Shot Barrage kill, and everybody has to get the hell out. It's another Rift Herald. I mean, the gold lead is not that huge, but the power that's in these carries, the Ezreal and the Victor, is where we're really seeing the gap.
Yeah, absolutely. Nongshim trying to get it all back together. It is only 3,000 gold, I guess.
It's huge. It's not as big as we have seen.
And also Dudu is really dead. Vista also trying to come on round. Does get the empowered Q, but otherwise not too much. So doubling the kill score on the side of Nongshim. And that is going to be a second one going over to Effort. So we're gonna put that in the cons column just a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit of that for sure. Yeah, definitely not as good as it could have been.
Yeah. Still, money's money, right?
Money's money. You'll definitely take it. It's going to give you a little bit of freedom as well on the bottom side of the map. You notice Kana is able to push freely there. Does have... that's actually not his control ward, so...
This goes down very, very quickly as well, as now On Fleek's going to be spotted coming out of the Chemtech camouflage, or the camouflage, as it's not known as that.
Dudu is coming up right now with Unleashed Teleport, so that's going to be about as far as he can go there, as we're going to watch this pick once again. Dread just hides where he is. Dudu has no ward here. And then a nice follow-up to the kick. Yep. Everybody else is just like, well, sorry, man. Gotta get out of here. But that's a little bit of breathing room for Nongshim for sure, because time is of the essence here for this Corki to come online. And if you can get a kill, it means that you open up the map a little bit. Maybe you could set provision on this next string.
Yeah, Dread now looking to come in for an opportunity. Samdi hitting these Mystic shots very nicely. Arcane shifting himself out of this one for the moment. Looks like Hanwha setting up for this Chemtech Drake. It's going to be coming up in 50 seconds time, and right now they do have a lot of vision control in the area. Nongshim now holding on to this control ward here.
It's so huge.
Not enough.
It's a control war leapfrog game now with this Chemtech Rift. That's why you see 9 in the inventories across the Rift here. Because you really need to slowly use them to push across, especially when the poke comp here for Nongshim is so hindered by this Rift in particular, because it can't see what they're firing at.
Ooh, that shot blast was sick though from Kana. That's helping out. BDD has the package as well if they do want to pull this trigger. This is actually one of the strongest moments for Nongshim that we've seen this game.
They've got a really small window here. They got to use it.
Yeah. Well, Rift Herald is going to go down. That will deter, and it's going to just march up that bottom lane. Ghost taking a bit of damage. Does have red-white guns, which is certainly a good sign for Nongshim. Doesn't help with the poke, though. Calibrum would be nice for that one. Is now Dread able to wrap around, and Shirley is just going to cram her head into that inner turret. Canna's going to have to flash, get himself out of the way as the package was used as well on Fleek. Has to ult early, and Ghost is nowhere near this fight. The rest of Nongshim grouping around this Drake, but a slight disconnection. Not having their Aphelios is certainly bad news.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really tough to contest here now for Hanwha Life Esports. But the Rift Herald is getting worked on top, so it's not all for free.
Yep, can Ghost get into this fight actually is going to be the question, as BDD's in trouble. The Chaos Storm doing work onto Effort in the meantime. They do manage to lock down the Drake, but Lee Sin has to trade his life, as Canna with no flash is just going to fall down. The gravity field is just beautiful, and that is going to do it. Dudu almost falls down, but will survive in the end. And it's another one fight for Hanwha Life Esports, but not Soul Point.
Yeah, it's not Soul Point, and that's pretty huge because, I mean, the Victor, who already has Crown, on top of the items he will have when that Soul is coming around, and then the ability to resurrect and then do it all again is definitely something you don't want to be dealing with here as Nongshim. Now, Hanwha Life Esports is going to take this mana badge and try to turn it into a sneaky Baron. This is extremely greedy.
Yeah, this is risky, as this is a poke comp. Remember, this is exactly where Nongshim want them. Can they bait Nongshim in? That's a lot of damage there with that big one coming through. Effort going to take a fair bit of damage here as Ghost off to the side. That dredge line was definitely going to be death, and Hanwha Life Esports do it. They just lock down the Baron, and they'll walk their way out. Ghost takes a lot of damage, not going to be able to snipe the kill onto Effort, which is what Samdi was looking for, but still, I mean, this is huge for Hanwha.
I mean, you could just see, as we're going to watch, we're going to go all the way back to this fight. You mentioned it. I mean, the most critical thing here is Ghost's inability to fight. And, you know, even though he has a nice Moonlight Vigil here, doesn't have the ability to use it with, like, he doesn't get a utility with the guns he has with it. So, just not helpful at all. They lose this war of attrition. You could see Kana, you know, in these fights, and also BDD, are just really not able to make a dent. Unfortunately, they're
just disconnected, and like the lack of coordination is really showing here for Nongshim this game.
Yeah, much more than the previous one where, you know, we saw a really nicely coordinated game from them. Ludens is done here for BDD, but even still, like, it's so...
Secret Agent Dread up here on the top side, though.
Yeah,
That's an epic flank if he does decide to come on over.
BD is level 12. He just hit 13. But I mean, that's part of the reason why these rockets aren't doing that much damage as well. He's out of them at the moment.
Yep, Shock Blast working out there. True Shot Barrage is going to go wide. Dread is spotted on his way in. And now finds himself on the wrong side of this one.
He's like, can I back really fast? No, definitely not.
Well, Dudu going to come on over. Everfrost is going to do a fair bit of work there, locking down Kana, but I don't know whether Dudu necessarily wins this fight. Kana's not going to go for it either, though, especially with Baroned up minions there around the side. Gromp not there, so Dread's going to have to continue taking his merry way out of this one. Karas is the one that's decided he wants to do this one. Kana has no flash, but is still going to be able to boot Dudu away. Slink off into the Chemtech smoke.
It's pretty incredible how much time Nongshim buy here, actually, in this scenario. And, okay, hold that thought.
Yeah, that's very dead VDD. Now Effort trying to make his way out. The Shock Blast does some work, but not quite enough, as the Inspire Shield's there as well, and the inner turret will eventually go down.
I mean, 3 deaths on BDD is 3 times he's not soaking up that gold he so desperately needs. Obviously, now he's at least got the 2 items spike, but he spent so much time off the Rift that he's so far behind. He's been 2 levels behind Karas for quite some time.
Oh, wow. And Sunday as well. That's... okay, thankfully there is the Mythic in order to get Ghost out of the way. The Gale Force, of course.
I mean, this is the push to win here for Hanwha Life Esports. They get a single pick here, and it's all over. Not to mention the bottom inhibitor is open, basically.
Well, that's a great body slam there as the kickback finally works onto Dudu. I think he's going to die this time as the Q is going to be avoided. All right, Dudu, kind of like this level of swagger.
And he's in Chemtech Rift. It's hard to chase.
Yeah. Q, oh, just barely missed. Can we have another range buff onto that ability? And now they're just wasting time. Even if Dudu dies here, it's still worth, as the Shock Blast will connect, but Dudu's out of there.
He's out. They gave everyone enough time to reset.
Yeah, package delivered here as the teleport's going to come forward. The ult does come out from on fleek, but Karas is going to make his way in. Chaos Storm comes down as well. A lot of damage onto BDD and Effort. He has to take it as well. So Nongshim unable to get anything here, and Hammerlife Esports just running them around the rift.
They really are just running them around the rift, and a lot of time has been wasted. The package ends up being another failure for BDD. He hasn't gotten really massive value out of any of them. Except the zoning we saw around the Drake fight wasn't even really a strong win for them in that moment. And this Corki pick has really been what we have to zoom in on. His laning was weak on it, which is uncharacteristic for BDD, one of the best laners here in the LCK. Laned poorly, died multiple times, was picked several times, and then just really didn't get any value out of this build. His damage, you know, is not going to be as high as a Corgi is supposed to look when we see that post-game damage graph, unless this game goes on for 10 more minutes, which, based on where we are right now, I don't expect to happen. This is not going to be the prevention that we saw earlier of this next Chemtech. It is absolutely in Hanwha hands, and Nongshim are just kind of licking their wounds. At least they have that one buffer Drake.
That's true.
That's
I mean,
all
getting that Drake is actually high value for Nongshim, absolutely. But I mean, it's a very small consolation prize. As BDD now with that Ludens is able to at least help with the wave clear, but it looks like this inhibitor turret will go down. BDD has to Valkyrie to get himself out of the way, and that will guarantee this inhibitor to fall. The pressure is continuing for Hammerlife Esports.
Kana's pushing over here. He does have Unleashed Teleport, so he can come back and try to stop them with a flank, and maybe even pick up
a bit of
his
extra
bounty.
gold, theoretically, as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's bounty plus inner turret. It's going to be pretty massive for them.
This is some vintage Kana as well.
He doesn't have a great teleport ward to flank on. He's going to have to rely on this team coming over here on the side. It's just a little bit too little, too late. Maybe they can grab 2 bounty turrets, though, with this mid turret available. It's still not as a great situation for them, but they're at least throwing up some of that gold deficit.
That is very true. So actually clawing back a fair bit, to be honest. It was down to about 8,000 gold, the lead for Hammerlife. Now sitting closer to 5. So not too bad. All right, so Chemtech Soul, not quite there just yet. Not going to be seeing too many Scion cosplays here from Hammerlife.
Yeah,
for another 4.5 minutes at least.
The individual buff is not going to be too great either for Hanwha Esports in this case against Nongshim's comp, because they're not running any traditional tanks here.
True.
So, I mean, it's slightly helpful, but you're really just building towards the soul. That is going to be the real kicker. I mean, almost arguably stronger than Elder, you know, in some compositions like this one.
Yep. Now Dread gonna get spotted, can safeguard over, gets the kickback onto OnFleek, but that is a lot of tools now gone, and by a lot I mean just one, but still, it's a big tool.
It's huge though, it's pretty massive. That's one of your best engage tools, one of your best opportunities to get a pick. You know, it's one of your miracle tools. You could maybe land an amazing kick and get yourself back into the game.
Sandy avoiding these shock blasts that are raining down from Kana, who's still very strong. Like, this Jace is still huge.
Yeah.
He's 70 CS in the lead and does do a lot of damage.
And he's got the Soreldas now. Yep. Help do a little bit more poke. He's going to have a lot, you know, put a dent in that Gragas when push comes to shove. But Hanwha Esports are just using these control wards, the fact that there is the Super Minion Wave and this Chemtech Rift to try to push a Baron away. This is Chemtech in the works right here in the LCK and Pro game. It's happening.
Yeah, it's happening, and it's kind of awful.
It's miserable for the poke champions. They can't see, right? I mean, for Corki and for Jace in this particular case, it's hellish to have to play on this Rift right now.
Well, Kana's going to have to go back trying to defend this Nexus turret. He's not going to be able to do so.
And they won't get the Baron either.
Well, they might have an opportunity. I mean, Dread does have Smite available. Might need to be an absolute hero here as the Moonlight Vigil does come through. Fair bit of damage, but Ghost is also going to take that True Shot Barrage. Good knock-up onto Dudu there by the Baron. Thank you very much, Baron, for that one. Maybe a Nongshim fan, as another knock-up does come in.
They bought time
yeah, Dread's going to come through, but not going to be able to steal it away. It's OnFleek that has the right Smite finger, and that is the second Baron for Hammerlife Esports.
And they get the inhibitor, which leads to the first Nexus turret to fall. Hanwha Esports, with this Baron buff, the timing of it should allow them to push all 3 waves and have excellent vision control around this Chemtech Rift and the, of course, Chemtech Soul that comes with it, that they're going to win the game with if they take it. You're out of options here as Nongshim. It felt like you're out of options forever up until this point.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're talking like you're really out of options. The third item here for BDD looks like it's going to be the I dropped him a name on the one he just locked in just there, the magic resist item, and that's like really telling the story of this game
Yeah. The more Malmortius?
Yes, Malmortius. That is.
Hey,
that
did
is
a lot
the
of
story.
damage to Vista there. Nice work, BDD, but they are going to lose their inhibitor in this mid lane. Nongshim circling the drain right now. Harmful Life, they just had the right answers throughout this game. Yes, that first Baron was risky, but it paid off. Bit of a 50-50 on the second Baron, but still, On Fleek was able to find it. And so really nicely done, and honestly, I kind of thought that this Harmful Life Esports was going to be a big old downgrade and that Nongshim was the team that we should be looking out for. But in this game, Harmful Life really defying our expectations. Samd as well has just been brilliant on this Ezreal. And this time around, Karis was not shut down. And he's showing us why he was so good in Challenger.
Yeah, and BDD really dropping the ball in this Corki pick, I have to say. Felt like a flex considering Kana picking up that blind Jace, and it is not working out.
Well, that's a cast. Not exactly one that's going to do too much now as Dread thinks that this is his opportunity, but he gets exploded before he could do anything. The Crescent Guard comes down and On Fleek is immortal, dives on forward, and Ghost going to have to try and get to the fountain. He's unable to do so. It's a double kill for Samd. Kana is well and truly dead as On Fleek grabs that kill, and the Nexus evaporates as Harmful Life Esports will bring us to Game 3.
It's a really dominant game, and it's hard for me to even cast my POG vote here because it's really kind of across the board where we saw a lot of power on this roster. And I think
On Fleek probably deserves it, to be honest.
It was a lot of power from On Fleek's. Samd had a lot of control with his True Shot Barrages, was able to pick off several kills, did a ton of damage in those longer fights, but Karis also shutting BDD down early on meant that...
Dude, solo killed Canner as well?
Yeah, I mean...
Like, if there could be a more opposite game to Game 1, it would be Game 2.
Yeah,
we found it.
You know, someone asked me, I have a Harmful Life Esports friend back in the States, and he asked me, like, okay, like, let's be real. Like, how does Han will win a single game in this series? You know, like, tell me, give me the good news, Wolf. And I said, I think the best way is if Nongshim botch a draft real bad. And I don't think this is per se botching a draft real bad, but botching the execution on what was that blind Jace Kana pick that has even cost T1 games at times. That led to, okay, well, we're going to go down the poke route. We're going to play this Corki. We're going to actually try to out-rotate them around the map, even though they have a Karma, they have the Xin Zhao, they have this insanely powerful Ezreal comp that's going to be great if it gets ahead. And I feel like I'm the biggest cheerleader of BDD in the whole world, but I can't say good things about how that laning phase went, to be totally frank.
No, you don't even need to be frank at all. In fact, it was just bad. He just did not manage to make that one work. And yes, he did a lot of poke damage, of course. That's how it's going to work. Yes, Kana doubled the damage of Dudu, but it doesn't actually matter because they're a poke comp. That's exactly what they're supposed to do. And Harmful Life Esports were able to navigate it. And I think a lot of it had to do with that bottom side. I think the first pick, Karma, really demonstrating how powerful she is there on the bottom side. All of that extra movement, all of that extra control of tempo around the map looked really nice on the side of Harmful Life.
The other thing to consider too here is the Chemtech Soul made the comeback here for Nongshim almost impossible. Like the Drake actually played a huge impact and their ability to try to chip away and fight their way into these longer fights so Ghost can come in and finish off those targets, pop that ultimate, Dread comes in, right? Like, part of your chip with that Corki and the Jace usually allows Dread to come in frontline for Ghost, but when you don't have any vision and the Chemtech Rift is out there, I mean, this is what people are complaining about.
Yeah, no, it's really rough, but there is still a deciding match. Thankfully, this is best of 3, and we are going to go to the analyst desk after a short break.
들어갈 필요 없어.
타워 치자.
타워 쳐봐, 타워 쳐봐. 얘네가 들어와, 얘네가
들어오는 거 볼게. 들어오는 거 볼게.
얘네가 들어와야 돼.
리신 볼게. 리신 마크했어.
꺾어. 에이스부터. 혼자 밀어.
나 앞에 앞에.
끝났다.
앞에 마무리.
나이스.
아래. 나 봐줄게.
치명 끝나.
나 토르피 죽일 사람.
없어. 나이스.
잘했다.
You wanna mess with him? You got to deal with me first. Again? Oh, come on. Whoa, got to hurry. That's my team you're messing with. Lightning in a gun coming through. If the Chem Barons couldn't keep me down, no one can. Just a little closer. Woohoo! Got him. Change of plans. Let's make sure we go out with a boom! Wow, intense. I guess Mom was right. The bigger they are, the faster they fizzle. Not again.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see.
Welcome back, everybody, to the analyst chairs, not desk, Atlas. I don't know what you were listening to before, but we are the analyst chairs. Please get it right next time. I'm here with Mao, Chronicler. How are you feeling after that game? Actually, a fight back from Hanwha Life Esports to take it.
I was very pleasantly surprised by Hanwha. I was not so pleasantly surprised by Nongshim, because a lot of the issues, as we'll see that later as we go into the highlights as well, that were there for Nongshim in the first game were kind of hidden by the fact that they played the early game so well. This time around, basically the opposite, and then all the issues that they had came into the forefront. In particular here, I think the response from Hanwha Life drafting into that Aphelios specifically was just beautiful. Ghost as Aphelios has been feared, I think justifiably so, but there are certain drafts where the champions can't really do anything, and the same goes for Jace, right? Like, I feel like both of those two champions were just invalidated by either the outrange or the punish potential with the Gragas and the Jhin, and then from that point on, Nongshim also went in very aggressive early.
Yeah, and we do have a highlight actually that will show us a little bit of that early game, I don't know, feistiness. It's almost like they brought in some of that action from game number 1, and they said, well, we can just do whatever we want, but a lot of stuff happens in this one. It's a long replay that we have brought out here because it starts with this 1v1 in the top lane.
And a lot of key skills missing there, right? Even it starts off, and I think makes sense that Kana goes in here because Dudu misses both body slam and his barrel, but then opting in here as Nongshim with the amount of scaling that you have, in addition to the fact that your top laner is dead, you don't need to all in for this. You have incredible tools later in the game, just backfires immensely. Vista single-handedly deals with Dread here, is then going to assist the rest of his team. And a problem that we saw in the previous game that we're going to see more throughout the other highlight as well is the target selection. For both these two teams, you see so many of these low health bars, and if that keeps happening consistently, it can feel very close, and yet the end result here is that it's a delayed ace, and then you're down so much, and from that point on, Nongshim never really could come back.
Yeah, it's just something that we've highlighted many times in the LCK, and it's not only the LCK, as you pointed out to me during the game, but a lot of regions are just like, we have to fight over this Rift Herald. We must get this. It's too big of an objective, and sometimes it bites you in the butt. Like, you have so much scaling, you're down a member, why do you have to force that fight? Not 100% sure, but at least Hanwha Life were able to do a good job of coming back with that lead and actually going on to win the game. We are going to take a look at our second replay and also highlight how Hanwha Life were able to follow up and pick up some more victories in the game.
Because here we're going to see the similar issue that we had earlier on, right? Where the amount of pressure generated is nice. Of course, you have the poke on that's available here. And a lot of the poke lands. But then that in of itself doesn't prove to be enough. And I think Nongshim at this point needs to be a real unit and actually make a call. Are we going to go all in? Because you have the tools, right? You see a lot of this poke lands. You have a Nautilus that has flash available. You can go in here. But instead, there's a Herald that's going to crash on bot side. So Hanwha Life says, yeah, we're completely fine playing it slow here, able to pick up the kill subsequently with a nice flash from Dudu. And again, this is the indecisiveness. Nongshim just waits and waits, and then it's Hanwha who says, well, if you're just going to keep waiting, we also have considerable range. We have considerable poke between the Ezreal and the Victor that are online at this point, also due to their acceleration that was found earlier. And from that point on, there's just nothing to be done for Nongshim, really.
Yeah, there's a lot of disorganization, and I think that Nongshim really need to come back with a stronger look in the third game. And even just watching the Aphelios in that fight, it really highlights what we were talking about in the draft. He wasn't in the right position to even fight there. He wasn't with his team on the Dragon, and he was totally zoned out by Gragas and the range from Victor. So he was like, what am I going to do? I don't know.
And I think that what we do see here, and we saw it in the first game as well, is that Nongshim just clean it up and they'll probably be fine. I think individually we still saw a lot of moments where these players show why they're so feared. BDD really playing around his limits, maybe a little bit over them with the early laning phase against Karis. But I think if you go back and you replay that game and they don't get aced like 8-9 minutes in, then you have a completely different game.
Absolutely. I mean, they scale up, it's an even, mid-game even, and then you just kind of outscale them and you're feeling pretty good. So I think maybe Nongshim perhaps just underestimating them. And right now it's the first game of the season, right? So it's like, well, let's just go crazy, right? That's their MO, and they're just going to play these team fights very crazily, maybe make a couple of dumb mistakes early on, but we were expecting definitely from Nongshim that they should be at least a top 5 team here in the LCK. That game didn't really represent that, I would say.
No, I agree. I think that for Hanwha Life, individually, a lot of better performances than were expected, right? The one game, or the games that we did see from Karis last year around, not that great, looking a little bit stronger now.
Yeah, for sure. So, guys, we do have our POG ready to go. Let's see who does take it from Hanwha Life Esports for game number 2. It will be on Fleek on the Xinjiao. He did make a lot of big picks happen in this game, and that is why he picks up the POG.
Really interesting. I think there were multiple options. Bot lane also comes to mind. Both Samdi and Vista, particularly in that first fight, was absolutely incredible. But I understand the pick for Onfleek as well if you see the decisiveness with which he leads his team. Really nice knockback here as well. At this point, the Baron buff has been picked up. And this, I think, one of the most key moments. You don't need to flip for this as Hanwha Life, but do regardless. And if the steal comes through here, then this game can turn around, right? You give more time to a Corki to pick up another item. In the end, not going to be enough. Expecting a pretty split vote, and it does actually come out as such.
Yeah, it looks like you and Wolf are on the same page, at least from what I can tell. A couple of Samdi votes for that one, so happy to get some representation. But that's going to do it for this episode of Analyst Chairs. We'll join you after Game 3. Take it away, Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you so much, Valdez, on the analyst chairs. I am so sorry for referring to it as a desk when I...
You just keep drawing attention to the fact that there's no desk there.
I know, it's a bit like...
They worked really hard on that set.
But desks are overrated, and I should not have even said anything about a desk. It should have been straight onto the chairs straight away. So I just want to, I want to again reiterate that I am very, very sorry.
Well, I started it all because I announced we had an analyst desk, and it was really the chair. It was actually at the end of the day.
Yeah. That's all right, it's all right. Hopefully we'll be forgiven if we say analyst chairs correctly more often in the future. Someday going to be getting a bit of a highlight here, and I actually like that you and Chronicle are both on the same page. The only ones on the same page.
Yeah, it's crazy because we didn't even communicate that to each other. We both just kind of felt like he was the MVP of that game, and I thought he just played his role very well. Like, he was very quietly my POG because he didn't have that many incredible moments. Yeah, he had a few snipes with his ultimate, but otherwise, you know, he just outranged, poked, was in the right place at the right time every time, didn't overextend, was never caught, because in a game like this, you know, if Ezreal does get caught even one time, then suddenly you can really collapse in a lot easier as Nongshim. But I think you and I, and also our analyst chairs over there, highlighted pretty well Nongshim's hesitation and lack of coordination, some of the glaring problems that we were a little bit worried might show up early on in the season. And in a draft like this, where they fell behind, like, you could really feel it.
Yeah, they're just going to have to get themselves together. I think that there was a little bit of disrespect being played towards. That first fight was just an absolute disaster in so many fronts. Like, seeing the replay for the third time, I was like, oh wow, Ghost like literally walked into 4 people and died. Like, that was what his play was, while his jungler died to a Karma because Ghost left him alone to die to a Karma. So it was just, the whole thing was just a cacophony of bad stuff. Effort, though, did manage to get a couple of kills, you know, throughout the first 20 minutes, so maybe we're not going to be glaring at him so much, but I'm hoping that when we get into the draft here, it will be a much cleaner Nongshim situation. I think that Karma ban starting to make a bit of sense as well, because it worked out very, very well for Vista.
Karma, Ezreal, Xinjiao has been terrifying so far here in the LCK, that combination of the 3 of them, because you have the Ezreal Karma lane, but then you have the speed ups for the Xinjiao throughout the entirety of the game.
Yep.
It's so frustrating to deal with. Yuumi is off the cards here.
And this time around, it's Nongshim that is going to be on the blue side as we hop into the draft as well. So it is once again the Caitlyn. This time around, the Karma ban going to be avoided, at least for the moment. Could still be happening here, as the first 3 bans were Yuumi, Karma, Kate last time around, and it will remain the same here for Nongshim.
Karma gone. See what that final ban will be. It's the Aphelios, so removing 2 of the top tier AD carries right now. Jinx still available, but less popular here. But I think this is an easy Lee-Sin lock-in.
Oh yeah,
for Nongshim 3 for 3. I mean, there's just no reason not to. There's so many different ways we could pair this. We've already seen 2 different variations of it. So I would be shocked to see them change it up here, and they will not. Shocker.
Yeah, a big surprise. OnFleek doesn't actually have to lock in the Xin just yet. Can wait for Karis's pick in order to do so, and he's going to do it anyway. But the Jhin will be taken away from Ghost as well. Of course, Ghost's most comfortable champion, he does have a skin that is relatively related to him on that particular pick.
Relatively.
Yeah, somewhat.
If you're talking about World Championships and League of Legends players, yeah.
Yes, that's the relation that I was going for.
Not if you're talking about Casper the Friendly Ghost, but
no,
yeah.
no, definitely not.
So I think there's a lot of options here. The Jinx is the one that screams at you. You know, it's the very obvious pick here. You can grab a support pick to pair with it. The Lulu is obviously very common, but Thresh is a really strong option too. And
I'd like to see Effort's Thresh rather than another run back of the Nautilus.
Well, looks like we're just going to see the Graves lock in here for Kana instead. Blind, and we'll see a little bit more flexibility. An Azir pick here too. I wouldn't have hated.
I mean, it's exactly the same draft. Like, we're literally seeing exactly the same draft. TF, Renekton, Aphelios was also the ban, and once again, it's going to be the Tryndamere answer. I don't know whether we're watching a VOD of Game 1. I will need confirmation of that. But if it is Lulu Akali now banned from Harma Life Esports, I'm going to be very skeptical about whether or not this is a new...
They banned the Thresh instead. They're
all right, there we go.
Page as us. Might see the Lulu ban to come with it. On the side of Nongshim here, it's a pretty easy ban to if you wanted to knock out the Leona.
Yeah,
you
it was Leona LeBlanc was taken away by Nongshim last time around. I think Leona makes a lot of sense.
I think it's just a really nice catch-all. It's a very safe ban. It's one of the best options that Jhin can have into any matchup with the Jinx, and that's what they're going to take away.
Yep.
I don't think the LeBlanc is absolutely necessary, but I would like to see Hanwha Life Esports here take away one of the Azir Victor and take the other for themselves, especially if they're going to take the Victor, ban the Azir, and that's what they're going to do, because now you're in a really nice spot to have a scaling advantage in terms of the mid lane, because Victor is going to have more damage throughput than a Syndra will, even though it's one of BDD's best, and they're already kind of going down that path. You limit that synergy also.
No,
with the Lee Sin.
I think that works out. Let's have a look at what the 5th ban is going to be here for Nongshim. They're really taking it down to the wire, and it will just remain the same. So Nongshim, they're going for the VOD route. We're just looking for exactly the same pick. That would mean that Nautilus Azir would have to be locked in, so they're already unable to do that. And Harma Life Esports are, instead of the Syndra, going to go towards this Victor that Karis certainly had much more success on. That's a Seraphine. I'd like to see that from Effort, potentially.
I'm kind of shocked that they banned the LeBlanc instead of the Victor. It seems like such an obvious pick, right? There's the Nautilus. Shocker. I think he's definitely going to lock that one in.
Yep.
But now you get to a little...
Standard Effort here.
You get to a little bit of a tricky spot here. Effort will show, you know... he's going to show this pick again, as he always does. The Nasus. But it's quite difficult, actually, to choose where you want here. Because the Syndra is great for setting up potential ganks and has so much power later on in terms of setting up those objective fights. But when you have a Tryndamere on top of you, you know, you kind of sink or swim very quickly as the Syndra. You're not going to be able to do much damage elsewhere. And, I mean, she can help with that to a certain extent as Set makes a return here.
Yeah, Set support through for Vista on that bottom side. Looking for more of that hard engaged potential. Kind of like it, kind of like it. Saw a little bit of this over in the LPL, so Set support hasn't entirely died just yet. But in a melee matchup there towards the bottom side as far as the supports are concerned, still works out relatively well, and the face breakers can still really cause some issues for Nongshim.
It feels like there's a lot of comfort here for Nongshim. Dread loves his Lee Sin. He's great on melee champions like the Lee Sin, the Xin Zhao. We've talked about this so much. It's one of his best champions. You have Kana on the Graves. We know how much he loves that. You know, Tryndamere to counter it. Arguably, that didn't work out so well in Game 1. Then you've got BDD on the Syndra, and he's going to obviously lane a lot better against a Victor in this game on the Syndra as he did on the Corki previously. But I do have to say, I think I like the draft of Hanwha Life Esports a lot better. You know, the nameplates removed, and we always have to have that caveat sometimes with these rosters, but their comp is so much more well-rounded in terms of late-game consistent damage as well as the ability to side lane. Kana got so fed in Game 1 that we didn't even get to have the conversation, but that will probably not happen again.
Well, we'll see whether it is actually going to be enough to figure it out. I think Karis on the Victor is a better look than what we saw in Game number 1. However, I think Nongshim probably spent some time in the coach's booth being like, Okay, let's get our serious hats on. Game number 2 was not it. We're gonna have to really figure ourselves out, and hopefully it's enough to have at least a closer game, right? Because I don't want to see a team that has as much potential as Nongshim throw away a game like the way that they did around that Rift Herald, and I want Humble Life Esports to have to work for it. And I think that they have a comp that can actually make that work, especially if they play as well as they did in game number 2. But let's see how it goes as we hop onto the Rift here for the deciding match between Nongshim and Humble Life Esports.
You and I have talked about it a lot, both on cast and off cast, but it really does feel like this is a meta in Korea it's so decided by the jungle lead and the tempo that it gives you.
Yeah.
As you're racing towards, scaling up and getting to that mid game. And these are two incredible jungle players. Obviously, Dread is the more recent strong player of these two. They're both playing top tier jungle champions, and I once again do feel to a certain extent how this early to mid game goes, and whether or not BDD can get ahead and then they can start getting that objective swing rolling is going to be based on this Dread Lee Sin. Like, can he get those great kicks after the Scout of the Week comes through, or vice versa to set up for some picks? Not as easy as the Azir, but still very viable and very possible with this combination mid and jungle.
Oh, I agree. BDD now, let's check out this early laning phase. Hasn't gone for first strike this time around, so might not be baited into some just terrible trades like he did in game number 2. As Sumdi and Vista here in this lane a little bit earlier on didn't actually help out on Fleet with his clear. Does mean that Dread will have that slight advantage, but this time he's actually mixing up the route, going towards the Krugs first instead of just heading towards the Wraith camp and then immediately, from to blue and trying to end up towards that top side a little bit earlier to steal away the Krugs from On Fleek.
That was definitely a really huge part of why Kana was able to harass and be so ahead last time too.
Yeah.
Pathing.
A little stun up here from BDD as Karis really suffering the wrath of BDD Syndra that has been always so formidable.
Yeah, I mean, Corki is not really in his wheelhouse of recent champions he's played in the Control Mage matchup scenario, but
yeah.
the Syndra, the Azir, these are the ones you trust.
Yes. Certainly a mastery player is BDD. It's a Gen G mid laners type thing. I mean, Crown was exactly that guy as well.
Yep.
You put him on the Malzahar, you're real happy. Anything else? Not so much. That's all right. Lysandra also was another one. Of course, Fly very good at that particular pick.
We won't get into his Aurelion Soul, but,
Yeah. Hey, his Aurelion Soul was pretty decent. So now Dread going to do exactly the same thing once again.
He will, but the timing of this time, because as you mentioned, he's coming a little bit slower, On Fleek will be able to challenge this. He's going to lose just a little bit of this camp. Kana's going to try to force this. I think this is too greedy. Yeah, he walks out. So a small, very small steal.
Yeah, able to get over and at least spots out exactly where On Fleek is. And Kana, with all of this lane advantage that he does have right now, is able to make sure that Dread is in no issue at all.
And because he slows this down and is able to grab, he hits the bloom, as you can see, checks that On Fleek isn't walking through there. With the control of mid they have, they might be able to double scuttle this. Well, with the bottom push there, I guess he's not going to think about it. He's just going to go ahead and clear his jungle instead. But we have seen a few players try that.
Yep.
Go for the double clear here. Instead, don't trade the scuttles.
Fleet will be able to make his way over there. So Dread not with the advantage that he had last time around, but still parity, absolutely fine. As On Fleek's going to come round. He might actually look for the Krugs, but spots that they are available, and will instead just head back towards the Rift Scuttler. So nothing really to worry about here in the early stages, as Facebreaker is going to connect there. Ghost tries to find the zap onto Vista. Haymaker going to be avoided as the Chompers are down. Vista going to get stunned, but otherwise doesn't take too much as On Fleek. Right place at the right time as this wave is crashing forward to see whether these rockets are actually going to be enough.
They have no vision on him.
Yeah, Zap is going to go entirely wide as well as Ghost flashes himself out of the way. Vista still with turret aggro, almost dies, but doesn't as Effort has to flash to get himself out of the way as well. It was navigated beautifully. They're almost too greedy, but first blood does go to Humble Life Esports.
And, we're going to see a little bit more of blood up here first.
Yep, flash forward. Kana puts him in the smoke screen, and now he has the upper hand. Couple more autos. Flashes now down from both as there's the quick draw first. End of the line is most definitely that, and Canna will be able to take even more as
terrible.
the wave is crashing.
Yeah, terrible timing here as the wave crashes. It's just so fantastic for Kana. Ends up winning out 3-6 for Dudu. He obviously doesn't have that. He's very close, but the decision to actually look for that fight before he has it is what is his undoing, because before 6, you can't force that extra cooldown, right? With the Undying Rage, you can actually live just long enough to get that extra spin and win it all out. Now, On Fleek knows there's no vision here, and they already aggressively put effort down to half health. He knows there's no vision because he went with, you see that ward next to the Raptor camp, he went there, then hit the Scryer's Bloom. So not only was he able to verify the enemy jungle wasn't there, but also that there are no wards to spot him on his way down. And Dudu is looking for this trade. If he has ultimate here, he easily could force it down.
I really like the flash as well from Canna, making him short-sighted and then flashing away, and Dudu being like, where the heck do you go? What's going on here? As On Fleek has now found Dread. Gonna have to get that smite off. Been nerfed a little bit. That particular tactic that is going to work out here for the moment. Ghost not going to find the zap onto Vista just yet. Plate Gold still going over to Nongshim, as we can see, as On Fleek does manage to get his Grump, and BDD now with the inside track, looking for the Xin Zhao, does get himself to the correct side, but look at this, it's a great scatter, but BDD is still dead, manages to take one on the way out, flashes away from Karis, he will still likely die, but that looked so sick. Effort also getting a kill off to the back end, but it's a 2 for 2 and one that looked pretty cool.
Oh, it's a 2 for 2 that looks very cool. It was also very close to disaster there for BDD. If he gets picked before he gets that kill, things could look a lot different. And this is what BDD is famous for on both sides of the coin.
Yeah,
it's the clutch plays that either work out or end up losing you a semifinals of the World Championship.
Oh, no.
It's a very personal sting for me, so I will bring it up a lot.
Yeah, me too.
This one ended up working out okay.
Well, On Fleek, as you can see, it felt like, you know, the Audacious charge in was helping them out, getting them to the right side, and the Chaos Storm just did so much work.
He just flashes, forces the follow flash there from Karis, which is actually pretty massive. So he's not only able to delay this. Excuse me, I got some like almonds in my throat. I was hungry during the break.
Yeah, no, it's completely understandable. It's absolutely fine. Go on.
But yeah, not only able to buy a little bit of extra time there, but also force out the Victor flash.
This is also huge, though, for the top side of the map. Canna, the fact that he was able to crash that wave in to the top outer turret, grab himself almost that plate, but mainly just denying the experience and gold from Dudu. Now has 10 CS advantage, and the Graves is not going to be suffering the same fate that we saw yesterday when Dove was playing the Tryndamere. And you can see Canna just continuously putting on so much pressure up here, and this is how this player likes to play the game, right? Like, just smashing these creeps into the turret over and over again.
Look at the pings, the vision ward pings right above the river there where the control ward is. It's like question mark, vision ping, like they have a control ward there. I can't go up there and help you out because you just walk away. They have vision.
Yep, cute little stun, but On Fleek in the right position, charges towards Dread here and still gets knocked up. Dread wanting to hold on to his kick and does so as Effort not going to get stunned up by the gravity field. And as you can see, the reason why Dread needs that kick is because it's after 8 minutes and Shelly is on the table. Canna very strong right now though. So taking this fight may not necessarily be a similar situation as last time. As scatterly close. Hanwha do grab control of the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, Hanwha are in a fantastic position to control this choke with a Victor, right? And the composition that is going to very easily collapse onto this. Now, Dread can't really look for a kick play here. He doesn't have flash either, so they're just kind of sitting here dead in the water, and this is going to be a free Herald. I think collapsing now would be super risky, and I think ill-advised. Look at all the vision they have, too.
Yeah, Dread actually thinking about maybe going for a potential steal or something like that as Canna dives on forward, gets his face broken though and immediately will blow up. Dread now has to get out, and I'm not entirely sure what that play was.
I mean, this is a showcasing of mind over mechanics. I mean, we could name all the players on the side of Nongshim and talk about how great they are, how fast they are, and how quick their hands are, but this was just not the correct call to make. You were never going to be able to get that steal. HLE Esports just react faster. They have full vision control of anyone rotating mid. They know they could easily collapse 5v2, get the Herald, and get out. And I think sticking around there as Dread was just, I mean, it was really a pipe dream to hope that was going to work out.
Yeah, I mean, if you managed to get the steal, but I think the positioning was really good from Hanwha. As we could see, they made sure that they body blocked as best that they could.
And it's a 5v2 fight here if you collapse on a Dread and Kana, while the mid rotation up is slow and you have vision of it, so there's just no secrets here. And I mean, this is desperate. Kana, you're not 606 in this one to walk forward that far.
Yeah.
Try to look for the steal. Sorry about it, but that's a lot of extra gold going over to Hanwha Life Esports. Isn't as disastrous as the previous one, but still a lot of money to this scaling champion, Victor, in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's working out very nicely. Still not ahead in farm or anything like that, and the lead for Hanwha Life Esports nowhere near what it was in game number 1 after a very similar fight. One that went far better in game number 2. Sorry, tell a bit of a lie there. OnFleek goes back, grabs himself his Gore Drinker. That one also completed here for Dread as well, as we can see. Not too much of a worry. Ghost not too far behind here against Sandy either. Do kind of like Sandy on his Ezreal a little bit more than that of the Jhin. Feels like he's a guy that does use his agency very effectively.
Yeah,
and Ezreal is a champion that does have a lot of that.
He definitely feels like he's not able to showcase his full potential here at the moment, and he's kind of sitting back. We'll see how he does later on, because he is going to have a very strong front line to work with the set on top of it all. You know, now he's got essentially 3 tanks he can work with to have that free agency to look for the big damage in those upcoming objective fights. And well, only time will tell how well he's going to hit those skill shots, but if his true shot barrage is any indicator, it's a good look.
Well, here's the curtain call, and it might just be curtains for Ghost as he gets underneath the turret, but is still just going to get popped. I love how OnFleek leaves that for Samdi to pick up, and good night, Sweet Jinx.
Caster Blessing, right there. That's all it takes. We just go, let's see how he does. How good are those shots? Well,
oh, I like this rotation from Nongshim, though. They realize that, yes, bottom lane, that's a wash, but if Dread gets the inside track here on this mid lane, they might be able to have an opportunity to get in and maybe kill Karis or at least get themselves an extra plate. They do at least get that plate, but they'll trade for a whole bunch more.
Yeah, this is the real... I mean, the thing is they also waited the maximum amount of time, too, so many of these minions are deleted. So it means that Ghost is missing a little bit of CS on top of losing his entire turret and all the extra plates that come with it. And the timing of this Drake, too, is they're already grouped up for it. Nongshim kind of either have to respond because they don't have great vision around this part, or... you know, they might end up losing it. Now, they have vision on the top part of the Drake pit, so they knew Hanwha Life Esports were backing, despite the fact they couldn't see it, as BDD's coming up.
Yep, gonna grab that stun into the wall as Dudu. Gonna have to get out of there. Doesn't have to pop the ult, though. So a bit of a drive-by. BDD throwing some orbs around, but otherwise not too much to worry about. As OnFleek, he comes through and just steal this one away. Not gonna be able to do so just yet. Went down to 83 health. There's now Dread. Safeguards his way out. So that is going to be the highest successful here for the Nongshim jungler.
Hey, the first time he goes for the steal, very risky, very poor decision. This time he goes for the steal, very risky, slightly better decision, but at least the second time it worked.
Yep, absolutely true. Karis fighting against Kana here. Different matchup, but still, just going to be gentleman's agreement here. Take a little bit of damage, otherwise get themselves out. Tryndamere going to switch towards that bottom side, as it's a longer lane. Let's check this one out once again, though. OnFleek really nicely played.
This is super well played. And this is not the first time he does this, right? Checks vision, is able to go over the wall here, and this is how you utilize a tank getting on top of a squishy with the follow-up damage for free. It doesn't matter if there's a turret there, it doesn't matter who's there, if you can hit those shots on the Jhin curtain call, and he does.
Yep.
Very easy to do, and it's unfortunate because Ghost doesn't really have a choice. He can't just not be there, you know, and the only thing that could have helped them there was more vision, but it would have it would have still forced him out of lane, and the result would have been the same. He would have lived, but they would have lost the turret and even more minions.
Well, BDD finds himself the stun. Doesn't quite have his ultimate available again just yet, as OnFleek moves on over. But good health trade there from BDD will keep him alive for the moment.
Well, Hanwha Life Esports are really just kind of sitting pretty in this game right now, because Kana is another win condition that Nongshim aren't able to grow quickly so far. And so the one advantage that Nongshim have right now in a single Ocean Drake is really insignificant when you consider that the scaling power of this Victor, the front line that's going to be great for the Jhin, and the split pushing that they have with this Tryndamere are just all great recipes for success at an even game. We're looking at a lead for Hanwha Life.
OnFleek in a little bit of trouble here. Even the Zap going to connect. This goes. Super Mega Death Rocket is on board. Isn't going to use it just yet. Of course, cooldown a little bit shorter than it used to be. So you can kind of throw it out a little bit more willy-nilly, but not going to. Going to save that for a potential Shirley fight that's coming up in 30 seconds time.
I think this is definitely a way, if Nongshim actually put all of their eggs in this basket, worst case scenario, they're able to, especially because Dudu's pushed in right now, they're able to get a little bit of gold back with this Rift Herald. Best case scenario, maybe they win the team fight. They group up, they have these in control, they look for this Herald fight, and that's enough gold to swing them back into this. But I think if you just simply give it up, then you're just letting Hanwha Life sit back and win more with the advantage they already have. And with the timing of these backs, unfortunately, I think that is exactly the world we're looking at. You can't buy enough time here, Dread, alone. Yeah. I mean, you can get here before the Herald dies, but you will never have positional advantage.
Well, at least Dudu's still on the bottom side. Kana roaming up. It's a long lane, and Dudu not going to be able to actually threaten it in a turret at any point right now. So that is going to allow Nongshim to be able to brute force their way over here. See whether OnFleek does decide to go for any sort of steal attempt, as Dudu is making his way in. But now it's Hanwha Life Esports' turn to be a little bit late to this party. OnFleek full health though, and now finds BDD. The flash immediately comes out, and this boy is absolutely huge. The Syndra taken down immediately, and the Superplex is massive. Facebreak is brilliant as well. The Vista maybe a little bit early, as Dread is going to be able to finish him off, but now OnFleek finds him on the back end. Kana trying to get some work done, but the end of the line may not be it for Hanwha Life. It might be it for Kana instead, as now the back is going to come through, and Ghost desperate to try and get himself out. It's not going to work, as Gravity Field also not exactly going to do it, but Dudu still has his ult, by the way, guys. As, okay, Flame Chompers are good, and Dudu might die. Nope.
Just barely going to get out of there. That's the ace. And Nongshim, they went all in on this. They had a positional advantage, but they didn't utilize it correctly. The fact that in a 4v5 where Dudu was slowly on his way over, they still got picked. Watch how this happens here, as you have the perfect positioning here of a Jhin on this far-off angle. He's completely safe right now. So Nongshim have to decide, do we fight, do we turn, or do we go? And look at how far Samdi can actually knock out a Syndra from this fight. Now it's a 4v4, and by the time Dudu gets here, the fight is basically over. Also, Vista plays this so beautifully. Man. He sacrifices himself in order to get on top of the carries again.
And Samdi wasn't hit that entire fight, basically. Yeah. He just sat back and obliterated everyone. Then immediately moves back down here towards the mid lane, not going to be chasing after a Ghost Kill or anything like that, and that is comfortably picked up here by Hanwha Life's top laner.
It's kind of ironic that Samdi himself is pulling a little bit of a Ghost. Slow laning phase, sitting back. This set pick was not about winning lane. It wasn't about controlling that 2v2. It was about surviving long enough and having a third front line for this Jhin to execute carries at a distance. And when you're Nongshim and you're splitting your attention between a turn and a Rift Herald, you just get pulled apart, and it's so disgusting to watch. But I don't think Nongshim had much of a choice. They had to try something there.
Yeah.
Now they're just further behind.
Also just straight up got outplayed, right? The value of this set pick really, really working beautifully. Super Mega Death Rocket almost.
Yeah, very close. Yeah, very close, actually.
Very nicely done. Karis now could be in a little bit of trouble. Gravity Field is going to deter the members of Nongshim, so they're not going to be able to get any attention here towards this top lane in a turret. Infernal Drake is going to be our soul here this time as well, so we've taken away a few of these rocks around the area. CMD not going to get zapped, therefore is going to be fine. It's not over. It's not like the same situation as Game 2, but it's so much similar to Game 2 than it was Game 1. And we've been talking about the jungle being so important. I'm glad that we now have the gold graph, because OnFleek is mega far ahead.
And I mean, we just keep seeing this Xin Zhao with, long-range AD carry success.
Yeah.
It was the Ezreal with the Karma previously, but now, you have this Jhin from range who has a Tryndamere, because you're basically guaranteed to either get... I mean, look, you have 3 champions that get on top of Syndra. You have the Tryndamere, you have the Xin Zhao. So I'll hold that thought for a second here as the Rift Herald is dropped. But if you get any of those on top of the Syndra and then Jhin pops his ultimate, like, how does BDD fight? He either has to walk out of the fight or die.
And he dies most of the time, is what we've noticed. Kana is still able to get some split pushing done here towards the bottom side of the map. It's not exactly as awful as it was in Game 2, but still, Hanwha, see what they're going to be able to do here. Q going to connect onto Karis. Not too much of a worry here as he does get himself over towards this outer turret. The Kana is obliterating.
He lost his crown.
There's a red buff here on Kana, but he's still going to get stunned up. Chaos Storm goes down. This could just be a solo kill from Karis, potentially, as he can't escape this Chaos Storm. Eventually does make it out, as Ghost could be in trouble. Wind becomes lightning, does connect. However, the turret is close enough, and VDD also there. Great dredge line to come through. Depth charge as well onto Samdi, but he just stands his ground in effort. He's too far forward. The rest of Hanwha rotate beautifully as the curtain. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. That's fine. Just celebratory bullets. I like that.
This is
the thumbs up.
Atlas, this is another series, two nights in a row where we have, you know, in the first time in this series, you know, the first game, Nongshim did win the extremely one-sided game. There was not a comeback for Hanwha, but it's otherwise very reminiscent of the series we had with DRX and Live Sandbox yesterday, where
I agree.
One of these teams that the Scrimbucks are not in their favor, right? The stock exchange on Scrimbucks is definitely like very, very low, but the stocks are going high right now, where we heard the scrims were not great. You don't trust in the roster just yet. You're like, well, it's just a team of rookies and they're not that experienced, and et cetera, et cetera. But when I watch Hanwha Life Esports play this game, I see better coordination actually oftentimes than I'm seeing with Nongshim. And they're also like sharks in this game. They see one weak point, even in a 2v3, they'll take half a ghost hit points and walk away. And these small trades are really starting to add up with this composition. I'm suddenly a little bit more excited for Hanwha Life Esports than I thought I would be after this week of play.
No, I agree. And there was that thing that came up and said, like, on fleek and for rookies. It's straight up not for rookies in any way, shape, or form.
Unaccomplished players. Unaccomplished players.
Yeah, I guess. This has been playing for a very long time. Samdi was over in the LPL for quite a while. Dudu, like, we know he's been playing here for quite some time as well. So it's not exactly that, but yes, younger players and not quite getting the accolades. But right here, they're showing that they certainly have the chops to make things work. Wasn't correcting you, was correcting the graphic that we put up earlier on.
No, it is true though. I need to be careful about using the term rookie because it's actually incorrect.
Yeah, in Korea we use rookie in a different way, not as a mid laner for IG previously or anything like that, but mainly for like just saying younger players, not as accomplished players.
Yeah, and the technical term should say first year in LCK, which is not the case for any of these.
Yeah,
or
right.
first year of pro play.
Yeah. Just use it slightly differently in Korea and the West, so that's where things can get a little bit confusing. And if you were confused at home, I hope that we have helped shed some light onto it. 5,000 gold lead for Hanwha Life Esports as we bring it back to the game. 50 seconds before that Infernal Drake, which is going to be the next port of call here for both of these teams to possibly get a scuffle around.
Yeah, I mean,
it's getting really strong. And like, if we have a look at where the game is sitting right now, Tryndamere is going to be a huge problem for Nongshim, because he will be able to split push with impunity. They'll need to be way more than just Canna to go and defend against that, despite the fact that he does have his Bloodthirster, his Shield Bow. Not going to be enough. This is a Tryndamere that has hit his stride this game.
And it's also, you remember last time when Kana had this Graves against a Syndra, for example, it doesn't matter as much that Graves didn't have, any magic resist or anything like that. He's still very tanky against a Syndra because she just has burst. But in a longer fight, like, he won't actually be able to just walk forward against this Victor. Like, Victor will burn him down because he does damage over time repeatedly forever, right? And he has the Morelnomicon already online, so a lot of that healing that Kana relied on is not going to be available in these fights, so
not really a forbidden book this game either, given the fact that there is so much lifesteal being built by namely Canna. So it's going to make his life a lot more difficult.
It's really just a completely different scenario than the last time we had Kana on this Graves.
Yeah.
And the fact that Tryndamere is always going to be relevant and gets more and more relevant in terms of split pushing later on, whereas this Graves, even if he does get that third item online here, he's not going to become more of a menace because he won't have that staying power because Hanwha Life Esports are so ahead. It's not a scenario where you can just walk forward and say, like, ha ha ha, I have way too many items for you to ever kill me. Not this time.
Also, Dudu's able to walk over here and just grab himself the red buff. Samdi is actually going to secure it for himself. And that was just after. It was a Tryndamere just soloing down that Drake. Nongshim have lost all control of this map entirely and haven't been able to really contest anything.
Yeah, and this is where I'm getting at with this Graves discussion is we talk about Graves scaling is so good, he can do so much, he gets those two first lifesteal items online, then later, he just does more and more damage, it becomes difficult to kill. Same with Jinx, right? She becomes so powerful later on, but the front line, plus the fact that Victor is so incredibly difficult to kill and will just burn through any of the members of Nongshim, especially the lower range members that are going to have to walk into Victor's ability to just death ray them several times in a team fight, means that the scaling argument just doesn't hold water here because you won't be able to get that damage throughput. The fight will be over before you can actually last long enough to do it. And you don't last, not as a Graves in this scenario.
And also there's the fact that, Tryndamere scales exceptionally well. 100% crit is going to give you a, decent amount of stats, and that is exactly what happens once you get enough points into your Q, which is already max. And Victor is gigantic amounts of damage, like you've already mentioned. So a different story to what we saw in game number 1, where the Syndra just, not only does she not scale as hard as the Victor, but also just had a way worse time in the laning phase. And Dread was far more active around the early game to make sure that BDD, on a far more scaling champion, was able to get further ahead. So now it's sort of like the opposite situation is true.
I mean, going back to that Azir ban, I feel like Azir, if you could replace Syndra with Azir in this case, like I feel like there is a lot more hope that, Nongsha might be able to pull this off, have a little bit more consistent peel and longer term damage. Is Kana's going to hope for this one.
Yeah, looks for it. Gravity Field not exactly in the right position. As Chaos Storm, let's see whether it works. Morellonomicon being put to the test here as there's flash follow after flash. One more auto and Kana will be able to do it, and he grabs the shutdown. Nicely done from the Graves. Kana gets the outplay very nicely.
Yeah, I think, Karis just gets caught a little bit here, tries to play it out well, did do the flash to pull him back into the Chaos Storm, etc. But at the end of the day, if you're in Graves' range as the Victor at any point, the fight is very likely lost. The Crown isn't going to do much in that extended fight. It's only for burst. Really,
I think he wants to return that book as well. The Morellonomicon not doing nearly enough to help him against the Graves.
He got scammed.
Yep.
So, I mean, that's a big win in terms of that extra gold.
That was an ult that you could use, I guess.
Sure. It's fairly low cooldown. That's a bit of extra gold going over, though, to Nongshim, and also removing Karis from the map means that they can finally start to posture maybe towards this Baron. And you could see the vision that they have on their side of the map is still there, and they're going to have to fight their way into those control wards on the right side, on the red side of the map here.
Yeah. I think the kill's actually huge, because Kana getting further ahead is going to really stop Dudu from having free reign wherever he'd like to go. Theoretically, I mean, Tryndamere should be able to just win, and as you can see, still zoning Kana away from this minion wave. But it's going to get more and more comfortable as Kana moves towards things like the Randuin's Omen and stuff like that to really stop Dudu from just obliterating him very comfortably.
Yeah, because that gold is all about winning the side lane, not about how much power it's going to have in a team fight per se, but being able to deal with the Tryndamere means that you don't end up losing a turret every time you just go to check Baron, because that is what would happen otherwise. So they're very carefully clearing vision away here, and I like that it's Effort and Dread, both on champions who can also get a pick if Hanwha Esports are being a little bit greedy with their vision checks over here, playing it out very carefully. And if they do get into position here and start to chip away at some of these frontlining champions, I mean, that's how you can somehow win a fight here as Nongshim. It's not hopeful, it's not a good look, but you get one of these frontliners down to half health, and maybe you could pull it off.
Well, Dudu might just take another Drake here. 30 seconds until Infernal Soul Point is available for Hanwha Esports. Dread going to get stunned up here. Samdi going to look for that bullet and does grab it there.
There's just no winning play here as Nongshim. You contest the Drake, but you don't have positional advantage to look for it, and then they rotate over to Baron and take your vision away, and they can kind of ping-pong you back and forth that way.
Yeah. Finally now, all 5 grouped together here for Hanwha. Vista moving out of the way of the potential zap, as Hanwha Esports really just jockeying for position, doing so very nicely. Vista with a whole bunch of grit, not going to be too scared of Elise in jumping on over, and Hanwha would just brute force, move on in. They will be able to grab this dragon. All 5 members in that area.
It's pretty huge. Vista's able to just pick up that fruit.
Yeah. And Dread not able to get over and threaten any sort of 50-50 or anything like that, as now Vista going to get tagged by a Sonic Wave, has to safeguard his way out though, as BDD actually does a fair bit of damage there with the Scat of the Week, as Ghost will be able to take down this turret. So turret for Soul Point is going to be the trade, and Nongshim might actually be able to take more, as Ghost with the speedy gun should be able to do a fair bit of work. Not quite able to do it there. That's all right.
Well, I mean, the turret is I mean, it's so much less significant than the Drake, and obviously not able to take it out. And I think Nongshim were hoping that maybe that Hanwha Esports be indecisive and like rotate poorly, and then somebody would get caught. I mean, that's really what you have to hope for.
Yeah.
And setting up these scenarios, as we're going to watch this from a million years ago now, was pretty well played here from Karis, all things considered, because he's able to manage kind of staying in that Chaos Storm really well with a flash back into it. but obviously you're just not going to win this fight. But yeah, I mean, making plays like that and trying to create a larger margin of error for Hanwha Life Esports is really what you're hoping for. Sad as it is to say it, because Syndra's power in late game with some comps is so great because her Scout of the Week can like literally win you a team fight, but not when there's 3 tanks in the way on the other side.
Yeah, and especially when one of the tanks, I guess, is a DPS that can go immortal. As Effort's going to get flashed on here by Vista, smacked into the wall as well as Dredgeline does come through. His flash on cooldown, as that's a great scatter once again. Chaos Storm will end up finishing it off with the help of the Wind Becomes Lightning, as Kana trying to fight this one out against Dudu. The Chicken's there doing a fair bit of work, as now Dudu has finally pressed that ult button. Can he get the auto? And he does so. The flash is going to get employed. Kana just barely away from his flash opportunity. As now Dread moving on over gets the bad news that Hanwha Life Esports are already on this Baron. And BDD trying to get in there. Scatter going to go wide. That's a big tool as on Fleek gets himself over that wall. That was actually his flash. I thought it was Hex Flash for a second there, but it wasn't. That was just trying to flash forward. Looks for it, doesn't quite get it, as now Dread's in trouble. Goodbye. And that is the jungler dead. Super Mega Death Rocket avoided. It was Vista actually body blocking to make sure that one doesn't happen. And another great Baron here from Hanwha Life Esports, and the curtains have been called. BDD absolutely nowhere he can go. The last shot will do it, as now Ghost smacked down by Vista, and that is an angry Annie, almost an ace, as Effort had just respawned. And Hanwha Life Esports just team fighting way better than Nongshim
and look
today.
At Karas too, like he's talking a mile a minute, he's so excited, they're so hyped. Samdi on the other hand doesn't look as hyped, but this is
it's another day at the office.
Yeah, but like this moment here as well is why you build Gale Force on Tryndamere. I mean, stats are great on him as well, but like this is the moment where you can actually close that final gap and get the kill, gets his ult off here, and Ka's like, oh, I think I'm good. No, flashes on him as well, and then in this particular case, also, you're already down 2 champions, right? Effort and Kana are both respawning right now, and Dudu isn't even here. And you can just see, again, in a longer fight, yes, Jinx is going to do great things, but BDD, he hits a scatter or he doesn't matter, because in the longer extended exchanges, you don't have that damage throughput as over here.
Meanwhile, another fight. Kana 1 versus 4. Not going to be able to do it this time around, I don't think. So he's just going to try and get out of there. Chaos Storm almost finishing him off. And there's the flash forward from Samdi. Man, he's feeling himself now. As On Fleek is taking a lot of damage. And you could hear Sanke in the background there just yelling out, Samdi! And yes, absolutely. That's what we should be talking about, as he will help take down this inhibitor turret on the bottom side of the map. And Hanwha Life Esports looking for that reverse sweep in this best of 3.
Oh, I mean, we have got 2 upsets, it looks like, Atlas, back-to-back here in our first 2 games of the game yesterday. These teams we didn't have faith in, beating pretty big teams in Nongshim's rework and DRX as well, with Deft returning, etc. And Hanwha Life out-macroing, having better team fighting, as you mentioned, and just a team that looks way more prepared and way more coordinated. Nongshim won game 1 out of raw mechanics alone, but in this game, it's a totally different story.
Yeah, Hanwha just playing it beautifully. Once again, it is the Tryndamere story as well, up against the Graves. Now it's a 3-1 as far as that matchup is concerned, assuming that Dudu is going to be able to win this out. He's trying to walk this one off, and it will be the Super Mega Death Rocket that secures it in the end. And now Nongshim trying to chase down Hanwha Life. On Fleek goes in to try and see whether he can grab something in the end. This curtain call is doing so much damage. Oh, the last shot not going to land, though, and Nongshim will be able to get them out of their base.
And
so the top side will be taken down. That'll stem the bleeding for now.
I wasn't sure what the Nexus turret health was. For a second, I thought they might lose a Nexus turret for it, but it's just the first crash there of that super minion wave, so we'll be fine. We'll be returned, but Hanwha Life Esports buying a lot of time now.
Okay, that's the kickback onto Karis. Depth charge comes in, as now Kana looking for his opportunity. See whether he can actually get the work done, as Samdi does move on in, gets himself the deadly flourish, and Kana is going to get taken down at least to his shield bow. Karis takes a lot of killing, but will eventually go down, and manages to take effort in the meantime. BDD needs to actually hit the buttons. He doesn't manage to do so in time, as Samdi moves on in to get rid of him. Dread is actually doing what he needs to do, which is denying this Infernal Soul, but Vista is going to make his life harder. I don't think this is really going to be able to do too much I mean,
as,
the Nexus
the smite button is going to be a big deal, but ㅅ has decided that he wants to just finish the game.
Yeah.
He's going to get a lot of work done on these Nexus turrets.
And this is what you're looking for here is HLE. Yeah, okay, you want to contest me on the Drake, that's fine. I've got a Tryndamere walking down mid, and he's got ultimate coming online, so he just clicks on the Nexus and presses R, and that's GG. 2 upsets again here, Atlas, back to back.
Yeah, this is insane. And look, yes, we managed to get the comeback gold from taking the Drake. Nice work, Nongshim. We did manage to do that. It is still over a 10,000 gold lead. It's an 808 ㅅ who's also using Ghost Skin. And man, if there's a way to rub salt in the wound, that is absolutely how you do it.
Oh, it is certainly a very, very heavy wound. And this is the moment we're going to watch. We might even miss the Nexus dying here to watch this, but...
Picture-in-picture game over. I like that.
Yeah, I mean, Dudu does go down here. They end up getting the pick, but then the replay I want to watch is actually the explosive blow-up for Karis, where he's like, no, Victor's also a tank in this meta, and he gets that Q shield and actually just rips a new one here for Effort. Like,
yeah.
He's like, okay, Effort, you think you can tangle with me? I don't think so. Effort's going in. He's like, yeah, I'm down to fight. And then is actually almost able to kill BDD 100-0 before BDD could do anything. By the way, look at BDD 3 levels down in this scenario, and that shield is so massive.
Yeah, he just does no damage, does BDD. You can see picture-in-picture, it's once again the siege. Ghost turns up in the meantime, but yeah, he ain't fighting ㅅ. As you can see, the Flame Trumpers enough to save his life in that moment. But now, the full brunt of HLE Esports are coming down. Vista, great facebreaker, finds BDD, and he's taken down first. The curtains are most definitely being called. As, man, that Deadly Flourish is also absolutely fantastic. Ghost now running for the hills, but that is the wrong direction, my friend. The Haymaker will help secure it, and the Nexus will be taken down. Another upset as HLE Esports take down Nongshim Red Force and really check them. Damn, ㅅ, what a pickup for this squad.
Oh, yeah. Really feeling that LPL power.
Yeah, right.
No, but in all seriousness, the one thing I wanted to tell people this week about this season, we came off of a summer in 2021 where it looked like anybody could go to playoffs and anybody could lift the title. We were looking at teams like Live Sandbox and Nongshim were actually vying for first place at the end of the regular season. And I wanted to come into this week and say, that's not going to be the case this time. We do have some teams that are at the bottom. We do have some teams like Live Sandbox, HLE, and Fred at Brion, where I'm like, just wait for summer, okay? Because it ain't happening. But we watched 2 back-to-back series where that just didn't hold water in these first 2 days of spring. And HLE Esports get the reverse sweep here in 2 extremely dominant games. They played the better comps. They played the better team fights. The rotations were crisp. I didn't think we'd see this. I don't think anyone in the world would have predicted this. And HLE Esports, they come out on top. And these are players, again, they've had a chip on their shoulder for a lot of careers. We're talking about players like On Fleek, right? Dudu.
Yeah.
And ㅅ, 16th place in the LPL. He's back in Korea. Nobody had high hopes for him. And he pops off twice in a row. Like,
and ㅅ was always considered sort of better than the teams that he was in, right? And we thought that maybe that would just continue to be the case as he moves back to Korea, and that may yet still prove to be the case, but Nongshim gonna have to put a little bit more respect on the HLE Esports name if they want to be able to find a win next time around in the first round robin of 2022. It's a brilliant start for HLE Esports, and what is it with this team? Coming into spring and upsetting a team in their first game. They did it to T1 last year, and this year they're going to take Nongshim down a peg or 2. So
2x T1 2 players on the roster.
Yeah, exactly.
And, you know, I mean,
Kanna's like, what is it with this team, man?
I think if you're HLE Esports here, you really, you know, on the team van ride home are feeling like, I didn't even think I could do this today, but we did this, and where's the
And have you seen that van as well? The HLE Esports van is real nice.
It is, but, I mean, the sky is the limit for a team that could do this at the beginning when everybody was voting against them, and your mentality has got to reach like this new high. Like you've shattered the shackles of, okay, this is going to be a loss today, that probably every player walked in feeling like, let's do our best, but our best won't be a win. And then you dominate 2 wins in a row, you get that reverse sweep, and you know, when we cast HLE next, we won't be talking about how this roster looks like it's not going to be great on paper. We'll be talking about how they dismantled Nongshim and can they do it again.
Yeah, exactly. Really, really cool stuff. I need to do a bit of a shout out to On Fleek as well. I didn't have a lot of expectations for him.
moving in to this season. And also he was bodied in game 1 and then just comes back and just shows like, I got an unkillable mental, man. It is absolutely fine. You can do whatever you want to me in game number 1. We will just come back and we'll win the next 2 games, the ones that actually matter as far as getting those W's on the board. So now you've got this story where it's like Sandbox and like Nongshim are at the bottom now. Like it's all completely all the way around. But let's have a look at some of the highlights from this game as Hanwha Life Esports on the back of this jungler here having a brilliant day today. Really getting the work done.
Yeah, it was great plays from On Fleek in this last game, and he empowered Samdi, and then when Samdi had the gold to just explode and execute people, he did. This was a bit of a misplay here from Dudu. Got a little bit aggressive, got ahead of himself, and we had a flash trade, but didn't have 6 just yet. Was coming online maybe about like a minion wave away. Doesn't end up lasting it through it there, but some of these fights where you just see the coordination between Samdi and On Fleek,
yeah,
it's almost like these guys have been playing together for years. The AD carry and the jungle together, and you set it up so well, you execute these fights. Oh, it's just so beautiful too, coming through from Vista.
Yeah, really clean. I really love the set play as well. I actually wouldn't mind if Vista picks up some nods as far as the player of the game is concerned, but when it's hard to make that decision, you can tell that Hanwha Life Esports really were playing like a unit, especially in these last 2 games. They got outplayed, I think, mechanically, and also making some poor decisions in the early game in game number 1, but that was just a warm-up.
Yeah. BDD as well, you know, the Azir ban really did them in, I think, in a lot of ways here because they left the Victor open, and then in the late game, you just don't have that same damage output. You don't have split pushing power with the Syndra or anything like that, so it's BDD, maybe he messed up the quirky game in terms of the laning phase. In this game, he did fine, but his limitations were of his champion and not of his own fingers and skills, right? Like in this particular game, there was just not a whole lot he could do, and Karis just had so much more power, and this is part of why Victor is so heavily picked right now in a very scaling meta.
But also, like, what are they doing here, right? Like,
yeah,
Effort still walking back, he was picked off. Like, this was Nongshim making a whole lot of half decisions throughout all of game 2 and 3. They weren't able to actually create, you know, those set plays that all of these players have been practicing for so long. It was sloppy League of Legends, and we know that these guys are better than this.
Yeah,
right?
a lot of desperate calls, you know?
Yeah, right.
And they were never the right ones. It was really quite puzzling at times, especially that Baron play we just watched.
Yeah. There's a little bit of disappointed Dad Atlas, but it wasn't really what we've come to expect from players like this. As we have a look at this post-game graph, and yes, Canada did a fair bit of work for Nongshim in comparison to Dudu, but Samdi, man. Phew, welcome to the LCK, my friend. I hope you have a nice stay.
Oh, yeah. My expectations were fairly low. You know, people had said good things about what he did on weaker teams in the LPL, of course, but I really feel like Hanwha Life Esports came into today extremely prepared in terms of how they were going to fight this out with the frontline, backline Jhin combo. And we're seeing more of it in the LCK. It's a new pattern. It's coming back a little bit. Jhin was very popular back in like 2020 at the very end of the World Championship, now returning quite heavily into the forefront of 80 carries.
Yeah, and also like during the end of Worlds as well. I mean, Jhin was a very popular pick. Samdi certainly demonstrating absolutely fantastic stuff. And I believe now we can go back to the analyst chairs to hear the Valdez Chronicler take on this fantastic Hanwha Life Esports victory.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf, for throwing it here to the analyst chairs. It is me, Valdez, with, of course, Chronicler once again on the chairs. And wow, what a result at the end of it all. Hanwha Life actually took the victory over Nongshim, and in pretty decisive fashion.
I am pleasantly surprised. I think the expectations generally for Hanwha coming into this were relatively low. You have, at least within the LCK, unknown carry in Samdi. On Fleek coming back, previously not looking that good when we saw him play behind Croco. Karis, obviously, yes, he won challenges, but then his last LCKs did not too great, but overall, incredible performance. Just looking at the draft here, I don't feel like this was a game that was destined the way to go, right? That second game, we talked about it already. Clearly, Hanwha completely invalidating the Aphelios. But in this game, I feel like it could have done either way, but particularly that early pathing from the Xin Zhao from On Fleek was really, really good.
Yeah, On Fleek absolutely having a really nice performance. I think that was kind of our pick for the POG. And yeah, it did feel like compared to Game 2, this draft was a little bit more even comparing the two teams. So I wasn't necessarily unhappy with what Nongshim had brought to the table. I thought the Jinx was a nice response to how Aphelios did not work out in game number 2. So liked to see that there. And of course, we do have a couple of highlights as we always do here on the chairs. So why don't we throw it to the first one where On Fleek starts it off just assassinating BDD.
And you actually really nicely pointed out the reason this play is possible in the first place is because of that controller that's sitting there behind the brush. But it's the decisiveness of not only On Fleek, but I also have to give a huge shout out to Vista. Because I think his set was incredibly pivotal, giving up his life repeatedly throughout this game and the series, honestly. His karma was also incredible in the game that they won. And it just all came together really nicely. I feel like every single player, we can give a lot of credit to it for Hanwha Life, right? Dudu with the Tryndamere getting the solo kill on kind of later on to free up the space. Karis had that 1v1 that didn't work out, but then later on had that insane fight where he barely managed to stay alive. Just a lot of really good quality gameplay, and especially considering the first game. I am really surprised by Nongshim also not being able to pull it back to themselves.
Yeah, it did feel a little bit weird for them. I don't know, it was almost like they lost their confidence a little bit. A lot of their team fighting was like, well, BD's gonna hit a scatter and let's see what can happen. And then we're kind of just gonna back away and lose the fight. And eventually the Tryndamere just kind of got out of control. And of course the Victor, once he hit 3 items, he was really tanky, as Wolf had also pointed out, right? He was building stuff like the Shadow Flame, stuff like the Morellonomicon, the Crown, everything has health on it. And so he's just stacking up and also getting stronger at the same time. And he was eventually just kind of unkillable.
Yeah, just couldn't deal with him.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have that second highlight ready to go. Why don't we jump into that and see how this game kind of winded down as we did have this fight around the Baron.
And it's a similar game state where from the get-go already they're so far behind. What you haven't seen here is the reason that Dudu can now casually walk up there is because, again, this has happened multiple times this game and this series, honestly. A member of Nongshim is already dead, but they have no choice but to go in. And the big difference with what I thought a lot of people were expecting coming into the series is that Hanwha Life actually matches up to them. They know that they're coming, the decisiveness is there, and to me the most decisive two people, I have to go back to them again, On Fleek and Vista. It was always one of the two or both at the same time starting the fight, setting the pace, and I think Nongshim just wasn't ready for Hanwha Life that played that well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it really draws you back to talking about that roster, right? On the side of Hanwha Life Esports. When we saw it on paper, we're like, I don't know.
Oh boy.
There's not really too much to love here. Like, Vista is an incredible support. We do know that, but how's On Fleek going to be? He's the captain. You know, how are all these younger players going to do on this roster? And it worked out here in the first game, so we'll see how it does go. But guys, we do have the player of the game ready to go, so let's see who just pick it up for the third and final game. Will be Samdi with the 12-0-9 KDA to finish off this game.
And very justified. Samdi, I think, over the course of this series, really being a big force. And the key thing to me is the consistency. His deaths throughout all 3 games were incredibly low. And we've seen Ghost do this exact thing, right? Where he's incredibly good at setting up for the rest of his team. One thing I do want to know, though, is the amount of damage that he was able to do, because he had the highest damage on his team, and for a Jhin, in particular into some tanky members like the Nautilus, like the Graves, that is not actually necessarily a given. The rest of the team played really well around him, his positioning was super crisp, and overall, the way that he enabled the rest of his team to get in, follow up as well, was really nicely done.
It was really nice to see. I mean, a lot of the early fights that we did see was kind of On Fleek setting up a lot of the plays, even down to the bottom lane, and of course at that Rift Herald fight. But it comes down to, you know, the facilitator versus the guy who does tons and tons of damage, right? Does look like you and one media member will be on the line there for voting for On Fleek. I say you, but it's us. I agree with you.
You don't have to take the fall. You don't have to take the fall. If someone stands with media, it will be me.
Well, at least if we fall, we have this nice carpet to fall onto. So at least we've got that going for us here on the chairs. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think that he had a fantastic performance as well. So when it comes down to it, giving him votes and trying to talk to him in the interview is also a good idea, because coming back to the LCK from the LPL, it will be definitely good to hear from Samdi. So should be an On Fleek and Samdi interview. Will be interesting to hear from them.
Yeah, as you said, both these players on Fleek really coming back after what was a pretty lackluster split. Playing behind Croco is kind of hard with how good Croco is.
Yeah.
Always has been a big fan, but the decisiveness which he led this roster, really impressive.
Absolutely. So guys, we do have our interview ready to go, so I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
네, 하나생명의 온플릭
Thank you very
선수,
much,
쌈디
guys.
선수 만나보겠습니다.
The
승리
interview
축하드립니다.
translation joined here by the two top players on Hololive
먼저
Esports
온플릭
is
선수
Onfleek and
공백기가
Samdi.
있었지만 실력은 여전한 것
And
같습니다.
you are
첫
popping off
승부가
Onfleek
들어올게요.
after having a bit of a hiatus. How are you feeling picking up your first victory? You know, I was really, you know, aware of the fact that the first match is really important, so I'm happy that we got this victory. How are you able to maintain such a great performance? I mean, even if I didn't play on stage, I was also always working hard, so I wasn't too worried about coming back on stage. And Samdi, this is your first interview in Korean, you know? How are you feeling? It feels way more comfortable. And this is your first LCK match as well. How are you feeling about picking up the first victory right away? I knew that we would win. What about you, Onfleek? Yeah, I would like to join him. I was also confident that we were going to win. However, it was a comeback victory for Hololive Esports. How were you guys able to turn the series around? Because they had a good AD carry. Onfleek, do you agree with them? For now, for today, yes. I approve that. What kind of conversation did you guys have before having this match? Because a lot of people thought that Nongshim is a tough opponent. We were pretty confident in ourselves and we thought that we were very strong, so we weren't too worried about them, you know, facing against them. And Samdi, that wave to the fans as well, super cool. But how are you feeling? You know, were you able to sleep well yesterday? Yeah, I had some good sleep. And Onfleek, now you are the captain of your team and you are the one to lead the Hololive Esports squad. What kind of role are you planning to, you know, pull off? Whenever the younger guys are going to the wrong path, I will try to put them on the right way. Is there any specific name you would like to tell us? No, I actually managed to, you know, put them in the right place whenever they seem like they are making some trouble. And Onfleek, you are very well known for your dad jokes as well. Do they like it? I actually haven't done one here at Hololive Esports because I know that people are expecting that from me, but I actually don't. Not anymore. Then Samdi, what kind of person is Onfleek to you? He's very silly, but he's really nice. Are you sure? For real? He needs some punishment after this. And also, you know, he doesn't really talk much, but he always takes good care of every player. And I can just tell he's always thinking a lot of things by himself. Mostly about games, you know, and matches. Then what about Samdi? Onfleek, what do you think of his performance today? He was popping off. I mean, in game, he does a great job. Very reliable, and if you have Samdi on your bottom lane, you know, you will definitely win the late game. However, outside the game, in real life, he's the weirdo. And just like Onfleek said, Samdi, you were so fat in the late game, and especially on that Jhin, you were pulling off a great performance. Is that your favorite champion? No, my favorite is actually Kalista. Moving on, in both 3 games we had Lee Sin versus Xin Zhao in the jungle. We're confident in that matchup even after losing game number 1. I always think that it's a 50-50 matchup. So if we can fix the mistakes that we made earlier, I wasn't too worried about the matchup itself. Lee Sin, Xin Zhao, and J4 are the top 3 champions in the current jungle meta. Do you also agree with that? I think Viego can also join the squad and become the 4 top jungle champions. And Samdi, Hana Life Esports. In this series, actually, last picked the support champions in most of the games. So is that the main strategy? Focusing on the laning phase? Yeah, we try to have better matchup down on the bottom lane and have priority. Now, this is a great start to a new season. A lot of people are now having a high expectation around Hana Life Esports. What's your goal for this year or this split? Making it into playoffs, and if we do well at the playoffs, I hope we can make it to the finals. What about your personal goal, Samdi? What kind of a player do you want to become in the LCK? A player who made it to the playoffs and an AD carry that competes with Gumayusi. Looking forward to that matchup against Gumayusi as well. And also about the matchup against Effort. You said you wanted to teach him some lessons. I'm pretty sure he must be crying right now. Your next opponent is Frederick Brion. Any message over to Umti? Umti, he is really good at early game jungle pathing. So I'm gonna shut that down from the get-go, and I'm gonna have my own game in that series. Samdi, I heard you are good friends with Hena. Any message over to him? Hena, I mean, he's always not playing well, to be perfectly honest, Kind of disappointing all the time, so I'm pretty sure I can win. And there were a lot of fans out here. Any message over to the fans? It's been a while, very long while, playing on stage with the fans here, so I always appreciate your support, and we will keep working hard. What about you, Samdi? This is first time seeing a Korean audience at the venue, so keep coming to Lowell Park, and I will always appreciate your support. And this will be the end of the interview from the Hana Live Esports POG, and back to our analysts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for that wonderful translation of the interview there. Great to hear from Samdi and, of course, On Fleek. It's probably been a while for both of them. I think you could tell they were both a little bit nervous, but we got through it, and it was okay at the end of the day, and they should be very happy with their win.
You're also coming back to a Lowell Park filled with fans, right? Like so many people that came out to watch them play and got an unexpected victory. It's a great start of the season.
Yeah, absolutely, and I believe we are going to take a look eventually here at our next matchup, which should be pretty hype. Chronicler, what do you think about this next one?
I'm just excited to see Damwon Kia in their new form. I'm not having any expectations anymore. I think what the last 3 games have taught us that see what happens. And don't go too overboard.
I think that's a good approach for it, but first we did take a look at the next matchup for Hama Life, as well as Nongshim Red Force, as they will be going up against Live Sandbox up next. It will be interesting to see that one as well.
It's a really important one. Going off to a loss against a team that I think you were expected to be heavily favored towards, and then seeing that Sandbox also beat DRX, better recuperate quickly, because otherwise I think you might be in serious trouble. These early weeks can really have a repercussion later in the split.
Yeah, for sure. So thank you, Chronicler. You will join me from the analyst chairs for the next series, KT up against Damwon Kia. You guys will not want to miss this, and we will be back with that next series.
그래서 제가 뭐 해야 된다고요?
LCK 최초 숙박 바라이어티 핵가족
1월 15일 토요일 첫 방송 뉴클리어 집으로 가자.
새벽 방송도 나쁘지 않아.
사이트 촬영해보는 건 처음이어가지고 긴장도 되고 기대도 되고
재밌을 것 같아요.
뭐야? 너무 잘 보였네? 뭔가 한 60년대 공장 아니에요? 인정, 60, 70년대 공장. 풍가 같아요. 오, 살벌하던데요? 뭘 말고 있었네? 여기 지옥이야. 원래도 다른 팀이었어가지고 괜찮았어.
원래 타이이 형이 아재개가 좀 쳐졌었는데 저희 팀이 이제 좀 아재개가 치는 사람이 별로 없어가지고 좀 아쉽긴 하네요.
눈을 부릅뜨지 않으면 그 얘기가 계속 나오기 때문에 눈을 부릅떠야 합니다.
좀 변화가 안
그래, 그냥 앞뒤가 괜찮아요. 안 보여요.
저희 인간 광대 가명 있더라고요. 인간 광대 진혁이. 배워가지고. 댄싱 머신. 댄싱 머신.
춤은 뭐 이제 자기만의 자신감을 표출할 수 있는 그런 수단이라고 생각합니다.
촬영을 하는 거에 대해서는 뭐 아무런 생각이 없는 것 같아요.
저는 오랜만도 아니고 처음이라서 기대됩니다. 아, 오픈된 거예요?
저 개인기 저기 기도훈 선수가 많아가지고
랩을
랩.
계속 날 계속해. 여기까지 했습니다.
쇼미더머니.
그분들도 먹고 사셔야 되기 때문에 저는 프로게이머로 직업을 하는 걸로.
뭐야?
형, 진짜 오랜만이야. 보고 싶었어.
차라리 너가 여기 안에서 나오는 걸로 하는 게 어때? 내가 들어가는 걸로 하고. 연출을 만들자고. 야, 너가 여기 나오는 거 어때?
우리 어떻게 팀해요?
제가 놀아주고 있죠. 5살이나 어린 새끼가 들어오고 놀아준다는 이 이상한 소리야. 형, 그런 말 하면 어떡해. 저 거의 먹혔습니다. 제가 거의 막내입니다. 원래 샌드박스에 있었던 크로코 이 친구가 그냥 왕이고요. 클로저가 귀조, 나머지는 한 농노 정도 되는 거 같아요. 그들만의 세계가 있잖아요. 또 농노 중에서도 아래 있고. 이제 마티 형 가오가 안 서네요.
사랑하는 만재요 생일 축하합니다. 와
빨리 불러, 빨리 불러. 태양아 생일 축하해. 내일도 태어나줘. 얘들아 닥쳐줘.
이런 컨셉 사진 저는 좋아합니다. 잘 나와야 되지 않을까요?
누가 제일 잘할 것 같아요?
저희 또 하나의 젠틀맨 두두.
엄청 원숭이 취급하면서 이제 젠틀맨으로 바뀌었다. 카메라 한 필요하고 이렇게 변하면 안 돼요.
저희 동주가 아주 멋있는 친구. 동주의 절반 정도로 나올 것 같아요.
새로워요. 신입생 느낌이라 신입이 각오 뭐 있겠습니까? 그냥 열심히
앞만 보고 달려가는 거 그냥 그렇게 생각하고 있어요. 팀원들 처음에 저도 걱정이 많았는데 2일 됐나? 3일 됐나? 그냥 제 얼굴만 봐도 웃더라고요.
제 생각으로는 왜 공채 개그맨 도전을 안 했나. 그 형이 가지고 있는 개인기가 진짜 너무 재밌어가지고 나중에 또 만나게 되신다면은 박수 빨리 치기 뭐 해달라고 하시면 될 것 같아요.
공채 시험이 됐거든요. 시작합니다. 네. 시동 좀 걸고. 오케이.
오랜만에 왜 어디 가세요? 촬영이 앞에서 가고 있나요?
작년보다 나아진 모습으로 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 파이팅!
약간 폐가에서 약간 촬영하는 그런 느낌. 무서워요 그래서.
LCK 촬영과 함께라면 언제든지 열정이 불타기 때문에 춥지 않았습니다.
까불지 마라.
잘 나오지 않을까요? 항상 잘 찍어주시는 분들이다 보니까 저희는 시키는 대로만 하면 잘 나올 것 같습니다.
일단 멋있는 표정으로 했습니다.
네, 오케이입니다. 고생하셨습니다.
촬영 친구들 다 잘해주시고 저희도 좀 잘해가지고 빨리 끝낸 것 같고 네, 잘 찍힌 것 같아요. 고맙습니다.
네, 감사합니다.
To the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call for the glory and the broken, for the lost and forsaken. the sky falls and the sun turned black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws.
bones of my trepidation. Let's shake the we survive. Oh, alive. I set you off on another long let's shake the
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2022. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, and it is time for our second match of the night. Let's see whether it's going to be an upset much like we saw in match number one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling like we're not going to see an upset. I think this is very Damwon Kia favored. I'm really excited about their new roster. Feels like overall an upgrade from last year. KT though, definitely an upgrade. There's no question to be.
Yeah.
No questions asked about that. We'll get into that later, but I do think this one might be Damwon Kia favored, almost extremely so. I don't think we're going to see another upset. But I am very excited to see these two teams clash with a lot of players returning to Korea from other regions, Aiming and Arya in particular.
Yeah, exactly. Arya, of course, really performing extraordinarily well over in the LJL. You saw him at Worlds, actually had some breakout performances over there as well. But both him and Showmaker managing to win back-to-back titles in their relative regions last year. So clashing now will be exciting to see how things go. Welcoming back Aiming is definitely a whole lot of fun, especially just before he left Korea. He was looking fantastic, and then in his first week afterwards, looked really good as well. Kind of like slumped the second year that he was over in the LPL, but welcome him back and we'll see whether he's going to be able to perform well. Let's have a look at some of the rosters and really go over all of these changes that we have seen, as of course, KT is now basically King Zone. Because like Hirai, Supreme, Akon, like that is the coaching squad that led that team. Rascal, Cuz, also members of that squad as well. So still a bit of fun throwback there to see the entire top side of that list looking like a 2019 roster.
And only Gideon returning from the old KT roster. They spent the big money this season, more than they have in quite some time since really the Score roster, to actually build a team that has big names on it, and they're hoping to dominate this year. Now, on the side of Damwon Kia, obviously the bot duo is broken off, and now Duckdom and Kellen from Nongshim of 2021 have moved into the roster. Strongest bot duo, most would argue, in the LCK in an isolation of that one matchup. And then, of course, Hoya and Birdall will be replacing Khan on the top side. All new KT is here. You know, we always say don't get excited for KT roster, but
I don't think we're at risk of that just yet, Wolf. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I don't think anyone's overreacting to this one because, of course, it's not necessarily huge names, right? But looking forward to seeing whether they can actually mesh together. And Hoya versus Birdall as far as the top lane choice is concerned for Damwon Kia.
I'm on Team Hoya, rather. I think a lot of people are excited for Birdall because of his very brief flashes in the pan of what he's done and what he did for Gen.G, and the hype that led to him playing for Gen.G very briefly. But Hoya's veterancy status and how well he can play in isolation, especially on weak side, is what I'm most excited for. And then, of course, Arya dominating LJL, and in his first appearance, he will face off against legendary Showmaker. So that's one of the key matchups everybody's looking forward to tonight.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough task for Arya, but we'll see whether he's going to be up for it, of course. Having already been on the world stage and faced the best of the best, you could imagine that he's probably not going to let the nerves get the better of him or anything like that. And Aiming and Life taking on Duckdom and Kellen is going to be a big test for the returning Aiming and Life finally without Ruler. But let's hear from the players and how they take this matchup.
안녕하세요. KT 롤스터의 탑라이너를 맡고 있는 라스칼 김광희입니다.
멤버들도 너무 좋았어서 그냥 저만 잘하면 롤드컵까지는 무조건 갈 수 있겠다 생각해서 들어오게 된 것 같아요.
뭐 팀이 저를 많이 좋아해 주셔서 다시 돌아오기로 했던 것 같아요.
처음엔 좀 안 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수도 있지만 계속해서 포기하지 않고 성장하면서 마지막에는 다 같이 원하는 목표 이룰 수 있으면 좋겠어요.
담원에서 탑을 맡고 있는 버돌 노태윤입니다.
다들 열심히 하는 분위기여서 분위기는 좋은 것 같아요. 쇼메이커 캐니언 가장 잘하는 사람들이라고 생각하기 때문에 담원기아에 오게 된 계기가 큰 것 같아요.
솔직히 얘기하면 작년보다는 좀 약해지지 않았나.
담원 뭐 이제 미드 정글만 없으면 뭐 하나도 없다. 이제 LCK 데뷔전이 제 기억상 KT였던 걸로 기억하는데 혼내줬거든요.
광희 형 그 철벽의 라스칼? 이번엔 안 될 것 같은데.
좋은 모습으로 많은 활약 보여드리고 싶습니다.
쇼메이커 선수는 그냥 여러 가지 면에서 능력치가 뛰어나다고 생각을 하는 육각형 미드라이너라서 저도 많이 보고 배웠었고
잘하더라고요. 그래도 허수가 훨씬 잘하지 않나.
LCK는 또 다른 느낌이니까 한번 맛을 보셔야 될 것 같아요.
아리아 선수 되게 피지컬이 좋고 큰 무대에서도 되게 잘하시는 것 같아서
경기를 같이 할 수 있게 돼서 너무 기분 좋고 좋은 경기로 만날 수 있으면 좋겠습니다.
쇼메이커 요리모 아리아 됐어요.
벅지 요리모, 갭스 요리모, 아리아 요리모, 쇼메이커 데스요. 하하. 담원기아 이길 수 있는 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
세 나라의 리그를 다 경험해왔기 때문에 그런 장점들을 다 흡수해서 잘 경기해보도록 하겠습니다.
한중일 e스포츠 대회 했었는데 한국이 우승했던 걸로 아는데 한국 출신이 5이기 때문에 저희가 이길 것 같습니다.
첫 경기부터 좋은 흐름 가져가겠습니다.
광희 형, 정민이 형, 굿나잇. 태훈아, 살살 해줘.
KT 롤스터 화이팅!
담원기아 화이팅!
It is definitely nice to see that Bertel was featured in that video so that we could watch Hoya play afterwards. But we are first going to introduce KT Rolster.
Really nice new jerseys and jacket,
Yeah,
I
I'm a
will
big
say.
fan.
And it's very clean, changing the color scheme up a little bit. But KT Rolster, man, it has been a bit of a roller coaster, a rollster coaster, if you will, in terms of what we saw from them in 2021. There were moments where they got some upsets. There were times last year where you felt like maybe KT is on the right track. Maybe this is going to be their few weeks that lead to a playoffs run that we might finally see, but it never amounted to anything. I think this is by far a much stronger base. It's not the first time KT has brought a Korean player back from the LJL. Remember, Blank was their jungler for a lot of the season last year after his stint in the LJL.
Yep.
And it's Arya. This time will join. And Arya faces Showmaker tonight. They did face off at MSI. They were in the same play-ins group.
Yeah. Things
And-
didn't go so well. However,
No.
Detonation Focus Me did push them to the edge in one of the matches.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Outside of that, though, Damwon were basically just immovable during that tournament. But, you know, different team, different situation, different teammates as well. So the isolated matchup in the mid lane might be different now. But this is your LCK champion team from 2021, now revamped with Canyon and Showmaker, definitely the highlight players of the squad still there. And they brought over Dam and Kellen. Two players that we were very hyped on last year. Dam a little bit more than Kellen in my personal perspective, but it's the top lane that's going to be the real focus for today's match. And I think a lot of people just don't know how it's going to go with Hoya, who definitely wasn't the player that we were hoping him to be last year. And now also with the option of putting in Bertel if they would like to.
Hoya
yeah.
here, he is in a team where he could be fully unleashed, right? On Fredit Brion, he played very well. He didn't have, you know, he wasn't a 100 out of 100 games was perfect for him by any means. He was not a perfect player, and he was not even often the standout player we were looking at for Fredit Brion. But I think given a very strong mid component here in Showmaker and Canyon, who likes to hover the mid lane, weak side, Hoya on this team, I think can be incredibly strong. Now, the two players who are strongest in their regions isn't quite congruent here because the LJL is still a minor region that is a play-in region in World Championships, etc. But Arya reached Showmaker's level of domination in the LJL and in international events. He was the best player in Japan. Now he tackles Korea.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, like, he made it to Worlds and Detonation Focus Me were on the same level of their opposition when we were there. So I don't think we even need to go into that one. I think that he's definitely going to be good enough for the LCK. Whether he's good enough to take down Showmaker in this particular match is a very different story because Showmaker has basically, no real rivals at this stage unless someone can rise up. And we'll see whether it is going to be Arya today in the very first time of asking. This dumb one, I think, is going to work very differently to the ones that you're used to seeing. And it has a lot to do with that bottom lane now being far more of a focus than we saw last time around. Khan did demand a lot of resources towards that top side. Hoya never has, right? And look, Hoya was not, he was top 3 as far as effective players on Fredit Brion, but I don't think you can give him any higher than that. I think he had, you know, not exactly the greatest first bit of time here in the LCK, but we know what he can do in solo queue. We know what this guy is capable of outside of on stage with Fredit Brion. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether maybe he's been unleashed because the coaching staff of Damwon Kia are also fantastic at training up new talent. They've got Koma there, who is very, very good at spotting things like that and developing. Plus Daney as well, who has been very, very good with certain teams.
I also think it's a great meta for Hoya. Champions like the Tryndamere, the ability to sit on a Gragas, for example, top, just tank it out, play slow, and look for engages later on. His Gnar was always fantastic. You know, his Ornn was always very good. And
yeah,
champions like this that are slowly rising back into popularity in the meta, it's a great time for him to come in and show his stuff here. And I think it's part of the reason why he's starting over Birdall, because we're seeing a little bit less of the Camille's, the Aurelias, the Gwens on the top side here in Korea right now. If the meta shifts back to that more extremely, you may see Birdall swap back in. But I think it's the ability for Hoya to read the meta well, play weak side, and obviously his experience dealing with top-tier teams and top-tier shot callers over the years he's played as a professional means that he's who they want to start the season off with. We'll see how things change and evolve over the next few weeks and over this split. But I'm very excited because Damwon Kia had some very clear strengths and weaknesses with Khan. You knew exactly what you were going to get every game. Sometimes his champion pool was very predictable. And I think with Hoya, he bends and is a lot more flexible. Maybe not as strong as a strong link as Khan was at times, not as strong of an anchor perhaps, but his flexibility means Damwon Kia can try new things and do new things on the top side while they have this new amazing bot duo to kind of glue it all together.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at right here on your screen, as you could see before before we switched over to the other side. And Hirai's there looking handsome as per usual. Doc Dum and Kellen are going to be a really, really fun part of Damwon to watch, and we'll see whether they have shifted over to more of that bot-centric style that they have never played ever in the history of being Damwon, ever.
Yeah.
Right? Like, even when it was Nuclear back in the day, like, that was definitely not a bot-side focused team either, so looking forward to it. This is the first time that we'll see Damwon with power on that bot lane. And we'll see whether they've gotten used to it. It is game number 1, so I don't expect, there shouldn't be too many expectations for Damwon to perform fantastically well in a brand new style, but I'm expecting them to still come away with a victory because this is a team with Canyon and Showmaker, and that's it's basically enough in my book for them to be considered favorites.
It's a very good meta for Canyon, because it is so jungle-focused in terms of setting up the pace of the game.
Very true.
There's a lot of power in that right now, when we have a lot of these control mage mid matchups, the jungle can really impact quite heavily. And that's something where, Cuz he's going to be able to make his impact as well here for KT Rolster. I think a stronger player than Gideon is, and a very different, more aggressive player than Blank was for KT Rolster. So it doesn't really matter in terms of synergy because it's a completely new KT, so we don't even have to talk about the old one. But I do think that this is going to be a very different look for KT Rolster in general. So if you're a KT fan, get ready to 180 big time.
Yeah, absolutely. Cuz as well might actually be able to first pick that Lee Sin based on what Damwon Kia does here. I think it's very dangerous to ban it because then what is the answer into the Xin Zhao, right? Because KT then just get to pick that one away. So it's likely going to be a different option. Taking our time, though, before we get there, and Vex will be taken off the board instead. Second ban that we've seen, and this does leave the Lee Sin there, and that is obviously going to be not only picked up for Cuz, definitely one of his favorites, but picked away from Canyon, probably the best Lee Sin player here in the LCK.
Now, Xin Zhao is definitely going to be the response here, you have to imagine, unless we see a Jarvan, which is much rarer. But then now you have the ability to take your pick of the litter in terms of the AD carry. The Caitlyn is left open here. And that's
I think Caitlyn Karma sounds like a really good option.
Caitlyn Karma, Caitlyn Lux, also another strong option we've seen so much of. And Kellen, not really known for his Enchantress supports, but he's been spamming it in solo queue. I've checked his profile recently. He's been playing almost entirely Enchantress supports as the meta calls for.
I mean, Kellen actually was the Enchanter support player before he joined up with Doc Dum last year. Before that, he was almost always the Enchanter guy, did it a lot alongside Ruler, so I think it's actually kind of cool that he has the option. Hasn't decided to just yet.
Yeah,
as aiming, thinking about what he wants to do.
We'll find out what he's going to play in the next phase because you're not going to pick away the Lux, especially. If they picked away the Karma, you'll still have that backup plan here. Is Jhin will be the answer.
Yep.
And it is the Karma taken away as well because the Karma, you mentioned it with the Caitlyn at the bottom, it's obviously great for Xin Zhao as we've seen so much of.
Yeah.
So I think it will just be the Lux here to follow up for Damwon Kia, or else it will be removed in that second phase. and then we'll have to wait for our soul lanes. This is kind of the way we're looking at things. The bottom side of the map decided early here in the LCK.
Yeah, Lux, pretty understandable. I find it interesting that we were talking about Enchanter supports, and I'm like, Kellen, great Enchanter support. But Life, who did play alongside Ruler for a lot longer than Kellen did, is most likely going to be taking that Karma towards that bottom side as well. And Life was a fantastic Enchanter support player before he decided to be the best support Gragas that we had in the LCK.
Now, Arya, in terms of what I've seen from him play, right? I'm not the most avid LJL watcher, but I've watched a lot of his games, and I've seen him especially in international events. He often does like to pop off and play aggressive champions, even assassins in the mid lane, more than he's known for his control mages. And so I'm curious to see how Damwon approaches the ban. So they will actually go the entire opposite way and ban away the Rise. I've already, of course, taken away the Vex and the Twisted Fate. And I'm expecting that we will see another control mage matchup here, but I think it's probably Arya, if it's left available, that will take towards something like a Syndra rather than a Victor for hyper late game scaling.
Yeah.
It's not his style per se, from what I've seen, you know, of course, internationally, and from the few LGL games I've watched of him in finals and stuff like that.
Yeah. The Corki to be banned away from Showmaker, certainly one of his favorites in the past, so not going to be on the board. LeBlanc's sort of standing out. Both Arya and Showmaker definitely default to that champion a lot. We've seen it banned a few times, but we haven't really seen it picked up just yet here in the LCK.
Yeah.
As Graves is taken off the board. Rascal not going to play that one. Couple of Rascal nods with the bans, but of course Renekton has to be perma-banned. So unfortunately Rascal's not able to get his scaly friend.
Gragas ban here too. So not going to have that with the Xin Zhao for extreme, speedy engages. Also something that KT would have considered themselves.
Yeah.
So now Damwon Kia have to show their hand a little bit. Do we see Hoya pick first? I doubt it, because he's usually more weak side, but there's the Gwen hover.
Yeah, Gwen actually being considered here. Interesting that Hoya's not going to get that counter pick. They're making sure that Showmaker gets the best matchup possible or plays Lux.
Yeah, it's well, I doubt that's going to happen, but I'd love to see it. I think this means it's a pretty easy Jace follow-up here. Now, Arya on the Akali. This is one of those champions, the assassins I was talking about. He is so fantastic.
Wow.
It's his signature champion, or one of them.
Picking Akali into Showmaker, though, that shows some cojones, my friend.
Blind as well. And this is like, when I think of Arya, I think of Akali oftentimes. And so it looks like it's going to be Rascal, though. And I often do think of, when I think of top Akali, I think of Rascal.
Yeah, Rascal is he's our top Akali guy. That is absolutely true.
Okay, here, so no Jace whatsoever into the Gwen, which is a really common response. So now the question becomes, what does Showmaker play into this? Zoe might just be either the Victor or the Syndra.
Or the Evelynn. Obviously the choice. Wait, hang on a second. No, not going to be the choice. Looks like Orianna is going to be picked up. Definitely a more stable choice for Showmaker there in the mid lane, and does round out their composition really nicely. Considering the Xin Zhao already being there, really does like to have a little bit of Enchanter support in that mid lane.
Yeah.
And Dissonance fantastic for getting him into the fight as well. So Damwon Kia with a pretty rounded lineup. Can team fight, can certainly split push with that Gwen there, but KT far more explosive around the mid game, especially with this composition.
The KT composition is almost purely pick based, because you can sleep someone, you can blow them up with Jhin. Karma can help Zoe get into position to do that. Also the Lee Sin, the Akali. You can execute someone like the Lux, the Orianna very quickly. But if the fight goes longer, you're going to have to deal with all of that Gwen lifesteal once she gets her Leeching Leer and then, evolves that. And then you're into the Riftmaker, and you're going to have to deal with a very, very annoying Xin Zhao getting on top of your composition and kind of knocking it about. So the sustained damage here for KT Rolster isn't really all that great when you compare it to, as you mentioned, a more well-rounded composition for Damwon Kia, because they've got everything. They've got a front line, they've got the ability to have a ball carrier in the Xin Zhao, they have great engage, you've got light bindings from Kellen, you have, of course, Showmaker's ultimate, and Canyon could just, of course, speed up and run right in there. So long-range Caitlyn to back it all up. I like Damwon Kia's draft a lot better just because it's more well-rounded.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it's going to do as it hits the Rift. The very first time that we've seen this Damwon Kia roster, very interested to see how it's going to go up against KT that have drafted pretty beautifully, I have to say, in this particular game. So I like it. Rascal back to some old comfort
in the Akali. He loved this pick, and it was back when he was on DRX, back when he was on, you know, the roster that had Hirai at the helm with Akon there and Supreme. Like, it's very cool that we do get to see a harkening back to a time where Cuz was playing a lot of Lee Sin and Roscoe was playing a lot of Akali.
Yeah, we do have a little pause.
And we had a lot of pauses as well, so it's
we always
really
do.
cool. A lot of reminders here.
Yeah, even, you know, my first year of LCK last year, Rascal played a decent amount on Gen G. So
yeah,
definitely something that I associate the flashless teleport ignite Akali top. It's a champion that Arya is very well versed on too, so it could have gone either way.
Yep. Aiming, I think, had a little bit of an issue earlier on. No, it's actually Life. Never mind. Wasn't Aiming. Aiming was having a chat to the ref earlier, but it's now Life that has a bit of an issue with the mouse not working. And I think that having a mouse that does work is generally good for playing League of Legends.
It's very helpful.
Yeah. I found for me it's hit or miss. Sometimes with a mouse I'm more of a liability. However, I think in a general sense, in a game like this, probably need that one to be working.
I'm just glad we don't have any like really weird mice. Well, we have some weird mice players in the LCK, but nothing insanely crazy. So I have this old mouse from the 90s, and it's left-handed.
Hey, what about Bones back in the EU LCS with his ball mouse? What is it? Like what is it?
The old laptop like ball mouse, yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine somebody playing with like that little like nub, you know, the little red nub on the Lenovo. Like, they're like, yeah, I can only play with that.
Like the little nipple in the middle of the keyboard thing?
The nipple trackpad, yeah.
Oh god, yeah, I would like honestly, if you could play League of Legends on that thing, I would be extraordinarily impressed.
Someone's like, I only can play with the touchscreen monitor. I just set the touch to right click, and that's how I play.
Yep.
So,
how would you play League of Legends VR? Would there be a way to make that work?
Via what? Sorry.
VR.
VR. Yeah. No, I don't think so. Then you'd be playing Smite or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Kind of strange, right?
Seems a little bit wacky, but maybe there's a way
One
to
day.
make that one work. I'd be impressed to see someone play League of Legends VR as well, is what I was trying to get to here. As
That's in Japanese, just with Korean writing, so I...
Really?
Yeah. I don't know. I can read the bottom part.
But they just asked
Aria,
whether they know what it is, and then they just shook their heads.
I don't know. She said she wanted to see Showmaker's Akali, please. It says in parentheses there, but didn't actually didn't occur on the opposite side of the rift.
I could see that they wanted to see something, but that's as far as I got as far as my Korean was concerned.
Very cool looking Showmaker jersey there.
I actually saw like a lot of people in the audience were actually wearing their jerseys backwards so that they could actively represent their favorite players.
Oh, that's cool.
It was pretty cool. There was a Canyon fan there. Jersey was on backwards. She was loving it.
That means you love the player more than the team.
And more than how you look as well, because it looks a little bit silly wearing a jersey like that backwards, but got to make those sacrifices.
I'm going to have to agree with you hard on that one. I don't know if
it's definitely worth it. I would say it's definitely worth it. Always make the sacrifice. As Cuz just hanging around here, looking to try and get some guarding going on. And on the other side, looks like both of our bottom lanes will be just meeting in lane. Not going to have any late starts for anyone. And will be very interesting to see how, see which lane is actually going to come out ahead. Because of course, Jin not necessarily known for lane dominance, but Karma most certainly is. So against this Caitlyn Lux, which is a dominant, oh my god, the flash from Kellen. They're really trying to lock down this kill early. Life having to get out of there. The flash still available from Dr. Arm if he wants it. And okay, well, I mean, we were expecting this lane to be strong, but I wasn't expecting flash at level 1.
Oh, that binding.
That binding was so good.
If that hits, that's actually a totally different scenario. But as it turns out, this is actually pretty positive in terms of the KT bot lane because they still hold that ignite, and it's a 4-potion start, of course, for aiming. So, you know, they're very much going to be able to sustain through this.
Yep.
And continue to be obnoxious with this Karma bot lane. Kellen standing there is very annoying because they don't have a ward to spot him.
Yeah, level 2 guaranteed, so Kellen knew that he could walk up.
Yep. This is very annoying for the KT bot duo. By the way, I wanted to mention, it's actually kind of a lesser known fact that Life and Aiming are very close friends in real life. So they probably play together a large amount and have a lot of pre-existing synergy. In terms
really
of at least duo queue and stuff like that. They've been very close friends for a while, so it ends up working out very well for KT.
I didn't actually know that. It's very, very cute.
As Canyon looking for Cuz here. Cuz has already taken his red buff, but might be looking to get down towards the Krugs. And Canyon's going to get on in there. Okay, Cuz in trouble. Going to have to safeguard to get himself out of here. As Canyon asserting his dominance already, but is down by one camp.
That Scryer's Bloom isn't going to tell him a whole lot, sadly. It's just like, yeah, he is going to get that, and I can't do anything about it. But he will go over and confirm at least that he's sticking to it, and can therefore go get the Krug safely. And across the map here, very common for Akali to get a little bit bullied early on, but Rascal's not going to lose very much CS here as this crashes in the turret.
Yep, very standard stuff. 25-21 in favor of Zoe as far as the Zoe-Orianna matchup is concerned.
Yeah, it's a very even one. We saw it a lot last year. Oh, yeah. It's really just a skill-based matchup in the terms of the laning phase.
And it feels like things that happen elsewhere are what decide matchups between Orianna and Zoe. Like, both of them prefer to have, like, Orianna wants team fights, right? And Zoe wants those pick opportunities throughout the mid-game. It's not really like a 1v1 matchup that's all that relevant.
Yeah.
In the game, but certainly is a lane that Orianna should be able to push more effectively in a lot of cases. We can see already that Arya's had to use that teleport in order to go back.
It's Arya looking for potentially a trouble bubble. He's going to connect.
Yeah, bubble will come in here as Battlestar comes down as well. Canyon just going to audaciously charge his way out. Kellen looking for an angle. Not going to find the life binding until now as aiming does get stunned up. Heal is going to have to be used here from Docdom as they're taking a lot of damage. Aiming not a lot of mana to his name. Certainly standing his ground as far as the matchup is concerned.
Yeah, 2 biscuits here for Kellen means he's going to be able to keep spamming this out a little bit longer, but he gets rooted.
Yeah,
that'll be a pushback.
Yeah, thankfully for him, did have that shield coming back as well. It's going to be A-okay.
So in terms of how these compositions are going to function around these first few objectives, it's, you know, really quite even in terms of how these two teams fight. I mean, both the Xin Zhao and the Lee Sin are going to be very strong early. I'd argue the Xin Zhao a little bit stronger, assuming no shenanigans happen before that first spawn of the Rift Herald, which is coming up in about 3 minutes' time. But Akali going to be, you know, slightly more online. All ultimates are going to be up and stuff like that. So how much the mid wave is controlled and how much that bot push happens is going to really decide who gets to the Drake first and has that or rather the Herald first and who has that inherent advantage. So small trades like the ones we just saw in the bottom lane in a few minutes time actually will be massive. Whether there's a kill or not, that pushing power and that wave control is going to be so critical with these two comps.
Yeah, you can see here that Docdom got his wave into a beautiful position before going home. It's aiming in life. They will need to come up and sort all of that out. But with Docdom absent, they should be able to do that. Still, nicely done there. As Hoya dashing towards Rascal here, we already mentioned that things are going to get better for Akali as the game goes on. But it's a bit difficult. I feel like the power spikes for both Gwen and Akali are in similar positions. Don't necessarily know the 1v1 all that well.
Really well-placed ward there, actually. Avoids the forward in the brush.
And Cuz is down here. He knows his counter-gang senses were tingling.
Yeah, Canyon walked over it, so they actually don't know Cuz is here, and they think this is a 3v2 exchange. This is very sneaky. But if they both just wait it out, then at the end of the day, it's an even wasted time between the junglers.
Yeah, Kellen not quite going to find it there. Losing Singularity, not going to get that slowdown onto life, and Cuz is an alcove gamer. Love that.
Game of chicken here in the League of Legends Champions Korea. Will back away, and Canyon is now unable to find anything as the wave is pushing through.
And in the end, absolutely nothing happens.
Yeah, I mean, the only exception being that Showmaker stays in lane, and you did see a back from Arya there. Should have plenty of time to return to lane, though, before that Rift Herald does, in fact, spawn. I mean, this game doesn't really, we haven't had a game quite like this so far in the LCK, but it's about as close as it gets. Now, that extra back did cost Arya a lot of CS. You can see Showmaker is actually up 20 CS right now on what is normally a very even matchup. So,
yeah.
That's one part where KT is losing out big time.
Yeah, I think early laning phase, Orianna is almost always just pretty happy, as Damwon have the wave in exactly the position that they want it. Caitlyn, if she can just hold you underneath the turret, she's feeling real good. As Life with his Inspire Shield is going to be absolutely fine against the combo from Docdom. And yeah, aiming in Life just doing okay as far as just sorting out this lane is concerned, weathering the storm, because that's exactly what they need to do. Cuz makes a visit towards the top side. Is this going to be first blood? Lee Sin, of course, just accelerates when it comes to early gold so effectively.
Well, yeah, they need to make something happen if they want this Rift Herald, because the bottom lane is completely controlled. They're kind of stuck under that turret there. Actually, we're channeling them back, but decided not to commit to it because it's so critical to hold on to this wave right now. And Damwon Kia have ultimate control over when they want to decide to go for this objective. Canyon checks there's no wards here. He's going to take the long way around.
Yeah, we might have another Alcove gamer. I absolutely love that.
Back to back.
Mm-hmm. It's the best kind of gaming.
It really is.
There's Rascal just holding the wave. Not under too much threat here, as of course Shuriken backflip. Plus his ultimate that he does now have available can be used very effectively to get himself out of any scrapes.
Well, this is just so unlike the LCK that both teams are going, well,
Yeah,
we just don't have enough.
Extraordinarily slow.
Yeah.
Handshake gaming. Wow.
No,
wacky.
I mean, the Rift Herald ignore here from both teams.
Oh, you're
Like,
being
why-
serious.
No, like it's quite unusual for teams to go, well, we just don't quite have a big enough advantage to actually go up and fight for this. Usually people are like, well, we're going to go up no matter what, even though it looks pretty bad for us. We have to be there first. And a bit of a handshake here between these two teams in terms of how they're going to play this slow early game out instead of actually risking it all and flipping for the objective.
Yeah.
And I think it says a lot about KT Rolster's patience here, especially when their mid and bot were struggling so hard, and they still were able to hunker down and prevent Damwon from getting that. His binding will connect.
Yeah, bit of damage there onto life. Can tether up Kellen for a little bit there, though, so not too much to worry about. Cuz in the area as well. That is going to help out. Loosen Singularity just for some scouting. And Docton just doing some Caitlyn things here. Pushing this wave relentlessly. It's exactly what you want to do. Keep it under the turret. Make sure that aiming has to worry about minions as well as a Caitlyn shooting him.
And once again,
how everything works.
Showmaker's able to crash another wave into the turret, so Arya backed, has to clean the wave, and is unable to rotate in, and the bot pressure there means that Damwon Kia will finally be able to, through this war of wave pushing, grab the first ring. I mean, Arya is trading so poorly that he may be forced to back again, and that's really rough.
That's absolutely not what you want, is Kellen now gonna have to run away from these bullets. Not exactly playing DDR correctly here, as we're gonna hold on to the last bullet, and there's Final Spark. His aiming is going to be punished just a little bit there. Like, you cheeky little devil.
You're going to keep holding that ult. You can't move. Okay, this could be a really interesting tactic from KT to actually give bot plates for the Herald.
Yeah, it's potentially a thing that they're looking for as Canyon moves on in, wants to grab life, but if they lose a couple of plates and the Karma, then they're just... Like, the Herald doesn't matter. As life is going to survive, is going to have to flash his way out, lost the Ignite as well. But now Canyon moves on back, they're going to be able to push another wave in here, and I don't think it's worth taking the Rift Herald.
I don't think so either. I think this was absolutely worth it for Damwon Kia. If KT had been able to defend this and had, you know, someone else over here, if Zoe was over here, if she wasn't pushed in, for example, and they could have actually maybe tried to look for even not only a defense of the place, but a trade back, that's one thing. But to just simply go, well, we're going to grab this with two people on the Herald and then also lose all of our plates and almost lose our Karma too, then definitely not a worth trade. And Damwon Kia are definitely going to be very happy about this because they have so much control over these waves too, that the Rift Herald is going to be very difficult to get value with anyways, because there's no great place to put it right now.
Yeah, and if they can break down the mid turret, that's when you're going to be feeling absolutely fantastic, as you well know.
Yes, it's my favorite thing, the Zoe mid turret.
So if Cuz can get over there and deliver that one to Arya, it certainly will be a good news story. But Arya right now taking bad trade after bad trade, not exactly having the greatest one, as Cuz over here does have the purple hands, but isn't going to give them up just yet.
It's very difficult against a really strong Orianna players keeping the minions there to actually trade effectively without hitting trouble bubbles, and that's way easier said than done. As Hoya is going to have to back off here.
Yep, gets the news that there is a ward in that brush.
Very good start here for Rascal, by the way. Obviously, Akali struggling in the earlier parts, but now taking a very significant CS lead and even starting to push him into turret.
Yeah, Ace in the hole coming on through, as aiming is going to have to tank that one. Docton and Kellen not very happy to be pushed in at this point in time.
Yeah, we just trade that cooldown for health bars in the pro play. You don't always go, oh, cool, I got that cool kill. You don't use it that way most of the time. As Canyon clears wards, we'll see how long he stays here. Because again, if you get a pick here, you get the turret and you have extreme control over the bottom side of the map, almost permanently, honestly. Even though Cuz is coming down here.
That vision is working out. As Hoya Really struggling here against Rascal, who dives underneath the turret, wants to try and take this one, and he will do it. The solo kill comes in, and Rascal not even going to burn down to the Ignite. So, yep, looking like the same old Hoya.
Yeah, I mean, looking like the same old Rascal, more like, but he just barely calculates the kill there under turret, is able to pick it off, shoving him into turret super hard, looking for that opportunity, ulting through. And now, you know, you've got plates going down on the top side of the map here. So, I mean, it's a small consolation prize, but it's something, right? You at least trade your lack of control of the bottom side of the map for a little bit of top side control, and it's a solo kill.
Yeah,
so you didn't even have to commit more resources. You watch Rascal. Pops through there, under turret.
Beautifully done.
Didn't catch what he said there, but he's calculated. Ignite ticks down, but he does not tick with it.
He got top. That's what he said, and he absolutely did. Is now Canyon going to try and push Cuz out of this one. Showmaker standing in as well, and will this actually get a charge? The answer's no. So ㅣ2022 defend against the Rift Herald. So now we were talking about it not being worth even if they got the plates.
Yeah.
And I think we could say it's extra not worth now.
Well, this is what I was saying, like with no winning lanes outside of the top side of the map very briefly there, how do you get value out of the Rift Herald? Like, you know, if you get plates, is it worth it? No, but you don't even get plates because you can't. It's a real feels bad moment. At least they do have the only kill in this game.
I think doubling down on top would have been a much better option.
I completely agree. Might have been an issue with the timer there, and they were really just trying to force it to get that wolf turret, but not going to happen. And no plates. They're sitting very, very low, fourth of the plates that ㅣ2022 currently hold. They also still have control of those waves, so can look to collapse on Drake now at 15 minutes here. And I'm very terrified for KT if this is a Chemtech Soul with their composition. It's going to be so incredibly difficult to play this out.
Yeah, although I think Chemtech Soul kind of works for Zoe composition.
If you have the vision.
Because you want the craziness around the map.
But
yeah, I think for both sides, whoever's winning, Chemtech Soul is just better. Like Chemtech Rift is better.
Yes.
Because you're the one that's scary. Like if you're found in the jungle, you're the scary one. Being the scary one, very important when everyone's invisible all the time.
Yes. I think that KT have kind of wrestled control away. They've got the vision here, and with Arya controlling this choke point, it's very easy to actually prevent ㅣ2022 from rotating in. I think they've kind of locked this one up. Now, Rascal trying to make a flank play here. That's maybe a bridge too far, but they will grab the Drake. Yep. Very well played here from KT, controlling that choke point with the trouble bubbles, and actually just forcing their way through.
Yeah, making sure that, you know, Hoya was out of the picture, and therefore, man advantage. And with Rascal being more scary, they're leveraging it really, really well. Back on an old favorite in this Akali, and already the only one to pick up a kill so far this game. Still, it's not enough to actually get them anything as far as an advantage is concerned. ㅣ2022 with their turret lead is going to mean that they are still in a great spot. And Showmaker's even going to be able to steal away the enemy blue buff as well. So top side of the map well and truly belongs to ㅣ2022. And giving up one Hextech Drake, not exactly the end of the world, as it will be a Mountain Soul this game. Another Drake that does kind of work out very well for the Zoe. Likes to be able to put those bubbles through the extra walls.
Yeah, definitely true. And obviously need to make sure that you can prevent ㅣ2022.
Showmaker is at 200 CS at like 16.5 minutes wolf.
He's pulling a Chovy. I mean, unfortunately, Arya has been fairly non-existent in terms of the laning phase.
Arya's still farming at almost 10 CS a minute.
Yeah.
It's still really good. It just looks really bad that he's 50 CS behind.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Arya's not hitting the CS numbers. He's just been forced out of lane so much they can't keep up. And, okay, Rift Herald attempt here from KT as well. They have a comp that's really good at grouping and fighting. If they can keep aiming alive.
Well, they're not going to... Oh, okay, he's going to be able to flash. Might be able to make his way out. Canyon, there's the curtain call. Canyon could be in trouble here. As there's the flash forward from Life to slow him down. Doctarm going to body block for his jungler. And even able to utilize the shielding to make that one work. Because now Hoya's getting to work on this bottom inner turret. And investment on both sides. Canyon's flash there as well. But in the end, it is actually in favor of Damwon, given the fact that Hoya did get solo time here on this bottom turret. So Hoya now also trying to thread the needlework through, but it's going to be answered. Cuz getting the kick back as Kellen trying to get out of this one. Canyon dives forward. Doctarm trying to make it happen, and he does! Damn, that was actually so sick. But still, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Still okay for KT.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 trade here. I think the biggest win for Damwon Kia, though, is that they get an extra bot push. Oya gets out okay, basically scot-free. So they do a lot of damage bottom side, get a lot of farm there. Then you've also got, at the same time, on the other side of the map, Showmaker's getting free farm, and you save the turret. Like, so Zoe still hasn't gotten that critical turret that's really going to open up her ability to poke around that top side of the Drake objective. As this is a great start from Cuz, right? As Damwon Kia is trying to burst this down before it goes through, and then Duckdom is just over here popping off, cleaning up this this Rift Herald. But I still think it's a very minor win for KT, but Damwon Kia keeping this turret alive is so much more valuable than anything else that's happening on the Rift right now.
Yeah, everything that Duckdom just did there was actually just so cool. His target selection on everything was really fun to watch. Anyway, you're right. I think it's not exactly end of the world for KT. Damwon just utilizing that classic Damwon very objective focus style play that seems to still be there, despite the fact that you know, Beryl isn't there, and things have definitely changed. It does still feel like same old Damwon when it comes to how focused they are on making sure that when an objective goes down, they have control of the situation and can try and answer effectively, or make sure that their opponent couldn't answer.
I would love to see a stat on how many minion Showmakers crash into turrets, because he keeps crashing 2 waves. Like, he's hitting the top wave, he's pulling a Chovy, right? He's like crashing top minions in, he's crashing minions in. The observers keep showing how many minions are dying that KT is not able to soak up. And a lot of that, of course, is unfortunately on Arya, on the Zoe. He's missing a lot of minions, and that's part of why Showmaker is so far ahead. He's also just being fantastic at getting both waves there. But
I mean, you look at it, and look at the 80 carries, right, for example.
Yeah.
I like to look at 80 carries to understand, like, where should people generally kind of be when it comes to farm. And right now, it's around 180, 190. And look, you're at like 20 minutes into the game on the dot, and this is like Duckdom and aiming, rotating a little bit more than usual, being a little bit behind. But it's absurd that Showmaker's sitting there on 250 right now.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some Doinby memes going through the chat right now, but
yeah. Inventing minions. He's building them himself so
it's
that
crazy.
He can take them.
He's hacked them into the game.
Something like that.
Maybe
that was why we had a pause earlier on. Life was like, I think that there have been more minions put into the game.
He's got a 350 gold bounty with no kills because of this.
Yep, the classic. There's aiming. Okay, Wind becomes lightning. Not going to connect. Also not going to quite find the stun there, or the snare, or the root, depending on what you want to call it. Oh, you're taking a bit of damage here. There's a fair bit of work done.
Now, this time, Damwon Kia have extreme vision control over this area, and there's no way that Arya can try to chip away or control these choke points. They also have the 3 traps here as well, and this is just desperation. The final spark to try to, say, hey, don't do that, but it's an attempt to steal, it fails.
Indeed. Canyon actually going to tank the rest of it. Was thinking about taking this opportunity to start a fight, but the bubble is going to deter him. Actually, he's going to walk on out of it. Will be all right. Very, very close to actually just connecting on the Xin Zhao, but still had the ultimate available if he needed it. That is going to be the first Mountain Drake going over to Damwon Kia, and they will be able to do it scot-free.
Very, very powerful Drake to have stack up to Soul against a composition that's really trying to pick a single champion and burst them down, like especially into the Zoe. Just having that extra shield and the resistance that comes with the Drake normally is so frustrating to deal with, and each one of these becomes so much more important as they stack up. So KT, they had to give this one up because they didn't have any ability to rotate in, they didn't have vision. But the next one, they're going to really have to think hard about how they want to set up for it, because you can't just give these away anymore.
Nope. I think Rascal is starting to be one of the best points here for KT, as Hoya is just going to get solo killed yet again. Rascal's got minions, so he gets to go into his stopwatch, and he's going to just be fine. And I'm glad that the action breaks out right as I'm talking about the man of the hour, right?
Yeah.
Rascal is doing so well on his signature Akali.
And the force there of some resources come down very briefly meant that Arya also is able to get a free turret here on top side. So this is a ton of extra gold going over to KT Rolster, which will actually pretty much even us up here in terms of the gold at the 22.5-minute mark. And it's pretty huge that KT have actually been able to stabilize so well in this game despite losing crucial objectives and actually having a lot of lost CS in mid.
Yeah, I mean, top gap, man. That's all it is. We're going to check out Rascal come through here. I mean, it looks just so easy, as Hoya was pretty much a sitting duck, especially with Rascal having his stopwatch.
He didn't respect the stopwatch. He didn't respect the, that Akali can actually close that gap and kill him there. He should have been playing way further back. And Rascal just sees an opportunity. Now he's got a Shadow Flame online, which is insane for an Akali that's starting to get really fed.
Yeah.
And he's got 4 stacks, you know, the Dark Seal too. Like, these things are going to start really adding up. And suddenly it's going to be too difficult for Hoya to really side lane at all once Rascal just starts homing in on. Like, you see him up here in the bottom lane again. Rascal is coming in like a homing missile down there. Like, you're not going to push any further than halfway.
I mean, I don't think Hoya is going to push any further than halfway anyway, right? Because
You better
he's
not.
just dead.
Yeah.
There's no way that he can enter a lane with Rascal at this stage. Rascal's shown it twice, and that is double solo kills. And if he hadn't solo died like that, we'd be looking at a 1-1 game, right?
Yeah.
It's a little bit unfortunate that Damwon looking like they have a glaring weakness now towards the top side. However, early days, and we'll see whether they can recover. It's still extraordinarily close.
It's
And
also
those couple of Drakes still looking good.
It's kind of an unusual pick for Hoya, right? I didn't expect to see the Gwen here, especially kind of face up like that from Damwon Kia.
Yeah, blind Gwen is a weird choice.
It's a weird choice because they also could have played Jason to him, and Rascal could have just smashed him that way as well. Like, it was a very risky call from them, and it's not a pick that Hoya historically has looked great on or even okay on. So I do think this is somewhat of a extreme comfort pick for Rascal versus extreme discomfort clearly for Hoya. But we know which one of these two top laners is the storied one, right? And it's not Hoya, and it really does show in this first game here for Damwon Kia. And it's one of the ways that KT is still hanging on to this game and is actually now taking a 100 gold lead. Very slight lead, very much behind in terms of what their comp does later on, and the Drake disadvantage is big. But still, that's the Rascal thread they're hanging from.
Yeah. Well, Aiming taking a little bit of damage here. Kellen starting to build up some gold for himself by the looks of things. His crown now put together in the final spark, doing a bit of work. As we can see, 1 minute until this next Mountain Drake is available. Damwon Kia wanting to get to that soul point, and KT wanting to even things out. It's Canyon looking for an opportunity onto Aiming. Wind becomes lightning, avoided there with the help of the Inspire shield. And KT will continue pushing forward. They need to break this mid-outer turret, but it's so difficult with the hoover of minions, Showmaker being in the vicinity, about to crest 300 creeps at 25 minutes.
Buzz can sweep around here using this blue buff. They have so much vision, and now choke points controlled this Arya.
Oh no, that feels bad.
That feels bad, man, but he still has control of these choke points, but the problem is that there's still 30 seconds on the clock. Like, this rotation over for KT is actually a little bit premature. The lack of a stopwatch here now for Arya is really going to hurt. And Damwon Kia, because they have such great wave clear, have plenty of time to actually just group up and come in when it matters most.
That's an audacious charge, as you can see. The Canyon pretty happy just to fight for this one. Crescent Guard not actually put on cooldown just yet, and he has so many shields. As of course Callan has them available, throws them around willy-nilly, no worries at all. Cuz standing behind the wall, looking for his opportunity, and now Arya with his time to shine. Needs to get these bubbles in the right spot, needs to control the area. He might be able to do so as Doctor punishes him immediately. The exhaust comes down, and that may have actually saved Arya's life. Canyon taking a lot of damage, though, as you can see Cuz getting to work on this Drake. The rest of Damwon grouped up as 5, wanting to challenge that soul point. Very important for them, as you can see. And over they go. Hoya's about to start this fight up. Good knock up onto Cuz there, as Canyon in the meantime is also going to secure the Drake. Now the team fighting comes through. Hoya already dead, but the rest of Damwon very healthy. The curtain does get called, but Damwon already on their way out as Arya dashing forward. Docdarm taking a lot of damage, but Damwon look to be able to get out with a dragon and just losing their top lane.
And it's absolutely worth it. This is soul point with the best soul you can get against, arguably, against this Zoe pick here. The poke, the chip damage is going to be so much more negligible as this starts to come online. And KT Rolster really squandered their positional advantage by showing their hand early, 30 seconds before the Drake was set up. When they were ready, they were like, okay, let's start the Drake now. It was way too early.
Oh my god.
And Arya is playing with fire. There's going to lose most of his health bar. But
it's a Flame Horizon, by the way, here at 27 minutes.
Yeah, that is insane. And so now Damwon Kia get everything they want. They have such insane wave clear. And when you're in a fight like this, Aiming is doing his best, right, to try to zone people off, and they do end up getting a kill here. But look at the positioning of everyone in KT Rolster. The target selection just isn't there. Like, where is the focus? Arya isn't trying to pick anybody. He's just chucking out paddle stars and hoping for the best. And the Aiming is like, please give me something, any consolation prize. I'll take any kill I can get. And it's just way too late.
Yeah, and I don't know whether it was a disconnect from Hoya or whether the team was like, I'll get in there, distract them while we secure the Drake. Because it did actually work out kind of okay for them, but it did look like Hoya was on a very different page. unless he was playing it just purely to get people away from the area. 2.5k gold lead for Showmaker by himself. You can see Rascal, he's very far ahead as well, and even aiming is up a bit of gold over Doctarm.
Yeah. It's interesting, you know, the points you raise about Hoya, because he does look a little bit out of place on this Gwen pick, and he's certainly most famous for champions where he starts the engage. He actually has, you know, he's very tanky, he's not 2,000 gold behind, and he's kind of walking in and telling Fred Brion how the fight is going to go as Lava pops off and carries. Like, that's the Hoya of last year.
Yeah.
But in this particular case, he's so extremely down on gold. He's 0 and 3. He's very low impact, so he's, I think, struggling to figure out the best way to still be useful in this kind of mishmash composition here for Damwon and Kia. And it could cost them dearly as we get closer and closer to these really critical objectives like Baron later on in this now upcoming Soul fight. So definitely something to keep an eye on for sure, because there is not just disconnects on the KT side.
No, it's certainly looking like a little bit of a worry here for Damwon when it comes to that top side, because Gwen, it's not like she has any other modes. It's not like you can default back to something else. She needs to be the one threatening on these sides, and if she's not able to do that, then there's just not a whole lot of use outside of, you know, trying to be a nuisance in some of these team fights like he attempted around that Drake. But
and side laning that you can accomplish against this extremely fed Rascal, so
yeah, no, you just can't. As aiming running forward, looking for a bit of a love tap onto Doctarm. Does find it, but isn't going to do too much work. As Callan just desperately trying to hold on to this outer turret with his final spark.
I mean, this turret has lived for way too long.
Yeah, it really has.
Actually insane how much wave clear Damwon and Kia have to keep this one alive. Final Spark is on basically a 0-second cooldown, so you could just spam it every time it starts to stack up. They've got an Orianna, you know, and even a Gwen when she's over here to help clip through that. And so KT Rolster, they push this into turret. They're just trying to siege this one up so that finally Zoe has a little bit more agency here. As maybe Hoya can find something.
Well, he's going to look for a mini-wave. We'll be able to get there at least. When Showmaker finally ults, is what I was going to say. When he finally ults, it's going to do so much damage. I mean, look at this guy's build. It's a gigantic power spike that he's just hit now that the Void Staff has been put together. Shadow Flame was done second, and also has that Ludens, of course. This guy, like, when he does press R, it is going to hurt a whole lot.
If he hits R on Arya or Life, they die. And honestly, on the aiming as well, but aiming should never be that close in any scenario.
You'd hope not, yeah.
But if he is able to catch a ward-clearing Life or a Arya that's trying to pop forward and hit a Paddle Star, like, that's lights out. And that's the scary thing you have about this Orianna, who so far this game has been a wave clear bot and a utility champion. Wait until you see the team fights.
Yeah. And none of it's really happened, right? Like, Damwon were happy to take the Drake and then get out. They decided that, you know, without their Gwen, they weren't really going to be able to make too much work. And so they sort of agreed as, all right, once again, Hoya going to soak a bubble. He can put down the mist, and I believe Gwen is unable to be harmed by anyone outside of the mist when she places her mist down.
That's correct.
There might be an easier way of saying that, but I'm pretty sure I nailed it.
There you go.
Yeah, as Rascal coming on over, putting down some vision, looking for his opportunity to get a potential flank. It's Arya just explodes! Canyon picks it up in the end with an audacious charge, and now it's Damwon that have the advantage right as this Drake spawns. Welcome to the LCK, Arya. I'm sorry,
I mean,
but that was not the portal you wanted to take.
He was on a solo queue mission trying to snipe Duckdom. It did not happen, spoiler alert. He threaded the needle, hit that sick trouble bubble, and then instantly popped as Kellen was ready to final spark him, and he just went from 100 to 0 in less than a second.
Well, Rascal, he is going to be able to take that outer turret in the mid lane, so maybe worth? Probably not, because that is Mountain Soul, so all these Shadow Flames that have been put together, not exactly feeling great, as that's a teleport. Rascal is going to be able to escape there. That's all the way back to his turret as Canyon diving on forward, looking for an opportunity, does find Cuz with the slow, but otherwise not too much more. And finally, a bit of action here in this game. However, it is not equated to any gold lead at all. It's just a massive tankiness lead. And for what KT wants to do, Mountain Soul is absolutely awful.
No, it is the worst Drake that Damwon could have. I mean, maybe you could argue that Infernal is worse in this particular case. But look at where they predict this portal to be, because they have a control ward there. And he sniped Duckdown with the sleep. But nobody on the rest of his team is anywhere nearby. And he doesn't have enough damage at this stage to actually wipe him out. So, I mean, it was one of those solo queue missions where it's like, this will look really cool if I pull this off. But he dies for it, they lose control of the map for it, and, you know, he doesn't even get the kill. Like, it's just he's desperate for any sort of success here in this game, and I feel it, right, for him because...
Oh yeah, I mean, he has to be doing work in the mid game as well, right? Like, that's what Zoe needs to do. They knew that they were going to try and fight around that Drake. They knew that they had to try and defend against Mountain Soul, but Damwon also knew that they knew, right?
And now,
and so he's just got outthought and then picked off.
And if you can get a pick like that onto Duckdom, or if you can somehow thread the needle and hit Showmaker and get a pick, then you get a 5v4 fight and maybe you could pull it off. But now picks are just out of the question. With 3-stack Mountain Soul for Damwon Kia here,
yeah,
it's virtually impossible to hurt anything. And even the Xin Zhao now has his Force of Nature online, so he's basically impervious to any sort of magic damage coming through here from Aria. And KT,
yeah, okay. Let's start off the Baron, may as well.
Guess so.
That's going to get spotted. It looks like Damwon don't care. They're just going to continue smacking this one down. They've got themselves the giant shield from the Mountain Drake. And so they should be all right. All 5 stacked up. Bubble not going to connect. Actually does, but not going to matter, I guess, is the more relevant thing to say. Cuz in position to go for this 50-50 potentially. That's a lot of damage onto Kellen. However, he's got the shields and should be all right. Cuz wrapping around. Trying to get on in here. Loads of traps in the area. Cuz has stolen Barons like this before. Rascal dives in. Cuz not in the area. They might be able to burst this if they would like to as they hop out. Rascal gets it of all people! And they take down Hoya as well. But Cuz is also dead. Rascal now going golden as Damwon desperately want to punish the guy that stole away the Baron. And that is absolutely not what Damwon wanted, even if they do manage to win the ensuing fight.
Oh yeah, Damwon Kia definitely not happy with how this scenario went, especially because their setup was so good. As they're going to look for Duckdom here.
Ooh, Bubble will connect there as well. Okay, Light Binding doesn't work, so Aria easily picks that one up with the Paddle Star, so Duckdom also caught out of position. And when I said they won the fight, turns out they actually didn't.
I mean, outside of lane, Aria has been really quite good at sniping these bubble shots. And in these isolated, scrappy scenarios, it's when you're going to find the most success, obviously, because it's too late to hope for a pick before a team fight. Look at Showmaker's positioning here. He's both covering Aria and the bottom part of those traps. What they didn't see coming was Rascal sliding in here and getting this steal with the final spark coming through at like sub 100.
Yeah, it was at 37 health.
And then he gets out for quite a long time, almost is able to trade one more here onto Canyon. It's very close. And then this is another moment where Aria at extremely long range is able to catch Duckdom here. The Light Binding, bam.
Really nice bubble.
He's hit some of these big ones onto Duckdom, and in a scrappy situation like this, you actually can kill him.
Yeah. So KT showing that they're well and truly still in this one. That steal from Rascal, I mean, if he's not like already written down as the POG vote in case KT wins this game, I mean...
Then what are you even watching?
This is definitely the first unanimous vote if KT walk away with this one. And now with the Baron buff, they might be able to get themselves to a decent lead. The problem that I'm seeing is that if Showmaker is 150 CS ahead of his opponent, how you lose that game is then pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, it will definitely be one of the most famous games of all time for all the wrong reasons. But
yeah, he's about to double Cuz's farm. 36 minutes.
That's certainly true. One of the things to take note of here, and I think people often misjudge the situation, is that KT have a kill lead and they have a very slight gold lead, 1100 actually here at 36.5 minutes into the game, but they are extremely behind. And the reason why is because their composition struggles in this late game against the Mountain Soul, especially a 3-stack Mountain Soul. Their composition struggles to fight around vision and control upcoming team fights. Look at all the wards around the important top side of the map right now Damwon Kia have. They're going to now rotate in to look for that same control of the bottom side. The reason why KT are still in this game is because Rascal is gapping Hoya around the map and is sidling so extremely well.
We have to shout out aiming as well, because Aria's been giving up farms so that this Jhin can take all of it. So it's not all about, you know, Aria not farming as well as Showmaker and things like that. It's about resources being allocated towards the Jhin as well, even though we're not trying to take away from Showmaker farming way more than a lot of people do.
And Hoya is just trying to be kind of a living ward here right now and call off anybody who tries to wrap around the backside. Or if Aria gets greedy, he might be able to pop in there and clear this ward. And that's Hoya's job right now, to be honest, until we get into a team fight where he just kind of goes in and presses all his buttons. He's just trying to clear what he can. Rascal's threatening inhibitor turret, meanwhile, as the Elder Drake spawns. does have teleport, so that's how he's going to try to rejoin this fight. He's actually on his way down now.
Yep, vision is going to be cleared, but they do know exactly where the Akali is for the moment. Hoya taking a little bit of poke, but otherwise there are shields for days on the side of Damwon. They now just get to wait for this mountain shield to come back again, as Hoya just did. He'll be ready for action. As you can see, the Elder has been aggroed. Rascal moving on over. Arya getting... That's just a command attack, by the way. It's a lot of damage here from this Orianna. Hoya getting further again, trying to find that opportunity, trying to cut off both Arya and Rascal from joining the rest of the team. You can see the traps now. Enough space was created to get them in there, and you can see as well, Dokdam gets out of the way. There's the ace in the hole. Arya takes a lot of damage. Shockwave onto 3 members as Showmaker started this one off. Brilliant knock-up onto Rascal as well in the middle of his ultimate. Sorry, his backflip. That was insane. The Akali is taken down, and now the Elder Drake will belong to Damwon Kia. They had a hiccup around the Baron, but they brought it back.
Oh, such a great play from Showmaker, and not only the ultimate there, but his ball placement there around the choke point, completely zoning out half of the enemy team. Arya can't come in. Rascal's unable to find a flank. You've got the Caitlyn traps here from Dokdam as well. On top of it all, look at all the control wards down around this pit. There is nothing that Damwon Kia doesn't know. Look at the trap placement there, as well as where Showmaker has kept his ball right where Hoya is standing. He puts it in the choke point one more time. Rascal and Arya are cut off, and the second they decide, okay, we're going to have to commit. Drake's too low. Let's collapse in. Watch how quickly Showmaker responds. Boom, balls forward. It's a triple. Such a sick play here from the best mid laner here in Korea.
If you're going to hold your Shockwave for 37 minutes, you may as well do it in lieu of a Shockwave like that.
Oh, absolutely. Let's watch it in real time.
충격 한번 해볼게요. 충격 해볼게요.
I'm going for a go for it.
친 높을.
And he calls for a flash.
빼면서.
That was so sick from Canyon too. He had the knock-up ready, jumped off the Drake and knocked up Rascal right as he was getting to jump on top and execute Showmaker. That was so sick from both of the mainstay carries for Damwon Kia, and now they're pushing towards this inhibitor turret on the top side. The traps being set up as well from Dokdam. It's become so difficult now for KT.
Oh man, this was just a showcasing of that team synergy that Damwon Kia built over the course of these last 2 years between the jungle and the mid laner. And
yep,
slow and steady wins the race for this one for Damwon Kia. It wasn't easy. Rascal made their lives a lot more difficult, but it's all over but the cry-in now. Elder buff wears off in 1 minute here, but it's plenty enough time to clear up this Baron. And KT basically have to decide whether they want to just Hail Mary fight this or hope that Rascal can maybe kill that inhibitor turret, but the wave is not very far pushed, so it's kind of a lose-lose scenario, and that's going to be a free Baron buff for no cost.
Yep. Even Hoya in there in the mid lane, making sure that he can get that wave shoved out. Rascal now just trying to do the very best that he can, and damn, he's had a really good game. But unfortunately, after, you know, team fighting like that from both Showmaker and Canyon, it's a real tragedy that all of his great work that he was able to accomplish early is going to be for naught. Assuming this is going to be closed out by Damwon, and that is what we'd have to expect after picking up both the Elder Drake and the Baron now. Elder's about to wear off, but now with the Baron push, they should be able to push this gold lead to pretty ridiculous territory.
I will choose my least favorite hat, cut it up, boil it in a soup, and eat it. If Damwon Kia lose this game.
I hope it's not the hat that I bought you that had Wolf written.
No, that's not my least favorite hat.
Okay, thank goodness. Just wanted to make sure. I don't know. I mean, because I bought the hat with Bang written on it, so that we could be twins.
Yeah, no, we often are.
Yeah. But like, it's the only hat that I have, so I'd have to cut that one up. And
well, no, just
I don't want to put that in a suit, man.
You don't have to commit to the hattie, but I will.
Okay.
KT are definitely not long for this world. As you can see, desperation, Cuz is like, I gotta try to help my team. Maybe I look for a flank, but I don't have any vision.
Showmaker's like, Dokdam, stop stealing my CS. I think that's what's happening, is we've got a flank teleport to come through here. Rascal with a bit of extra vision as well. They don't know that he's coming, and this could be the wraparound that they were looking for. Showmaker in a good spot to try and make something happen as Cuz gets the kickback onto Kellen. Not exactly the target that he wants, as Canyon staying in that front line, making things happen. Showmaker goes golden. Rascal now trying to get that perfect execution to work, but it does not. And now Hoya smacks everyone in that front line. Canyon now dives after aiming, and there's nothing that they can do. The wallet's way too heavy.
And Damwon Kia Hoya in the end actually manages to get the last laugh, and they will say goodnight to this game.
Oh, and the one way this goes wrong is if Showmaker gets caught. He was pretty far away from Canyon, but he goes ahead and drops his ball in the bush, is able to see where he is, instantly, perfectly times his stopwatch that he had all game long, survives through, the rest of the team collapses, Hoya buys time at the front. Well-oiled machine is Damwon Kia. Yes, there were issues with Hoya in the side lane. He's playing an uncomfortable champion on the Gwen. Did not look like he was ready to deal with top form Rascal in the Akali. And that was certainly one way KT hung by the thread. They were Tarzaning around on this Rascal side laning.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, they lost every critical objective fight. They couldn't control vision around the Drakes, which led to Arya throwing Battle Stars out seemingly at random. Bad laning phase there against Showmaker where he got gapped, and Showmaker just ran away with the game.
Showmaker was absurd that game. That, like, holding onto your shockwave so that you could actually just straight up win the game with it is like, that's a Giga Chad way to live your life.
He
absolutely did that.
He had his ball placed perfectly in the choke, and then they had the follow-up traps, and then he waited for everyone who was on the top side. It was Rascal and Arya, of course, the top two, there to come in. The only entry point they had was exactly where he was ready to press his R button. Like, he was so ready for every single moment.
Yeah, and Danny now as well, probably going over some changes that they could have made in the early game towards the top side of the map. Outside of that, though, I think that the way they navigated was just really, really good to watch. Zephyr, they're standing in the back as well. Showmaker had a brilliant game. I think Canyon as well. Like, his Xin Zhao is always a thing of beauty, but he had another corker. And I think Doctor and Kellen did exactly what we were expecting. I think aiming was a lot better than a lot of people were expecting out of him, especially in this particular matchup, right? Doctor and Kellen were so incredibly oppressive for Nongshim last year. And aiming comes back to the LCK and really shows that he's capable of playing against some of our best. But you can see, like, it's still a bit of an odd situation. This is not the Damwon Kia gold graph that you're used to seeing.
It's also, I think, a game where Damwon Kia knew their win conditions were greater than gold, right? And that's why they played so carefully and safely. They held on to the mid turret. That was like their Alamo. Like, the longer we hold this, the less opportunities KT have to actually fight us on these critical Drakes. We're going to actually make sure that we guarantee that one Bastion in mid, get those mountain Drakes, grab the soul, and then it's unlosable from there.
That's exactly right, Wolf. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the analyst chairs in Game 2.
리신 아칼리.
내가 봐줄게 그냥 양캐.
아칼리 봐줘 아칼리.
오케이. 리신부터 볼게. 아칼리 더 깔아놨어. 페리스 오.
이긴 듯.
리신 잡은 것 같아.
가보자.
나도요.
힘든 게임이었다.
나쁘지 않았던 것 같아.
에라이.
동호 형 괜찮아?
그래. 용호야 괜찮아?
근데 허수 다음 판 잘할게. 허수 CS 만들어 먹은 거 지렸다 진짜.
괜찮아?
아니 편하게.
그래서 제가 뭐 해야 된다고요?
LCK 최초 숙박 바라이어티 핵가족
1월 15일 토요일 첫 방송 뉴클리어 집으로 가자.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler, and unfortunately, Atlas, we have decided to rebrand as the Analyst Carpet Space, so I hope you guys can appreciate that our new name is, in fact, the ACS Analyst Carpet Space. So we're here. We're going to be talking about game number 1. And it was a long one. It was a grueling battle between these two teams. I mean, KT really gave them a run for their money.
That was definitely an LCK game. It took us 3 series, but finally we've reached coveted LCK status. Low action, a lot of space, and time for everyone to savor and really enjoy the gameplay, watch our minions get vacuumed. And overall, I do gotta agree with you. I think that the main 2 takeaways from this is that KT, while on a macro level and maybe on like the snappiness not quite there yet, individually looking really good. On the flip side, Damwon, the decisiveness that I think really categorized this team, clearly not there yet, but makes sense considering only 2 players remained.
Yeah, I mean, 2 players remain. They have a mostly new roster. They lost one of their leaders in Beryl, right, who was making a lot of the shot calls. Now it kind of feels like Showmaker's doing a lot of the talking, as we did here afterwards as well. So he was having a bit of fun with it. What do you think about this draft? Do you think overall it was pretty good?
Yeah, personally, I have been really liking the Caitlyn Lux lanes. I think you also saw why. Jin Karma, I think, is actually a decent answer into. You saw as well that even though the prio was there, and I think Damwon played around it really well, not going for Rift Herald. Good lesson, kids. Don't always go for Rift Herald. You don't need to. When you have a lane that can shove, they were able to shove, I think, a wave and a half into that turret early on, get a lot done, and then still trade favorably. But then nothing actually happened for like 35 minutes.
Yeah, and we had some Chovy-esque minion scores there from Showmaker, at least, as he had a lot of fun vacuuming up the minions, as you do when you're trying to emulate Chovy. So he did a good job of that. Showmaker showing he won't be outdone in that facet either. As we do have some highlights from the game. We're going to take a look at the first one. This was the Baron steal. Well, maybe not yet. Maybe a little bit later.
We had to search long and hard because there was a lot going on in this game, and this was the first semblance of actual action that we had, and it was actually favorable for KT. And here you really see that KT in these longer fights where they can really utilize the range that they have available and not really directly fight a fight on the footing of Damwon Kia, it generally will look a lot better. And I understand your confusion. That was like, I think 25, 30.
I forgot that happened
like 30
entirely.
minutes ago.
I think I was asleep during that time
I
of the
can't
game. I don't think we were awake at that time. I
no,
think
we were brainstorming the rebrand.
Ah, right, yeah, that's right.
I thought we had time for a meeting, but then,
we put a lot of thought and effort into this rebrand, so hope you guys do enjoy it. But yeah, I mean, nothing really happened for a good 8 minutes after that as well, so we do get into the next highlight where we do see some Baron plays, I believe, unless I get this one wrong as well, which could definitely happen. No, we're going into the Elder. Suppose we skipped that one.
Yeah, and this is the biggest one in my opinion, because this is, honestly, it's one play that decides the game. It's not how you want the game to go, but when it's a shockwave, it's beautiful. At this one, you can't really fold, and you pointed that during the replay. Showmaker also making the calls like, I'm looking for it, and there with the slow-mo, you know the moment that hits the team fight is effectively won. The rest of the team immediately, without a moment's hesitation, diving in. And it's that decisiveness I think we were looking for from the get-go from Damwon. Hoya clearly not in his best form as of yet. Rascal, the one solo kill I think is at this point it's classic Rascal, right? Like he gets those. No, that's what I thought of the one. And then he got 2, and then he got, I think it was 3 in the end. If I'm not mistaken. So like, and the pressure we had inside was really, really important for like why the game was so slowed down. Kind of unfortunate that it didn't matter in the end.
Yeah, didn't really matter. I mean, I think that KT, they look relatively good based on what we saw from their performance, but still, you know, they're up against Damwon Kia. It's a strong opponent, and I mean, a pretty good first showing. We'll see how they can get it all together. Not sure what we'll see from the POG. What was your selection, Chronicler?
I didn't feel like I had a choice, because the game felt like there was one play that really mattered, and kind of joking, right? Because there was a couple of really nice individual plays from Rascal, as pointed out, found multiple solo kills. We had Kaz with a nice kick on Callan. In the end, not quite enough to actually do anything. So it was just a shockwave. So like, what do you do?
I kind of liked how he was edging into that one, slowly getting his ball into position, and it did turn out well in the end. So guys, we do have our POG ready to go. We're going to see who does pick it up. It will be Showmaker, to the surprise of nobody, at 80% kill participation with 8 in total. So there you have it. He hits a shockwave, and he gets all the minions, and he wins POG.
Yeah. That's 30 CS up at 50 minutes. That's it got worse as the game progressed, and I'm not sad we're going to look at this again, because this truly is such a beautiful play, right? Because the problem was pointed out earlier, if you let just KT just kind of poke away at you, you might actually get into trouble. But once that shockwave hits, the rest of the team follows with no hesitation. Hoya also, within the team fights, I think actually playing really well. We're going to see that here as well, where he's able to kind of zone away the rest of the team with his teleport presence. Meanwhile, on the backline, Showmaker wastes no time dealing with Rascal, stopwatching. The moment that Rascal actually gets on top of him with that second E. And then, yeah, at this point, you have Baron Buff running down to towards their base. And as you already said, like, there was one play this game. That was the play. It gets you to POG.
That's why I was laughing, because I thought we were just going to see only that one replay and then come back to this. And yeah, I mean, 13 out of 13. The rest of the Damwon players were there. They were helping out. Like, Canyon had a good game. I thought they were decent overall, but that was about that. But that's going to do it here for the Analyst Carpet Space. Okay, there we go. I was going to say segment. Take it away, Atlas and Wolf.
Yeah, honestly, not sold. Not sold on the
More of a
analyst
rug.
carpet space.
More of a rug, to
It
be
is
honest.
absolutely more of a rug. And also, analyst chairs, just, it rolls off the tongue. So I really hope that you can go back to analyst chairs. We can't just, like, we started off, it was analyst desk, as quoted by Wolf, and then there was no desk, so we had to improvise. It was the analyst chairs, and now ACS, look, I'm not ready for the analyst carpet space. I can't have that happen unless you take away the chairs. If you take away the chairs, I'll give it to you, but I don't want you to do that because that would be uncomfortable.
Yeah, I think we still need to brainstorm a little bit. I think we do have about 9.5 weeks of regular season left to figure it out. So
yeah,
it'll come to us eventually. As KT will choose blue side, as they did lose game 1, they will have side selection. So once again, it will remain on that side. And it was a good attempt from them. I think, unfortunately...
I mean, the game was very close for a long time until it absolutely wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, the glaring objective losses started to really stack up, and the Showmaker gold stacked up. His items came with it, and eventually there was just no way back into the game. But I do feel like the things that KT did right were the draft was pretty well-rounded and solid. Like, it had a clear theme. Rascal knew exactly what he wanted to do on the Akali, and he accomplished it despite a loss here. And I feel like some other things went wrong in that, like, Arya's performance on the Zoe wasn't as strong as you'd like. You know, the Karma pick didn't end up really helping out all too much because they were so far behind that you weren't really speeding up into anything. It was somewhat disastrous there towards the end, but there's still hope yet in this second draft.
Indeed, and we're going to get into it right now. KT, once again, will have that first pick opportunity. Will it be the Lee Sin or not is going to be the question. Some of the moves earlier on in the game were okay by Cuz, but outside of that, did fail to deliver when it came to the latest stages. We'll see whether that can turn around as we're ticking down. We don't quite have a draft yet. We'll see whether we actually do have champions getting banned just yet. There we are.
There they go. They're coming through.
Yeah, finally. Yuumi taken off the board. Thank goodness.
Yeah, that's kind of been a pretty consistent theme over here in the LCK. The Renekton going to follow suit, but you know, the Lee Sin pick is definitely something that might come through here for KT. They may also themselves consider to ban the Caitlyn on blue side so that that can't be a counter response from Damwon Kia, because that was certainly a big issue. Outside of the Orianna, the ability for Duck Dom to poke in range and then control that bottom lane so hard is part of what led to the success there. There's the Caitlyn ban as
I like it.
Words come out of my mouth, because it's just a really nice response here from KT Rolster.
The Lee Sin was, of course, the first pick. Jhin was the response to the Caitlyn, like you were talking about. But I think Karma was very, very valuable. I think Life had a brilliant game on the Karma, all things considered. So likely that we'll see that either higher prioritized or possibly picked away here by Damwon. Because honestly, if it's like Lee Sin first pick and then it's Xin Karma, then you're pretty happy with how things are going.
As Damwon in that case, for sure.
Yeah.
And I think that as a result, like, you may even want to consider like a Xin Zhao ban here, and then see how Damwon Kia respond. 2 seconds to go, it'll be the LeBlanc again.
Yeah, LeBlanc taken away. So LeBlanc was the first ban from KT, but they've replaced the Diana ban with the Caitlyn. And we have to remember that
Canyon was the best Diana player in the LCK when she was in meta, and her recent buffs, especially to her clear speed, my goodness, she is so much better now.
And it's been almost, I don't want to say permanent, but I'd say about 3 out of 4 or so games, you know, we've had that ban.
Yeah, she's either banned or not looked at at all.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting, especially given the fact that, as you can see here,
now you're really like winking, like
Yeah.
Lee Sin, and let's see what happens.
And also, Xin Zhao fantastic against Diana.
Yes.
You know, Lee Sin does kind of work out as well, just because you can kick her away in theory, but the Moonfall is going to be very high value.
Yeah, so her passive got buffed up again, so she clears a lot faster, etc., etc. That's why she's back in the meta. She took like a short Worlds break, and then she's back here again. And
I think the Karma priority is fantastic here.
Yeah, you can grab the Karma here, and the thing is, you don't have to get Diana now. You can actually wait if you want to. So you can grab a bot duo here. You could even go like Ezreal right now with this, and then wait for, or the Aphelios also.
I mean, it's tough, Dom, right? You're gonna let him do it.
So you just wait, and you can grab that Diana next. See what KT are pulling out here, because there's not a great response right now available for the Diana. You can't deter the pick, and you can't ban it. So.
Yeah, you can't stop. I mean, you're not going to pick it away and put it in mid lane or something like that, despite what the patch notes may have said.
Yeah, that may be in solo queue, but not in the pro scene. So now you're looking at a few options like Jhin, Leona is something that you could definitely go with here if you wanted to try to have a little bit more hard engage. It's going to really put a lot of pressure on Life, and he's probably going to have to try to find a way later on to roam around the map, but you're going to be under so much pressure with Aphelios Karma against you in the lane that the Leona won't be able to roam much early on. But if they make a few mistakes or take a bad exchange and you Zenith Blade in, like there's some hope there. Alternatively, I mean, there are some other Enchanter supports you could pick with Jhin. We don't normally see pairings like the Jhin Lulu.
Ooh,
Vex.
Vex going to be locked away. All right, our first Vex game here in the LCK. Arya is going to lock that one up. Of course, it was banned in game 1, so something that Arya has been spamming in solo queue. And now Showmaker, you can see a little bit frustrated about what he might have to do, especially given the fact that the LeBlanc is banned away. A very common response to the Vex. As Canyon thinking about heading towards the Jarvan the 4th. I would much prefer the Diana.
The Diana is really strong in a lot of cases, but with something like the Vex, Jarvan has the ability to very consistently engage and can engage on top of Vex pre-6, right? Diana pre-6 can help you get a gank in the mid lane, can help you get that kill, but isn't going to be as consistent as a flag drag that you can hit, you know, any time, you know, post level 3, you can actually make a trip down there and try to blow up the Vex. And even if you eat the fear, if you're able to get on top of the Vex, then whatever mid lane Showmaker takes might actually just be able to finish her off. So
yeah,
I do like it as a response here. It's not a mid pick, but it's a response to the Vex that gives your mid a lot more power.
Well, we'll see exactly what Showmaker does want to take into it. KT with their opportunity to ban something away now. We'll see what it is going to be. Syndra taken off the board, and we'll just try and protect this Vex pick as much as possible by the looks of things in this part of the draft.
Wouldn't hate to see a ban on the Azir here either. It's not a Showmaker favorite like it is for the BDDs of the world. We were talking about that earlier in our previous series.
Yep.
The Kennen ban is quite unusual in a vacuum.
Interesting.
We mentioned that the Lee Sin can be flexed to top a lot. Actually, that's happening a ton in solo queue. So just want to be 100% safe on that Diana.
And of course, Hoya has been the one that's actually been playing a fair bit of Lee Sin in solo queue. Not sure about Rascal, but he has, in the past, played a fair bit of it. So may as well respect it if you can.
And also, I guess it's important to note, even though very rare as the Corki ban comes through, that Vex is being played a lot of solo queue support, but not really so much in the pro scene right now. So I don't expect that Life will be picking this champion up, but it is something to consider. A lot of support players on solo queue are kind of messing around with it right now.
Life is, of course, a bit of aficionado when it comes to caster supports, as we've already stated. So it could be a cool idea as Hoya, considering the Graves, could, of course, be Hoya playing the Jarvan top, you know what I'm saying? And Canyon, of course, the best Graves player that we have from the jungle is there on the team, so it does make some sense.
There's your Tryndamere response. It has been the go-to response every single time. It's the counter pick that hasn't always worked out, but is normally working out here in the LCK. They decide to pivot, though, to an old Rascal favorite in the Camille, and this means you have so many opportunities. Actually, if you... At least in Camille, it can be so deadly against the Graves, who's fairly immobile when that gank comes through. Camille can hit you with the hook shot from so far away.
Speaking of so far away, I mean, this whole like composition is do stuff from so far away. Like, that's just how it works.
CC from long range, like the Vex, the Camille, the Jhin, slows, fears. It is very terrifying. And now we're looking at the Rakan pick as the final nail in the coffin. Like, everything about this KT draft is going to disrupt you and blow up a single target who gets caught. So positioning is going to be everything here. Duckdom's already locked in his cleanse because he's like, I'm absolutely gonna need it.
Might even see some Gale Force of Felios. Like, give me some way of moving, please. As now the final pick, Kellen going to show us what Showmaker's going to be playing. And man, this is the most stock standard composition I've seen in a very long time. Victor coming in for Showmaker.
The Victor here, I think, comes through over something like an Azir or even the Orianna because it's going to be consistent damage. And KT, with this draft, they have long-range CC like we were talking about between the Vex and the Camille, but when Vex uses her ult, she does come to you, right? Lee Sin's going to come in there. Camille's trying to get in there. Rakan's trying to get in there. Victor likes it when you kind of come into his circle, and then he's got Graves blowing people up at low range. Jarvan has his ability to Cataclysm people, or of course Flag Drag and Peel. Then you have the Karma for speed ups, and once Showmaker gets his crown online, he's not going to be afraid of anything. And anyone on KT's side who gets into Victor's range with all the peel he has, he's going to be very happy. KT's draft feels very experimental, shall we say. It's very cool, and you can see the themes of all the CC and the ways they can engage in different ways, but it's not a proven draft.
No, it just looks like a mobility draft. Just give us all of the mobility possible so that if one of us finds an engagement, we can follow up. And of course, aiming doesn't necessarily fit into that one on the Jhin. However, you can shoot people from an extraordinarily long range, so I'm going to say that that counts. It's just going to be, you know, Arya dashing on top of people with that Shadow Surge, getting in there, fearing everyone up, and then allowing those bullets to rain down effectively from the curtain call. And if you have a look at this comp, not a lot of dashes. You don't necessarily need to dash as much either with Kellen on the Karma as well, so maybe they're going to be all right as far as avoiding, you know, pump and Vex full of as much passive as possible.
Yeah, I think the Vex pick here is a really interesting way to approach this game as KT Rolster, and it certainly can work. If you could blow up a target, Vex is going to be fine. She might be able to end up popping off in a team fight, but otherwise it's really feast or famine for KT Rolster.
Yeah. Excited to see how it is going to go as we hop into game number 2. KT remain on the blue side, and we'll see whether they can bring us to a 6-game night. That would be the dream, wouldn't it? Yeah. We had a 4-game night last night. Wasn't enough League of Legends.
Bounce it back.
If Damwon win this, then it's a 5-game night, so I guess we're charging up to a potential 6-game tomorrow, which would be fitting because Gen G will be debuting, and surely they'll take us to 3 games because they like to make sure that we have as much of a party as possible.
That super team is going to have to honor the 37-minute average game time Gen G.
No, exactly.
Tradition.
I think the name is more powerful than the players.
Yes.
I think that has to be true. I refuse to allow it not to be.
Well, you and I will be talking a lot about that on the desk tomorrow.
Yes, we will.
But in the meanwhile, you know what's really interesting about this draft for KT is the themes and the ideas about it are almost exactly the same as the last one, except Rascal's ability in the top lane to split push and be annoying is even higher, I would say, with this Camille pick.
Yep.
And then you've got poking mid laner in the Vex, and you have that same Jhin, for that follow-up damage to actually secure those kills. So it's a really similar idea with just a few different champions mixed in.
No, I agree. The thing that I'm looking at is now finally getting to see Duckdom. Well, by finally, I mean it's the 2nd game of the season. We're able to see Duckdom on his most notable champion. This guy made it feel like 300 years. I'm not gonna lie, he is very, very good at the Aphelios. I'm looking forward to see how this one is going to go as Arya finding a whole bunch of combos, landing this sphere over and over again. Vex can be very frustrating, but Showmaker is trading back quite well. Kellen has found life, though, down to 200 health. Calibrum not quite there as life, taken under 100. It is still going to be all right, and already Damwon Kia's bottom lane really, really paying for themselves down here.
Oh, interestingly, I joked earlier in the draft that Duckdom would, as this might be cut short by a roaming canyon down to the bottom side, but here we go.
Yeah, there's a flag and drag as Life Grand exits the situation. And once This is what a Caitlyn lane should do, but they're doing it with the Felios instead.
Hey, it's Calibrum
Seems to be
Caitlyn.
working.
You
Yeah,
know,
Calibrum Caitlyn.
Budget Caitlyn. Okay. Oh man, they're just gonna zone him out.
Oh, and Aiming even missed the CS with his... Oh, it's just got to feel awful as Canyon's going to come on down, and yep, they were punished. That is a beautiful flag track knock-up. Doesn't have the flash anymore, but he may not necessarily need it as Cuz comes on over, but it is just too little, too late, and they are losing farm over and over again down here. Aiming forced to go back home, no flash available for him or life.
You're trading jungle loss here, but you're...
Wow, they got a teleport from Arya as well, as in goes Cuz, looking for Doctor, but instead it's going to be First Blood going over to Kellen. They haven't found any of the kills as Canyon knows that he's dead, but he'll take the Rakan with him. And this is a much more explosive early game than we had in game one.
So a turret plate goes down. They're able to deny an insane amount of CS. Now, because Duckdom, of course, has to back here and isn't going to be around for the wave, he's going to lose a little bit of that lead as the Crash is caught here from Aiming. But still, it's a trade of lost jungle farm for both jungles, but even Canyon steals, he's even able to steal away some of these Krugs. Look at all these minions lost. A teleport is lost, which means, guess what? Outside of all of this, Showmaker's getting a big W in the mid lane. So, like, there's so much going well here for Dom1 Kia as they use that early Calibrum pressure to trade effectively. And
맛있다 이건.
he says, "Oh, it's so delicious." Basically.
Yeah, I heard that. I was like, wait, are we talking about the Somgrim style after this, or what's happening here? But yep, certainly would have been pretty delicious, I would expect, as Arya is going to be able to find the slow in field on the Showmaker, but Showmaker not too worried about it, and shield himself up. Good hook shot there from Rascal, as now Hoya wanting to avoid getting solo killed, and he's going to do so relatively nicely as Rascal just being frustrating around the minions. Oh, minions. Graves' worst nightmare.
You can see Rascal's, that's actually lower than I expected, 65.6. He played a ton of Camille in 2021, and obviously previously before that as well, but that was one of his more famous pickups in spring last year. As we're going again.
Yep, Kellen looking for a little bit more. Double buffs Karma over here. A very scary prospect. And Docdom with a whole lot of utility in these guns as well. Grabbing him, always something that you have to respect. As the Deadly Flourish, not feeling as deadly as you may otherwise think.
Duckdom's like, let's see if I can freeze him one more minute. It's so annoying. And they're going to clear rewards. Kellen has so much extra gold from his Spell Thief's Edge and the ward clears he's gotten early on.
Ult goes Arya, throws down the ultimate. Cuz looks for the Q, doesn't get it as Arya's just getting chaos down. Showmaker finds the 1v2 solo kill, and now Cuz is taking so much damage. Can he actually land the Q? He does, and looks to get underneath the turret. Safeguards himself out, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 in the end. But if you're Showmaker, you're typing worth.
He flashed left. You know, he flashed left, man. Showmaker doesn't flash towards his turret, he goes left. That was so beautiful, and then...
I thought it was like a Zoolander quote, I loved it. He turned left,
it's like
finally.
On shot first, man, and Showmaker flash left.
Did.
Almost able to turn it into a double. Cost, okay, hold that thought, Hoya.
Yep, Hoya in the meantime, struggling a bit here. There's the collateral damage as now Rascal wanting to get back to the wall. Tactical sweep, not going to land. The flashes come in. Hoya's going to flash in response. As don't walk near that wall, Hoya. Don't do it, it's too dangerous. As now there's an entire minion wave here as well. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. As Hoya's like, well, I guess I go back to laning. I'll pretend he doesn't exist. Okay, another tactical sweep. This time it's going to work. Smoke screen goes down, and in the end, I just got excited for nothing, I guess.
Well, I mean, we were a lot of almost happenings there, but
yeah,
it was good play-by-play from you, regardless.
Thanks, man. I tried really, really hard, but in the end, it didn't really matter. I guess I get to quote one of my favorite songs from Linkin Park.
There you go. I feel like a lot of our viewers never got to experience Linkin Park.
Really?
Open YouTube, check it out.
Yeah, I'm sure you can just hop onto Spotify.
So let's watch this, the famous Showmaker flashes left. So Vex activates her ultimate, goes in, and then he flashes left here, so it maximizes the time Arya is actually forced to be near Chaos Storm as he kites back. Cuz the same, and then Cuz Q's through, and then he has to use Safeguard instantly away. Tosses a control ward in. Showmaker's like, thanks for the 30 gold as well, by the way. For your 75, he's like, I'll take like 100 net on this.
Well, I mean, he definitely did. Showmaker really outplaying that situation. As you can see, he's 20 CS ahead once again. Remember, 15 minutes in the last game, 31 CS in the lead. At 35 minutes in the game, he was 100 CS in the lead, but right now he's on what looks like to be an even faster clip towards big advantages.
Man, aiming having to use Flourish to CS is really just a tragedy.
Yeah, Doctom showing that, yep, his Aphelios is still real good.
We've seen a lot of upsets, but this series does not look like it's going to be one of them. As Canyon's hiding.
Yeah, looked for the opportunity. Thought that Rascal would walk forward, but he doesn't. Okay, Inspire is a very powerful ability, everyone, and that allowed Cullen to just keep himself alive. And you can see across the board this game, ㅣ2022 in the lead.
First turret nearly taken at 8:30 there on the bottom lane with the amount of oppression that Canyon just put onto that lane. And now they are going to be able to put that pressure on and grab a Herald as Rascal finds himself in a dangerous spot.
Or has Hoya found himself in a dangerous spot? As that
Holds
is
up.
going to be the stun. End of the line comes in. He's like, please, Canyon, save me. And no, he's going to trap him in there with him. Gets the solo kill, but he will die. Showmaker picks up his second.
Yeah, it's a second kill for Showmaker here on the Victor. It's going to be the Rift Herald here. And
how many solo kills is that for Rascal now? Is that 3 or 4?
I think that's his 4th, if I'm not mistaken.
And he's starting these stats off real well as Cuz. Looking for an opportunity here towards the bottom side. Deadly Flourish comes down, kick into the wall for the mini stun as the Grand Engine's going to find one knock-up. Doctom, though, he's doing so much work. And Kellen, he stays alive. He might even be able to block as the ult's going to miss there from Aria, unfortunately. The tidy-up does happen, but it looked pretty cool in the interim for ㅣ2022 before they did lose both members bot lane.
Yeah, well, this is the opposite of the last game. The teams both decided there were going to be a lot more action. They are able to grab that plate and obviously the net of additional kills here. To go back to this exchange up here on the top side of the map, Hoya's really hoping that Canyon is going to come help him out. And he did kind of walk a little bit up for some reason and didn't actually utilize his full DPS. I guess the idea here
the Cataclysm was like so close to saving Hoya's life, but instead murdered him.
It's so hard. I mean, he's basically dead either way, but
I mean, you're not gonna blame Canyon for that one.
No. And then this exchange here was very, very optimistic from KT, and yet they still pull it off here. It's a really nice ignite onto Kellen, and the perfect angle here on this curtain call. And the Vex ultimate as well gives you a lot of extra coverage. There's just not much you could do there as the ㅣ2022 players under the turret. Yep. They're going to try to make their own triple man topside play with the Rift Herald, and this one is going to net them a lot more.
Indeed, very close to a 2,000 gold lead right now as Hoya having a better time. Even though he did once again get solo killed, it is nowhere near the same situation as last time. Q going to connect once again there as Gravity Field goes down. Aria just walking up way too close to this Victor, who just seems to do way more work than a lot of other Victors. And Aria now in a bit of trouble. He's just going to pop that shield with his W and he'll be just fine.
So it's Crescendum Aphelios, as Doctom is wont to do, and he's going to get a second charge here on this Rift Herald. After getting 4 plates of gold on the bottom turret, he's going to get more than the top, or more on the top, the full thing and an extra charge.
This is what I was worried about when I saw this roster, was you can now have Doctom Aphelios and Showmaker exists in the game.
Yeah.
And I find that that's just like, it's probably too much power. You know, one team should not have all of this power. It's a bit frightening.
You've also got Canyon to kind of make it all happen, and
thankfully Hoya's balancing it for now. So we're doing okay. It's not looking like it's entirely unbalanced.
He did die in that one solo kill moment, but he's otherwise found with that extra pressure, a lot of extra pushing power on the bottom side of the map. 1v2, picked up a ton of extra CS. He's doing very fine. In fact, he still holds a 450 gold lead. So there's really, the only lead that exists for KT is because Canyon has been doing a little bit of babysitting and hasn't been farming as much. So he finds himself just a little bit down on the CS at the moment. But otherwise, ㅣ2022 have leads across the board.
Well, this game's all about Kellen with that 1,400 gold advantage as the Karma. Is Karma at 100% win rate at the moment? Because I haven't seen her lose all that often. I'll tell you that much.
Previous game,
feeling pretty good.
Previous game she lost, but
oh yes, that's true. Still, previous game she lost, but still looked really strong in the early game, and so my brain didn't actually register it as a loss. But Karma has looked very, very strong so far here in the LCK.
She's super oppressive when you have a jungler camping the bottom lane, as we've seen so much. I don't know about this one, Cuz.
Yeah. Death Ray coming on in, and Cuz is going to get delivered to the turret. Takes a love tap from that one, and Canyon's going to be A-OK for now. Kellen gets himself a snare onto Life, but Life is, of course, Rakan, so it's not like he's going to die or anything like that. Has the grand entrance available.
Kellen, part of the reason why he has that massive gold lead is because he shot a turret so many times, he harassed so much with the Spell Thieves Edge, and then was able to get all those plates, too. Like, he's just sitting there farming gold. Like, he's about to just complete his support item and just be rolling in it. He's got his Shirelias so early in the game that like the speed ups, we got speed ups on speed ups for days here for Damwon Kia, and that's the whole turret now. Sub 14, by the way. So first turret, full plates on 2 turrets basically for
Dukdom. He's mega rich, and Kellen's been there picking up all the gold with him, which is why we saw that huge gold lead for the Karma as well. This Cuz is going to pick the wrong brush. I mean, there's 3 of them, and you know, game shows and stuff like that. It's a 33% chance, isn't it? He chooses wrong, unfortunately.
You know, KT, their draft is so similar to the last one that a lot of the same issues are going to compile. Now, we're going to find out what soul this is going to be, and it looks like we are going to be KT, because a preemptive is stacked up for this. We'll be able to get it. So for the first time, they actually have a pretty massive Drake lead. And that means that Damwon Kia, depending on what Drake this is, might stack a huge disadvantage against him, but I don't think it's going to be Mountain again. The chances of that are very small.
But I mean, ㅅ is now going to trade for an inner turret, which is worth a lot of gold. He greets for it there a little bit, but end of the line actually doing really well. And oh, there's McLeod Soul! There's a battle that has started, so I am going to have to hold that thought for the moment. Hextech Ultimatum comes in Life. Here looking to deliver the quickness. He'll do so as the Shadow Surge will finish him off. Arya comes on through, and he'll grab his first kill of the game.
Now, it's not cost-free because they did, of course, lose that inner turret. 1,600 gold on plates, by the way. 11 plates this game to 1. That includes the mid-plate that Showmaker was able to pick up casually. Speaking of Showmaker, again, this was not cost-free because he is able to push super hard towards the bottom side of the map with impunity right now because of that 3-man rotation top for KT. So he's picking up a bunch of extra gold freely. He's got his crown now, so even if they come for him, he's like, yeah, come at me. And they are coming for him. Let's see how this goes.
All right, Cuz looking to make his way in, so Showmaker kicks back. Q is going to connect as well. The Chaos Storm, very dangerous. Arya has made the mistake of going near that in the past, and he is instead going to not. Shadow Surge still on cooldown, so instead it's going to be Cuz taking way too much damage, and Showmaker just walking it off.
So Showmaker gets the free push bottom when they are pushing towards that top kill, and then when they collapse the Showmaker, he lives, and they get a free Rift Herald. So Damwon Kia just one step ahead right now, and Victor is just oppressive as hell.
Yeah, he's a big problem.
This is why he's in almost every game. His involvement is very high.
Yeah, be it the LCK or the LPL or any other region that has started up. Just feels like Victor is way too strong. Has his crown completed. I did want to go back to ㅅ dying there towards the top side. His first death this game was a bit of an int, but to quote Papa Smithy, his second was definitely a tactical int. Like that was I'm going to take this inner turret, give my team a bunch of gold. This is what we're going to see right here, tactical inting at its finest. We miss you, Papa.
Yeah, certainly do. He was in Korea recently.
We got to hang out finally.
Yeah. Maybe we'll have him on our desk someday. So you can see, I mean, this is just a lot of resources committed, even the ultimate there. Arya's going to be able to pick up the gold, but it led to, obviously, control on the bottom side for Showmaker, which then ping-ponged back to the Rift Herald that is now being held by Canyon, which they can use to try to push down this mid-turret finally. Damwon Kia are in a really nice position to start swinging these objectives back into their favor now because you've got an Aphelios who's coming online. The Victor is online, right? And a Graves that's getting very close to that Bloodthirster now too means Damwon Kia mean business. They're no longer going to be playing the macro game and the camp the bottom lane. They're going to be playing the 5v5 team fight game. And that aspect of their gameplay, despite the different names on the team, has not changed so far.
No, it's real scary. Especially now with Dukdom there. Those young man mechanics on these 80 carries is definitely a very scary prospect. He is hyper-talented, and I'm looking forward to seeing him on his famous Aphelios in some team fights as we get later into this game. Canyon going to clear out this control ward as Rascal stealing away a Grump. And Canyon may not actually let that happen, and yes, he indeed doesn't, and Flags drags his way out.
He was trying to steal his own Gromp away.
Yeah, and he's securing the Gromp. He's like, oh, it's okay, cuz I got it. I don't got it.
Look at this gold graph. Dukdom is actually #1.
I mean, that's all the plates, man. Rockery is how you win games. Dukdom knows.
And then ㅅ is right now extremely ahead of Rascal in terms of the gold he's been able to pick up. Again, despite being solo killed and then getting picked on the top side. With that extra inner gold, he was able to pick up all the CS he's grabbed. He's
I imagine Hoya's like, oh man, this feels so good. It's like, it doesn't matter, I get solo killed a little bit, but look at what's happening around the rest of the map. It's beautiful. I can claim I'm just putting on pressure. But I actually, all the memes aside, I think Hoya had a rough game in game number 1, but he's doing just fine here on the Graves, and you do need to push very hard on this champion. And he is doing so. This is definitely another comfort pick for Rascal as well, that Hoya is managing pretty effectively when it comes to just the laning phase, right?
The fans will always worry about Hoya just the same way they worry about Khan. Like, it's like the defense against the Dark Arts teacher. Dom1 Kia top lane. Like next year, like how is Hoya retires?
Voldemort put a curse on the Dom1 top laner? Is that what happened?
And then finally the Shy actually is going to come back to Korea and take the spot. And then I can't wait to see what happens in 2024.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Canyon's going to be cataclysming here in 2022. It's going to be answered by everyone escaping. A flash utilized by aiming though, as Curly is going to deal with this outer turret in the mid lane, and otherwise not too much more is going to happen. Hoya here for a potential team fight as we've got 10 seconds for the most important dragon of the entirety of League of Legends.
Okay, this flank position here for Rascal is pretty optimistic. If they see him, they collapse on him and kill him very easily. Now this is really critical for Dom1 Kia to win this fight so they can prevent that Cloud Soul point from happening. The problem for KT is they're not in a position to contest this. They have no vision, and Rascal needs to actually hookshot his way out of here because he does not want to go in blind like that.
But he is back towards the rest of his team now, so it actually is kind of cool repositioning here from KT. Life now on a potential flank, but Kellen has spotted him. No worries there at all. Finds the little Q, but Life is not going to be deterred for the moment. And now Showmaker making his way in, making his presence known. He's a scary figure on this map right now as this Victor. Hoya off to the side, looking for his moment to come in and deal all of that damage. Cuz dashing forward once again as well. You can see Dom1 a little bit more healthy right now. Canyon getting taken down, and that is going to be the sole point. But who can win the team fight is the question. The curtain's open. It's a great triple knock up there from Life, but can they actually find any more? The answer is so far no, as Hoya falls down, but Rascal does as well, and Cuz joins him. Life not long for this world as Canyon secures the kill, and Dom1, they grab the Drake, and they grab themselves the fight.
They've got everything on their side. Now they can look to group up for this Baron. It's a 20-minute one, but with the control vision they have around this and the dead enemy team, there's just no way to contest.
Dead enemy team, pretty important for that one.
I mean, I was going to say that dead jungler, but I'm like, well, the whole team is pretty much knocked out of this one. Arya used his ult at the end of that fight, so isn't able to try to sneak one off here and end up, stealing this or even participating whatsoever. So because he's showing himself bottom, trying to desperately grab that turret, Dom1 here, like there's nobody here, there can't be anybody here. It's a free Baron that comes after that denial of the soul point. And watching this fight again, KT had a really nice position. They were able to rejoin, like you mentioned, with the Rascal there. And then they didn't really poke or actually look to use this Vex pick at all whatsoever. By the time you do see Rascal engage, and then the follow-up here from Life is fantastic, the damage has already been done. Like, Cuz goes in when he's at like less than 1/5 of his health bar, so of course he just instantly dies, and Showmaker's like, wait, where did they all go?
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to. Where's my pentakill? Oh wait, hang on, they all melted. We do have to throw out a shout out to Life. I think his Rakan was fantastic there, but it's just a little bit too little too late. The follow-up just not there.
It looked cool, but yeah.
It did. I mean, when you see an Aphelios knocked up into the sky, normally you think, damn, it's looking like a great team fight for the people that knocked up the Aphelios into the sky. But then he came down and killed everyone. So unfortunately, didn't quite work out. Follow-up damage not really there for KT. Aiming got out, curtains were called, but then he was way too low to get anywhere near auto-attack range.
Now, KT are splitting off really well here, taking control of the top side of the map. They were able to get that bottom turret. And if Dom1 Kia are unable to get this inhibitor, this actually is pretty good for KT. Now, the question is, can they actually get it? Rascal does have empowered teleport here, so he will be able to join. The back is going off here for Cuz. So Rascal can stay and then teleport the last second.
Yeah, 6,000 gold is the lead here for Dom1. KT trying to defend, not going to be able to do so. Aiming, putting down some captive audiences towards this area.
There's the teleport hidden there, coming around the backside, looking for Showmaker, but he still has his crown.
Well, he is not here, so this is a man advantage. As Cuz trying to flash as far as he can, but he can't get to Doctom. Rascal in there as well, but he can't 1v1 this Aphelios, who's still alive. How is Doctom still there? He flashes away. And KT was their last-ditch effort, but they couldn't do the one thing that they tried.
Oh, but they had to go so deep and go so far. Doctom didn't take cleanse this game, didn't have his exhaust. All he had was a flash and a dream.
Yeah, and that dream was absolutely enough as Aiming looking to try and get out of here as well. Showmaker's going to chase him down. The Death Ray means exactly that. However, Aiming gets back to the fountain, but we'll just have to watch as these Nexus turrets fall apart. Canyon, you know, takes a bit of a love tap there, but he will otherwise be absolutely fine. And Damwon Kia will grab themselves the 2-0 up against KT and demonstrate that with an upgraded bottom lane, this team is so scary. However, Cuz looking to try and fight this one out, Showmaker keeping him at range, and Doctom is the one really doing a lot of the damage right here.
They're gonna
have to... Damwon may not actually be able to finish just yet as another teleport to come in. Canyon over to the side, not going to get taken down by Arya just yet as Doctom tries to fight it, gets the double, and about 100 health.
And he's looking
what
for life.
is this guy?
He's looking for life here. He does not have his flash.
No.
Well, there's going to end the game.
Severum came back, everyone, and it's not good news for KT. Life is now death, and the Nexus will follow suit. This guy's Aphelios. Oh man, never changed Doctom. It's absolutely beautiful to see. As, yep, Arya going to die as well. Okay, there's the ult. Okay, finally. He will fall down, and Canyon might win the game. He'll take down Arya first. A little bit of a messy one at the end there, but really good to see some vintage Doctom on his Aphelios.
I think everybody is a winner tonight because we got to see two of our teams that we, you know, we had high expectations for. Two very famous LCK organizations, right? KT, famous in some of those older years, right? But
yeah,
to make the spending that they did and to build this roster, it took a lot of care and took a lot of money and took a lot of really tough decisions to make to build a roster like this. And yes, they get 2-0'd here, and the second game was much more one-sided than the first. But I think we've seen huge upgrades on KT roster. And what's even more exciting than that is Damwon Kia look like a team that, yes, the top side isn't fully solidified yet, and there will be haters and there will be those who are naysayers, and people will say, well, it's not an upgrade. But the bot duo, you cannot deny, makes this team look so much more oppressive around the map. The coordination is still there. The team fighting is good. The macro decisions are there. The coaching staff is unchanged. And Damwon Kia look to be, right now, again, of the trifecta, the three teams that have won Worlds in Korea, Gen.G, of course, formerly Samsung, Damwon Kia, and T1. Maybe the ceiling is higher on Damwon Kia than a lot of people expected.
Yeah, I think as well that, you know, we were giving Hoyer a little bit of a hard time, but Damwon now, they play around mid and bot. That is the new look for Damwon Kia. And Hoyer, he'll take the brunt of top lane problems, but as we saw, he got solo killed a couple of times. Rascal's probably our best solo killer in the LCK, but still, it was not a great look for him, but it didn't really matter. He absorbs pressure, he puts on pressure where he can, and in the end, if you've got Doctom and Showmaker playing at this level, then everything is just going to work out just fine.
There were a few things Hoya could tighten up, some very small
mistakes.
Absolutely,
yeah. I mean, and there was also some mechanical kerfuffles that he had as well. You could imagine he's definitely feeling the pressure of joining this World Championship roster as a guy that was under a lot of scrutiny even when he was on Fred at Brion.
But I mean, still, a lot of the things that we could talk about as mechanics that you could tighten up, some of the small errors are like so easily fixed that, yeah, they look glaring now, and sure, they look like they have cost Damwon Kia a lot of control over the top side of the map, but in just a few weeks of working with this team, I really do feel the ceiling is extremely high, and if they want to change the way they play and they want to pivot to a strong top side, they still have Birdall on the bench. So
yeah,
Damwon Kia is a multifaceted team, I think more than they've ever been in terms of what they can do with the roster. Now, will they be able to push it all the way with this new bot duo? I think the potential is very high.
Yeah, watch Canyon here. This definitely did ruin Cuz's day just a little bit. The amount of surviving Doctom did as well this game was absurd.
Yeah.
Really clean stuff. And Showmaker, can you believe he flashed left?
He flashed left, man. It was so sick.
He did.
It's iconic.
I think he shot first as well. He shot first while he was flashing left. It was ludicrous.
It's just so insane.
I needed that Q to miss, honestly, but Cuz did manage to land it, salvaged the situation there a little bit.
That brought us back to reality for a second.
Yeah, it did.
This was one of those Hoya errors where he definitely could have rotated faster over to Canyon and might have actually been saved, but he walked up for some reason. The Cataclysm definitely did not do him any favors there, but at the end of the day, small death there, small...
I mean, this game was way better than game number 1, right? Where he was just like straight solo killed in lane twice. Yeah. This time he was buying time for Canyon to grab himself the Rift Herald and eventually traded 1-for-1 in the end. And then the time after that, he gets himself an inner turret. So a bit more tactical on this side of things. And, definitely improvement is better.
He looked like he was way more versed on the Graves pick than on the As we look at this fight, I mean, this was KT's, front to back, sort of working out as best as you could hope for, but like, it was
Life having like an engage of his career, right? But then it not really having the follow-up that they really wanted. And this was Doctom's great escape.
And Rascal had, some really nice engages too on this Camille, but he was just unfortunately fighting into a team that was so fed that he was blown up so early. Like in this particular case where he tried to flank, Damwon just pivoted on the same way we saw it happen with the Akali last game. Rascal's last hurrah, his last try, and it's not enough. As this calm moment is about to get pretty crazy probably because this is our final moments that almost ended in KT defending.
Yeah, let's have a listen.
I actually couldn't tell because the lips looked a little bit out of sync with the audio there. I was like, who's making this sound?
Always Showmaker.
And then Arya actually strikes back here for just a second. It's the fear. The ult comes through.
They just laugh at
sorry,
me.
my bad.
Oh, man. Backing it up,
like,
all business is Showmaker as per usual.
The minions are like, I got this, don't worry, guys. Showmaker with 18k damage here, but I think for me the biggest win for Damwon Kia, which allowed Duckdom to get so fed and pop off, was Canyon just controlling the bottom side. Duckdom, Kellen using that Calibrum early to control the lane in the lane with the poke, and words are hard. And then the ability for the Jarvan to come in there, slam into that bot duo, and then just take away that CS and continue to camp that and get them so far ahead that then he gets 4 plates bottom, whole turret top, they get the inner turret top as well, and Dr. Aphelios, you give him the gold, which he almost always gets, and he takes it and he pops off.
He does for approximately 200 to 300 years, but now I believe we have the analyst chairs, or if there are no chairs, the analyst carpet space waiting alongside to break down that series.
Thank you very much, casters. In fact, it is the analyst carpet space, as we said before. We have committed to this rebrand, and so we have gotten rid of the chairs and are now on the carpet. I'm Valdez, with me is Chronicler, and we're gonna be breaking down that game number 2. That was a big one from Damwon. I think that was them saying, okay, we had, a slow start, but now we're gonna absolutely crush our opponents.
I personally was really happy to see a big shift from Damwon that on one hand we saw in spring, and then the Damwon that we then saw in summer, right? Like this is basically 2 completely different forms. The draft here, I think we see a lot of comfort coming out. Rakan for life, the Camille for Rascal. But unlike the first game, a couple of solo kills notwithstanding, it's just the level of play from Damwon to me that feels completely different. And of course the big one, Doctom's Aphelios.
Yeah, I mean, Atlas said it best, I think. He's like, it doesn't seem fair that Damwon just get to have both Duckdom's, Aphelios, and Showmaker existing on the same team, but that's exactly what we have here with new Damwon. Everybody's like, well, Canyon and Showmaker are the big guys on the team, and maybe they can carry anybody, and they are, but Duckdom's also insane. Like, let's not forget this, especially as Aphelios, which we did see here. We also got to see Vex. I think that's all I want to say about that. I was really looking forward to seeing Vex in pro play, but didn't really get to shine in this game.
And we got to talk a little bit about Hoya. I think really feeling the pressure, looking a little bit flustered, understandable, going up against one of the best solo killers within the league. Rascal really letting him have it. Important to remember, this is of course a player that comes into a team where there's going to be a lot more expectations. Going to give him a little bit more time, but needs to clean up his play, because once we get to the team fights, all looks a lot better.
It absolutely did, and we're going to take a look at some of the highlights here as well. We have actually 3 this time around, so a lot of what happened early on in the game was Canyon just getting down to the bottom lane and putting on a lot of pressure.
And there's a lot of elements to this. Obviously, there's Dokdam and Kalin already forcing a lot of pressure here early on, getting the early level 1. But what I really want to highlight, and this is something that has been such a cool shift, and I think that Damwon can really utilize the diversity their players have. Canyon in this game, and the previous game as well, has been playing for his lanes so much. And if you look back to when this team was at their best, it was them playing for Canyon, right? The Graves, the Nidalee meta, and now he consistently, he's even going to sacrifice himself here just to salvage the play, right? He gives up so much farm time. He's going to be down by, I think it was like 60, 70 farm at like 10, 15 minutes in the game, just to make sure that the rest of his team is in good shape. And that, I think, as they says, yummy, yummy, mushy soil, is the best part to me about this new Damwon roster. Like, I think that, as we saw in game number 2, when they get it together, they look insane, but the amount of depth that this roster now have, and how they can play around, especially if Hoya cleans up every lane, is terrifying.
It is terrifying, and remember that this is only spring, so like, on one hand, you know, you have 3 pieces of the puzzle, maybe even 4. You know, Kellen is very kind of muted just because there are so many superstars on this team, but he's also fantastic. We have the second highlight. We're going to jump into that right away and talk a little bit more about what they were able to do around some of these fights.
Because the big thing here is that already the fight is completely indistinguishable from what it was before. And this is feeling a lot more like the Damwon Kia of old, right? Where, yes, Hoya dies, but he does, again, split the fight like we saw him do on the Gwen. And it's that front-to-back team fighting and the crisp execution on that has been really a hallmark of Damwon in 2021 in particular. And I'm really happy after a first game where it was like, you know, a little bit of jitters maybe and a lot of indecisiveness here. The moment they see the opening, everyone goes in. There's no hesitation. Win the fight, get the Baron, and then from that point on, the game is basically won.
Yeah, seems like everything seemed to click there for Damwon as the time did come along to game number 2. They got 4 guys that are performing really well. If their top lane gets stronger, it could be even better. We got to see a little bit more action from the side of Damwon in our 3rd clip towards the end, where even a little bit of spice and some incredible play from Dokdam as he survives.
It's just too good, right? Like, you got to take a look at this clip. The amount of hurting this man takes and what he survives to is insane, because there's a Camille ulti, there's a Rakan knocking up, there's a taunt, and somehow still, I don't know how he does it, but this is something that he's been able to do consistently throughout his career on specifically this champion. And I would not be surprised if even, you have the Jinx counter pick, we have teams even tonight seeing them draft around this Aphelios. I think that in the case of specifically Doctor, just don't take the risk. Don't do it. Just ban it. Don't
take a risk.
Don't do it.
But, you know, there's so much stuff to ban when you're facing this team. It's kind of hard. So we do have the player of the game ready to go, guys. Let's see who does pick it up for game number 2. It will be Canyon, actually, on the Jarvan, doing a lot for his team, a lot for the lanes. You got to respect that.
I didn't vote for Canyon, but I love this vote. I think that it really ties into what we were saying earlier, and I think the casters also mentioned it. He is the one who enables it all, right? Where he goes, his team goes. And I think that, especially on a jungler like Jarvan, where it's really important to have an impact, because just by farming, you're not going to be that relevant within the game. It is really a lot more pressure to put on the player, and I think we've also seen Canyon struggle at times with that, right? Think back to some of the meta switches that we had last year around MSI. But here on the Jarvan, he's everywhere he needs to be, and his team has blind faith in him, right? And I think that's something that's really important, is that whenever Canyon goes in, the entirety of the team is always there to follow up, and just mechanically, like, I don't know how many flag and drag flashes he hit throughout this game.
Everyone.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, right? Like, all of the above.
How many did he hit? Yes. Yes, he hit them. Doesn't matter the number. 11 out of 13. Looks like you and Media, once again, holding hands. A different Media guy there. So Dokdam getting some representation. I like that. I thought he had some really sick moments individually. So I think he does deserve that as well. So got to hand it to Dokdam, but Canyon kind of doing a lot for his team this time around. So that's Damwon. How do they look after their first performance?
That's a really interesting question, because both games are very different. Right? The first game was, I feel like I said, spring Damwon, maybe Damwon in the middle of summer when they were still kind of floundering. Second was Damwon, like we've seen him at the best.
Dominating Damwon, doing it again. and again. So guys, we do have the interview ready. I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
네, 담원기아의 쇼메이커 선수 캐년
Thank you
선수
very much, guys. This
만나보겠습니다.
is
승리
Ji-sun for the
축하드립니다.
interview translation. Here we're joined by Showmaker Canyon from Damwon Kia,
오늘
picking up
완벽한
their first
활약으로
victory
승리를
of the
가져갔습니다.
season
첫
with
경기
a
어떻게 느끼고
perfect
있나요,
performance.
쇼메이커
How are you
선수?
feeling, Showmaker, after the opening match?
게임이 많이 루즈해가지고
The game was pretty much loose, you know. It was so slow, so I was a little bit bored.
아, 조금 더 재밌게 할 수 있었던
You want more
재밌게 해야
entertainment,
되는데
right?
게임이 하다
Yeah, we
보니까
could have,
좀
but
길어져서
it got extended.
그래서 이겨서 다행인 것 같아요.
So it's a relief that we were able to get the
캐년
victory.
선수가 확실하게 찢어놨던 것 같거든요.
And because of that, maybe Kenya, you actually just stomped on the opponents, and it was very fast-paced.
달려가서 한입 했습니다.
Yeah, I saw a huge fight happening down on the bottom lane, so I wanted to join the party, take a bite. Game number 1, Akali was so menacing actually. She even stole the Baron. So what was your reaction after that game? Well, we were aware that Kali is doing a lot of work, but we were still not too much worried about it, and we knew that we are having a better comp in terms of team fights, so we weren't too worried about the whole situation. Showmaker, your Orianna in game number 1 was so awesome, and that ultimate around the Elder was so phenomenal. I mean, you saved up your ult for so long, and your first ult was so big like that. I mean, like, before that moment, the game was pretty inactive, so there was never an angle for me to pull that off, and I was able to go boom. I wasn't too proud, you know, it was more about, you know, catching or punishing the mistake from the opponent. How did your teammates react to that? When?
오리아나 궁 대박 터졌을 때.
When the Orianna ult was finding 3 people,
그냥 아무 말 없이 자기 할
we didn't really say much thing. We were just focusing on what to do next. And because I'm a jungler, I just focused on the Drake.
쇼메이커 선수 워낙 잘해줬기 때문에 이렇게 팀원들이
Showmaker,
덤덤하게 반응했던 것 같아요. CS를 미드에서 150개
you were able to have 150 CS lead up against the opponent. Did you expect that you will be having a huge advantage against Arya? I mean, during MSI or Worlds, he was doing a decent job, so I was really hyped and also excited to see what he could do, but I think he was a little bit nervous because it's his first match at the LCK, so I just focused on farming and I got that CS lead. After game 1, a lot of people were trying to actually cheer Hoya up. Maybe that was because, you know, playing against the Akali, right? Yeah, he got solo killed multiple times and he was pretty much quiet throughout the game, so we wanted to make him feel better. So yeah, we just wanted to, you know, kind of cheer him up. And after that, well, game number 2 was a lot better. What kind of feedback went back and forth after game 1? You know, mostly about the draft and nothing much about the play because the game number 1 was already over, so we just wanted to, you know, do better for game 2.
알겠습니다. 자, 그리고 뱀픽에 대해서 좀 여쭤볼게요.
Speaking of draft, these days a lot of people highlight the importance of the bottom lane priority. So how does Summon Kia rate Karma as support? I'm not sure. We are trying that champion out, but I don't have the right grip of it. And yet Vex. Did you expect that? Arya plays Vex a lot in solo queue. So I kind of saw it coming, but you know, yeah, it was, and then pretty much just okay. Canyon, a lot of people say aiming will be the core player, the centerpiece of KT roster, and you did play around the bottom lane. Was that because of the pick and ban? We had Cryo down on the bottom lane, so I just wanted to help out, you know, and kind of snowball off of it. And we were having a huge lead down on the bottom lane, so the game was very comfortable for us. And then you guys didn't compete for the Drake for 2 times in a row. Was that your intended macro? It was more about our mistake, so we didn't want to fight around the Drake. We just wanted to slow down and wait for the power spike to come. Your next opponent will be Genji. What's your mindset for that matchup? Genji, they have a very strong mid, so I guess I really have to, stay alert and prepare well, and I will do my best to provide the best match possible. Yeah, I also think that Genji has a very strong mid and jungle, and also other laners are very strong as well, so we will do our best to prepare for that match. In addition to that, we have this ballpark packed with Damwon Kia fans here. Any message over to them? Thank you for showing up here, I'm really impressed by the number of fans out here, and I can see them still waving here. Thank you so much, and I hope to see you guys again in the next matchup as well. It's been a very long while since we had fans and live audience, so yeah, it feels so new, and I really like it, so thank you everyone. Then cute wave back for the fans. Wonderful. We hope to see more of a wave from Damwon Kia player as well, and this will be the interview from Canyon Showmaker from Damwon Kia. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun. We are back here at the Analyst Carpet Space, and we are going to talk about a little bit of what is coming up next for the week, as will be a fun week that we do have here. I think that today was definitely very fun, but this is what we're seeing from Damwon in the coming days.
It's a Genji match, right? Like that's the one that everyone is looking forward to. That's the one that I'm personally extremely excited about, especially with the two different forms that we've seen of them here today. Genji debuting tomorrow, going to be a hype matchup for sure.
Yeah, and KT Rolls are going to go up against the Kwangdong Freaks. That will be on Saturday, so in a couple of days. And then eventually Hama Life, Esports, Nongshim, Red Force, Live Sandbox. It looks like not the hardest schedule for them. Honestly, I thought their roster looked pretty strong after today up against such a strong opponent. But for tomorrow, we do have Genji up against DRX, and then Fred Brion going up against T1.
And I think DRX, not quite the start that they were hoping for, so you'd think that they want to bounce back, but they're playing against Genji, so that might be really hard. Same for Fred Brion. T1 looked incredible in their first series, so personally, both those teams be a little worried.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for the other teams. I would like to say could be a bit of a quick day tomorrow. We'll have to see how DRX and Fred Brion do look, in fact, after that. But that's going to do it for us, guys. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Analyst Carpet Space, and we will see you tomorrow for more LCK action. Have a good night.